Right, Rana's second five for rocked Mirpur and handed Bangladesh a 104-run victory in the first test. Now both teams are in Sylhet, where the Tigers will be hoping that momentum delivers a fourth straight win over Pakistan. The visitors, meanwhile, have plenty to ponder if they are to salvage and level the series. It's day one at the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. Stay with us. The action is about to get very interesting. Hello and welcome to Sylhet. We're all set here for the second test match of the Bangladesh versus Pakistan test series. And it's day one here. The players arrived earlier with new hopes in a new city. The Bangladesh team looking to make it a clean sweep, and the Pakistanis want to redeem themselves by coming and winning this one, hopefully leveling the series. Let's have a look at what transpired in the first test match in Dhaka. Bangladesh winning it quite convincingly, posting 413 in the first innings. Good riposte from Pakistan in their first innings, 386, and then Bangladesh declaring at 240. Setting a target which was not reached by Pakistan, and Bangladesh winning emphatically by 104 runs. Hello, very, very good morning from Sylhet, and we're all pleased to be here ready for the second test match. Thankfully, the weather has held up, and it's a pleasure for me to introduce Sikandar Buck alongside me.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. And it's both teams will be looking to stem the authority early on in this test match.
Oh, why not? Yes, provided the weather just stays away as much as possible. We've had overcast conditions, but yes, whatever cricket will be played over the 5 days, they would like to have a good start. Day one, always important to come out there and command your presence.
Yeah, and the presence was made quite emphatic by a person that Bangladesh will be hoping will work. Nahid Rana with a 5-4 once again, really fiery bowling at the end of that innings, blew over Pakistan. And that is something that will play on the back of the mind of the Pakistani batters.
Well, of course it will, because Nahid Rana is such a weapon to have in your bowling armory. Someone who is a fairway fast bowler, bowls consistently at 140 plus and shown a lot of discipline in his bowling, had a plan working, and you might feel he's not having a high number of wickets in that first test match, but he's been creating that pressure from one end. Rana's 5 for 40 in that fourth innings. He was just in your face, so to speak. And he did the job. Look at the wicket balls over there. Various lengths. The ball he bowled to Rizwan was an absolute peach.
Yeah, well, you know, in addition to his pace, he became quite disciplined in his lines and lengths also, which was needed. But now concerns for Pakistan. After losing the first match with quite a big margin, they really need to batten down. Hopefully, Babar Azam will be coming back to strengthen the team.
Yeah, he will be, hopefully, because of that knee injury he was away. But he's been getting starts in recent times in test matches. I mean, he's had 4 50s in 11 innings since the start of 24. Recently in November, he had an ODI 100. So just to add to that confidence that he would be searching for, and Pakistan would hope, yes, that with being the senior batter, he will take the responsibility and provide Pakistan that good start, depending on what Pakistan does if they win the toss. But whenever that time comes, be it him with the bat in hand, all eyes will be on him, and he'll have a very good platform set and ready to announce his arrival.
And Pakistan will be looking at their youngsters. The two debutants played very well in the first test match. Abdullah Fazal in particular, 126 runs in the 2 innings that he's played. Very impressive.
Yeah, especially that knock in the 4th innings. I mean, it takes a lot when you're batting on day 5 against a very good bowling attack. He showed a lot of composure. He was right there, grabbing the opportunity with both hands. And not just him, his partner Azam was also very good in that first innings. So it shows what kind of talent he possesses. And if you score a 50 in both the innings, especially on day 5, it is a hell of a job.
And of course, Azam was, as you mentioned, caught there 118 runs. Very, what I liked about him was the manner in which he played. He was not under any kind of pressure. It didn't seem that he was playing his debut match.
Yeah, of course, he had never. Like I said, both these youngsters have made sure that that opportunity that has been given to them to, represent Pakistan, they've grabbed it with both hands. And Azam looked so solid, so textbook, and he wasn't really faced with the wickets falling around him. He was at it. The job on hand was to, occupy the crease, and he did that brilliantly. And to have 100 to your name against a very good bowling attack, and to see off that new ball in the first hour and a half on day one, I mean, very promising.
Absolutely. And with the weather around, it'll be worth a good look at the pitch. A short while earlier, Hassan Ali Khan looked at the pitch and gave us his impressions.
Yeah, it's all about the ground stuff, isn't it? He's busy taking a mark-up for one of the fast bowlers from Pakistan. As I come closer to the surface, this is Sylhet, and it has rained early morning, and it looks a little bit more damper. If you look at the surface itself, it looks a little bit less greener than what we saw in Mirpur. But I just feel that because of the rains, there will be quite a lot of moisture right at the top of the surface, because the sun, as I said earlier, has been playing hide and seek. Have a closer look at this surface. Less grass, but nice spread. It is evenly spread, but you can see, if you get closer, you can see these dark patches here, which suggests that it is a little bit damp. So the ball will do something for the seamers, or maybe for the spinners. We'll have to wait and see, but certainly the bowlers will feel that this is the kind of a surface where you can really attack the batters and pick up early wickets. 2018, first test match was played here. Since then, 5 test matches. Teams batting first have won thrice. And the highest so far, 3 and 10 from Bangladesh. I feel both the captain is looking to bowl here, because we're not sure of the weather. We're really not sure what the weather is going to go from here on. Win toss, bowl first, put the pressure straight away.
Well, put the pressure on, that's what he says. You reckon, you also had a look at the wicket. What do you reckon? A bit of grass on it?
Yeah, there is, and of course, it being under covers, I mean, like rightly said by Arthur, that, you expect a bit of moisture underneath. Unlike what we saw in Dhaka, that the surface underneath was a bit dry and there was a green-looking top. But here, of course, with the rain around, cloud cover, I'm with Arthur that you'd look to go out there if you win the toss and have a go with that red ball.
Well, a short while earlier, about 15 minutes ago, the all-important toss happened, and Ramiz Raja was there with the 2 captains and the match referee.
A bit overcast here in Sylhet as we get ready for the toss. The 2 captains are here. Jeff Crow is going to oversee the toss. Shantu has the coin. Shantu to call. Oops. Heads is the call. And it's come down as head. Shan, you won the toss. What have you decided to do?
We're going to have a ball first.
Different pitch to what it was at Dhaka, do you think?
Look, there is grass covering, but obviously the overheads, number 1. Number 2, there's been a lot of weather around. The pitch has been under covers, and the weather going forward, we don't know as well. So we want to ball as much. In Test cricket, you need 20 wickets. So that's the thought behind it.
Yeah, to pick up 20 wickets. Have you made any changes?
Yes, we've got 3 changes. Babar comes in for Imam, Sajid Khan comes in for Noman, and Khurram comes in for Shaheen.
Right. I mean, you don't have a lot of time, right? Next 5 days are going to be critical and to salvage some pride, right? It's all about, fighting fit and making sure that you learn from your last experience.
Look, the beauty of cricket is you always get another chance till you're playing. And in the World Test Championship, every test match counts. So for us, it's about staying in the present and hopefully having a good day 1 and putting ourselves in a good position.
Best of luck, Shan.
Thank you.
Right, so it's a simple question for you, Shantu, then. More of the same.
I wanted to ball as well, but I think we have to adjust the condition, and I hope the top order will do something for the team.
Right, I mean, you're 1-0 up, and teams can slide into that draw mentality, you play safe, but I'm sure that you'll always go for another win because Pakistan feel just a little bit weak mentally and technically.
Always wanted to win, especially when we play in home soil, and then last few years we tried to consistent our game especially in home ground. So today is nothing different. We look to win this match, but we have to play good cricket day by day.
Right. Changes?
Yeah, we made 2 changes. Tanzid make his debut. Unfortunately, Sadman got injured, and Ebadot not playing. Shariful comes into the side.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, it's Pakistan who won the toss and have elected to bowl.
Well, let's have a look at the Bangladesh team. You just heard that a couple of changes. Tanzid Hassan making his debut and coming in place of Shadman, who's injured, and so Shariful Islam, the left armer, coming in front of Ibadat Hussain Chaudhry. A good setup, but you also heard Shanta saying they might have preferred to bowl first if they won the toss. And the Pakistan team, they've got a few changes.
Yeah, Pakistan coming out with 3 changes. One was, of course, expected. Babar comes in, so one has to make way. Imam goes out, which means probably Shan might open, or like this, Fazal and Awais might do the opening. Shaheen needed a bit of a time away. He's looked out of sorts. He's had a long season with the all of T20 Cricket World Cup, so a good rest. We've got a good bowler, a swing bowler in Khurram Shehzad. And Sajid, of course, again, was expected to come in place of Noman. Sajid being that off spinner. I think the 2 informed batters, Mominul and Shanto, being left-handers, so this matchup was an obvious.
It was expected, and you know, you talk about Omar Gul talking to the pace bowlers and Sarfraz also. These little pointers just before they go into play will be crucial on the part of the pace bowlers to get that opening breakthrough early on.
Of course, I mean, you've got to do that. I mean, even if you're out there to bat or to bowl, day one, you need to control things and keep things in your control. Otherwise, you'll be chasing the game through and through. And with the overcast conditions and whatever we heard about the pitch from Athar Ali Khan, I think it's tailor-made right now for the faster bowlers to make maximum use of that new ball in the first hour and a half and challenge the bowlers.
Oh, he's so relaxed, isn't he? Sorry to interrupt you, but he looks so very good when he's even limbering up. A tall guy, very lithe. And when he comes to running, and it doesn't seem to make a lot of effort. Very rhythmic in his run-up. And he's going to be trouble later on because Bangladesh are batting first up. So batters have got to batten down early on for Bangladesh and ensure that they don't lose early wickets.
Yeah, good thing for Bangladesh is that their middle order is looking very solid. Mominul and Shanto, they're taking full responsibility out there and making sure that even if they lose a wicket or 2 earlier, then they put the anchor down and not just occupy crease, they score runs very briskly. And they were moving along at a very healthy, almost 3.5, 4 runs and over, which helped them to get to 400 plus. And if they can replicate that, what they did in the first innings, Pakistan will be then in a bit of a problem.
Well, there will be concerns because of the weather. We just hope that the weather holds its peace, and despite all the forecasts, just hope that they don't get any rain here. As much cricket as possible for the sake of both the teams. Both the teams are raring to go. We're about to start the first day's play in the second test match. Our commentators downstairs are ready. Let's go and join Shamanay Ghosh and Ramiz Raja.
Yeah, from Mirpur Magic to Sylhet Suspense, Bangladesh arrive with history on their side and Pakistan with pride on the line as the second test is about to commence here in the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium of the Dutch Bangla Bank series. Bangladesh in the first test, a 104-run statement, setting the tone for the series, and now the battle has moved to the city of Tea Gardens. Richard Kettleborough on his 96th test match. And right beside him is Alauddin Palekar from South Africa on his 9th test match. The 2 gentlemen will be in charge of the proceedings on the field. And in front of the TV screen will be Kumar Dharmasena, former Sri Lankan spinner. Ample experience as far as the umpires are concerned. There is a change in the opening pair, sort of a forced change as Shadman Islam, due to injury, has been forced out. That gives the opportunity for a debut in Tanzid Hassan Tamim, the left-handed batter. Yeah, there he is. He's got a very, very impressive first-class career, averaging above 40, 1,700 plus runs, 5 centuries, 6 50s, and the best of 145. In fact, scored a century in his last first-class game. That best 140 knock for Rajshahi division against Dhaka. Mahmudul Hasan Joy, one of the usual suspects. So they have left and right in combination. Over 1,000 runs in his test career. He's got 2 centuries as well. Mohammad Abbas was excellent with the ball in hand in Mirpur in the first test. But a fifer in the first innings will begin proceedings from the rocket end. 3 sips and a gully in plays Joy on strike. Let's play with Dutch Bangla Bank. Stump to stump and bit of an appeal. Gives me the opportunity to wish a very good morning to Ramiz Raza.
Good morning. Yes, Pakistan with a desperate appeal, and I think desperation is the key word here. Because you've got to want more, and Shan Masood must not be thinking about a review here, because that was going way down the leg side, and there's a little bit of a bat involved as well.
Now is that taken? Well, the body language says it is, and astonished is Mahmoud Hassan Joy. The umpires are going to have a bit of a chat, but Mohammad Abbas straight away on the money.
Almost English conditions, and I think they're going to double check, but Pakistan feeling very comfortable with that catch. And a good low catch.
TV umpire to director, we have a fair catch. It's a fair delivery. You can go to the front on, please. Okay, clearly from the bat, you can go to the catch. Nice and slow. Okay, fingers are underneath the ball. I have a decision for you at the big screen.
It is a rocket out. Just the second delivery of the morning of the test match. And Pakistan make early inwards. Thanks to Abbas, and great catch from Aga. Joy goes for naught. None for one. Well, he has to walk in early. Mominul Haq, right-handed opener, dismissed. The gem of a delivery from Mohammad Abbas. You mentioned almost English conditions with the cloud hovering above. And an ideal delivery. Mominul Haq, plenty of experience, just crossing over 5,000 runs in the first test match. 1300s, former captain.
Leg stump, middle.
Being asked to take control of proceedings very early on here on day one of the second test match.
It's kind of pitch where you got to drop your hands and play with soft hands. Actually, drop your wrists and play with soft hands. And you got to do that also, just manage that off-stump channel. Salman Ali Agha is seriously good in the slip cordon. He's extremely relaxed when he catches the ball. Look at the flexible wrist, and the hands are not really jamming into the ball. It's all in a very relaxed way. And Abbas striking early, which is great news for Pakistan. I think it's Abbas's kind of a wicket. I think Pakistan got Bangladesh 2 down for 31 in the first test match, also before a 170-run partnership snatched the game away from them. Look at the hard hands, playing away from the front pad and then bringing the bat back towards the pads. It was all too late. And for once, the ball carrying in the slip cordon for Pakistan. They were rather too deep for my liking in the first test match. Lot of first bounce collections behind the stumps and in the slips.
Generally, the strip here does offer a bit more bounce, a bit more carry. Like the position here?
So far, so good. It's not going to be an express pitch. I think it's going to be a seamer. So you got to adjust and maybe come up a few notches. I think it's better, really, if the ball is grasped in the slips rather than not carrying to you. I think so. That's got to be the understanding, the mindset.
Short leg also in place for the left-handed Mominul. Oh, keeping slightly low. First over done with a wicket. Bangladesh not for one. It's always a pleasure to be here in this city. Mominul Hassan Joy gone without troubling the scorers. Bangladesh coming in with a couple of changes. Pakistan coming in with 3, and he is one of them. Khurram Shahzad got 1 5-wicket haul. Best of 6 for 90, replacing Shaheen.
Yeah, I mean, look at the strike rate. 45 is brilliant. Got this awkward bowling, great run up. Nice shot, beautifully played. Batting through the V area is going to be the key factor here. So that's a nice push through mid-on. A confidence booster.
Runs on the board for Bangladesh. Is Tanzid Hassan Tamim on debut. You all know that he's a positive cricketer, positive batter, likes to score his runs. So it will be interesting to see how he goes about his business.
Talking of positive, I think Bangladesh have taken a positive step. The way this pitch has been prepared, it really is a positive mindset. Because they could have easily slided into a draw mentality. I asked that question to Shantu at the toss as well. Most subcontinent teams would probably have read the situation like that. You know, prepare a belter and go skate-free, unhurt after winning the first test match. Why would you want to risk it in the second? But Bangladesh want to play this kind of cricket. It's a changed mindset for the better. Got to keep that bat very close to your body. Pick the length early and play as late as possible, as they say on a seamer. No need really to go hard at the ball. I think the first 5 or 7 overs will test you out, and then things may just mellow down a bit.
Especially with overcast conditions, as you see, 90% humidity. Chances of precipitation, well, thankfully, less than 30. Dark clouds. The right-hand side of your screen, that's the danger area where they come from, the curators were telling me. That's a peach, that's a peach. Especially the cloud, also the surface having a bit of moisture. You need to hold your horses in the first 6-7 overs, as you were saying.
I mean, look at the angle from where he delivered, and then the ball shaped away from the stumps. Beautiful delivery and very, very difficult to manage. So he's battle ready. Khurram Shahzad benched in the first test match, and he's got a great wicket here to exploit his
back. that will offer runs to Tanzid Hassan Tamim. 5 of 3.
So what's the best way to bat on such a surface? It's about looking busy, picking up the singles. This really was a jaff, really a peach. Round the stumps, wider angle. And that ball went like a snake. So look for rotation of strike. If you're a batting pair, you know, play with soft hands, and there's got to be a bit of rhythm that's got to go into your batting. You can't be static at the crease. That's good batting. It's been a good over. We've seen a couple of great deliveries and good shots. 7 for 1. Well, breaking news up here in the commentary box is that Shamana has been deseated, toppled by Shamim Chaudhary. Here we go then. How are you?
Fine, Rambo. How are you? You're looking good? Looking happy with Pakistan striking early?
I just like this this cricket, basically from Bangladesh, preparing a green pitch.
Beautiful looking shot. That'll ease some nerves and also bolster their confidence after that stutter early on. Lovely through the covers.
First boundary of the day, and just about suggests one thing, that he's obviously not playing the pitch. It's about reading the length, and what a classical square drive that is. Brilliant. Absolutely nail it. Look at the footwork, reaching out to the pitch of the ball and then slicing it past the man at point.
And once in a while, even a person of the caliber of Abbas will lose his line. But I've got to appreciate what you mentioned about the thought process in preparing the pitch here. Not going into a negative mindset. Bangladesh have said, we'll try and win this one, and the pitch has been prepared accordingly. And it's paying dividends to the team winning the toss. Here's the cap ceremony. 109th player, Tanzid Tamim, to play Test cricket for Bangladesh. A pat from the veteran Mushfiqur Rahim. Very, very proud moment for any player. Not interested. Got to get a little closer.
Yeah, it's all about employing that balance, you know, when to hit the ball, when it's in your radar, when to leave it, because it's that kind of a pitch where you can't go absolutely lull and static. Mentioned it earlier, so you got to have some rhythm into your batting, some sense out there to cater to the sideways movement and the pressure that will be created by Abbas and co. So you got to have a solid game plan based on leaving the ball and also putting away the bad ones.
Oh, straighter, and he was not very comfortable. You can see that Abbas was interested. He knew he had the batter in a spot of bother. A lovely little mix, the manner in which he's come back closer and closer with every delivery to the line of that ball, that stumps.
Not easy to become the leader of the pack, bowling pack, after what, you played only 5 test matches in the last 2 or 3 years. And Abbas always rises to the occasion. That's the other good thing about him. Round the stumps.
Well, now he's really punched that away. It's sluggish, the outfield, because of quite a bit of rain over the last few days. Holds up ever so slightly and allows the batter to take a brace only.
One of the great things about youth, and you know, in Tanzid's case, is that he's not carrying any extraneous stuff in his mind. So it's see it, hit it, maybe. And so there's this freedom of expression, which is great to see. And that is because he's not carrying any scars, and he's in a good camp right now because he's in a winning environment, and that is such a priceless situation for any young kid.
Oh, deviation down leg side. Did he get a bit of bat to that one? It's going to be Bais to finish the over. And Bangladesh confidently on to 17 for 1. Couple of changes in the Bangladesh side. Tanzid Hassan and Shariful Islam in place of Shadman Islam and Ibadat Hussain. 3 for Pakistan. Khurram Shahzad now. He's got to just ensure that whatever containment has been created, maybe not in the last over, but the diligence and the discipline shown by Abbas at one end, you've got to make sure that it is continued. And you give that support to Abbas by keeping the bowling tight, not offering freebies to the batters. I know he's not the paciest. None of the two Pakistani pacers are very fast, but they can be quite disciplined. They can exploit these overhead conditions very well. Ah, there you go. Maybe a little nip inwards.
Winning the toss and bowling on a green belt, you know, it's an interesting option, an obvious option, I guess, for some. But then you're banking all your hopes, you're pinning all your hopes on having a very, very good first couple of hours. But there's a lot more cricket left after a couple of hours. What if it doesn't work for Shan and company? Like it happened in the last test match where they gave over 400 runs after winning the toss. So there's always this situation, and you can't get it right all the time. It's a difficult one. Shantu also would have bowled first on the surface, but I'm just thinking that, you know, things can go haywire if it doesn't work for you in the first session.
Just to go back to the first test, Bangladesh lost 2 wickets very early in the day, and that 400 plus score eventually. So it's got to be persistence right through the day. I mean, you can give the opposition a session maybe. Once again, this is good from Khurram Shahzad, just tailing the ball in. And on 2 occasions, he's got the inside part of the bat of Mominul.
Yeah, it's a soft pitch. It's not a hard pitch, so you got to be a bit careful when you're driving the ball. Yeah, the ball not coming onto his bat, and the bat twisting in his hand as well. Just losing a bit of control.
Mominul can be the most patient batter around. He can take a lot of time. He'll pick his shots. Seen an early wicket fall. And there you go. There's an appeal, but it's possibly impacting outside. Yeah, a little bit of a frustration, but a little bit of a moral victory too.
Got to be careful with the DRS situation here, because there will be a lot of balls hitting the pads. Wider the stumps, angling it back into the batsman, hit him high on the thigh, even though he's a man of short stature, but would have gone on to miss the stumps. I think there's enough doubt.
Yeah, I don't want to get overly excited, Sean Masood, and not pressurized by the bowler in particular. Sometimes the bowlers get a little carried away. But it's been a good over so far. Just soft hands utilized, a little scamper, had to put on his skates. Deflection allows the second run to be taken. It's 19 for 1.
have an umpire review for run out from the bowler's end. Can you go to the right side on replay, please? Yes, grounded the bat. I have a decision for you at the big screen.
Well, it's going to be an excess pay, not out, and we also complete the fourth over. It's 19 for 1. A buzz back into his third over. On the money. So consistent. He was a little loose the last ball of his previous over. Look at that appeal, fifth ball of the previous over. Original decision not out. The wickets are missing. The height, as you mentioned, Ramesh.
Yes, clearly going over the stumps. The other irritating bit about this game would be the inclement weather. Beautifully played, but straight to Sajid Khan.
Don't invite trouble by mentioning the weather.
Because you see, players don't like it. It's a switch on, switch off situation, and obviously, you know, your focus can be off. This scare of injury as well, because the outfield is still pretty soft. And it's a tough gig for the batsmen as well.
Oh, another wayward delivery. Now, this is unlike. This is the second time in 2 overs that he's bowled one down the leg side.
Rizwan would be underlip cursing Abbas, because Rizwan is off the mark in this innings with 4 byes. So you got to look after him. He didn't look too tidy in the first test match, Rizwan.
Three slips and a gully in position now for Tanzid. Just the gully a little wider, understandably. He needs to bowl that channel, but not that length. Picked up very quickly. They really put on their skates. Scamper through. Good cricket all the way around.
I love Sajid's energy. He's brilliant. He's got a fast bowler's temperament. Not in the field. He's like a panther in the field. I mean, fast bowlers usually are not panther in the field. They're more sedate at times. But, you know, when he comes on to bowl, he's got this feisty temperament of a fast bowler. Backs himself.
And he's got a special celeb also, hasn't he? Again, that angle allows the batter to pick his spot quite comfortably. Soft hands, just goes through and gets the run. Rotation of strikes, so important in this phase of the game.
Yeah, Bangladesh batting like a confident side. A wicket had gone down. They were, I think, none for 1. But that hasn't hampered their the rhythm and the way they batted. They've not been duly under pressure.
Oops, someone behind the bowler's arm. Well, I'm not quite sure why there is. Looking down there, I don't see anybody behind the bowler. The lights are coming on. That's not a good sign. Natural light. It's getting a little darker overhead. Hope there's a breeze to blow all those clouds away. Oh, wasn't very comfortable playing that. Completes the over. It's 21 for 1. Bangladesh recovering from a fall of a wicket in the very second ball of the test match.
Pakistan have got to look after the over 8 business as well. They were docked 8 points. There were 8 overs minus in the first test match. Whilst common sense suggests that if the game finishes and you have a result, there shouldn't be any overs docked, but the rules are rules. Pakistan were absolutely below par. I was told that even the left-arm spinner took more than 4 minutes to finish an over.
Tell you what, it's not going to happen here. It's much cooler, much more comfortable. Players don't need to rehydrate every time they get an opportunity and slow things down. Here's a change of angle for Kuram Shahzad. Trying, cause, oh, that is delectable. I was just saying that maybe he's played it to the fielder there. Just that little angle at the last moment, using the pace. Lovely shot.
Leant onto that one, really. Didn't try to hit the ball hard at all. It was all about making use of the angle and the pace of the bowler. Standing out of the crease and just a mere push, a caress. Very gentle tap into the fence. Good batting. That's just about a perfect template how to bat on this surface. Soft hands, not trying to hit the ball hard. Getting to the pitch, managing the lines and the angles and the lengths.
Yeah, you don't have to bludgeon everything out of the ground. You can use those lovely deft touches and use your wrists, use the pace, and the bowlers seem to get a little frustrated. If that is in their demeanor, I saw that in Abbas also, and here with Shahzad, I think just a few odd deliveries where the batters seem to get a little comfortable. Don't want to be pressurized into that kind of situation as a bowling unit. Got to keep your energy going, focus going. Again, a little drift now. Not very confident. Seem to reach for that shot. But safe enough eventually.
Very good call from the non-striker, because once the ball goes in that direction of square leg and mid-wicket, there can be confusion because both can call. The striker and the non-striker, that's an in-between kind of an angle. And so it was the non-striker who took lead and called well.
Mominul will be very wary of that channel, corridor of uncertainty. He was very certain in his decision not to play a shot at it.
The over 8 business, I think at times the subcontinent skippers struggle to get things cracking on a green surface, because Shan Masood had to use a lot of fast bowlers. And so it must have been a new experience for him as well. Normally in Pakistan, in subcontinent, you use a lot of spinners, and so you don't really even look at the clock. You usually plus, and that's a solid plus through the offside for 4. Brilliant piece of batting. Lovely timing and great to watch. 29 for 1.
They've lost Mahmood Hassan Joy very early. Since then, the two left-handers have been busy. Oh, charging down the track. Was Tanzid, Hassan, Tamim, and Abbas certainly doesn't like it. Welcoming Sikandar Bakht to Sylhet for the very first time.
Thank you so much, Sheminoy. Yeah, a bit of arrogance there. Down the wicket, and fast bowlers don't really like that. And Abbas straight away and had a word with the batter. I like the way they've been rotating strike. Scoring opportunities have been good. Couple of very good boundaries square of the wicket. Don't want to throw that away.
Yeah, Aring in line, plays it with the angle. Fine and 4. Nexus Pay boundary it is.
He's been a little untidy today. Been trying to angle that into the left-handers. He's gone down the leg set, and once again, all Tanzid had to do is just glance it. Not been able to maintain those disciplines we saw in Dhaka from Abbas.
Doesn't help. It doesn't help. Consistency, and he out of everyone would know much better. Both the bowler and the batter. Floodlights in full effect here, the Sylhet International.
Tanzid also shining in his first outing for Bangladesh in red ball cricket. It's getting darker here. As you mentioned, the floodlights are taking full effect. See a bit of weather coming in from over the bowler's shoulder. Yeah, that's nicely put away. Anytime you've provided width outside off, and it's been easy work, especially for Tanzid, who's looks very strong in that zone.
But first, because of the angle, this time offering a bit of width. Doesn't miss out. Does well is waits for it. Good firm stance. Nicely cuts it away. Does Tanzid Hassan his third boundary already. Cap number 109 for Bangladesh. Already removed one of the slip fielders. Just 2 slips and a gully now.
Yeah, Pakistan would be hoping that this new ball gets them more rewards. Especially if they can get past Mominul and Shanto with that new ball. That will be a big win for them in this first session. But at the moment, the focus is all on Tanzid, who's looked $1 million.
More runs. Single to end this over. Bangladesh are 38 for 1. A change in the bowling attack. Hassan Ali being introduced from the Dutch Bangla Bank end. Facing Khurram Shahzad pretty early on. They're looking for more wickets, as you mentioned. 84 wickets for him. 6 5-wicket hauls. Certainly a character.
Slightly uppish. Wasn't in control of that at all.
Now, 9 runs in the previous over bowled by Mohammad Abbas. It was all Tanzid Santamim. Still looking to play his shots. Aerial, thankfully, does not find the fielder.
Three changes for Pakistan for this test match. Just saw them sitting together. Shaheen and Noman and Imam have been left out. Expected change, especially with Sajid, the two in-form left-handers, one batting at the moment, Mominul, and his captain Shanto. And it'll be a good matchup later on whenever that time comes.
Nicely behind it, yeah. I really feel that Sajid Khan missed out on Mirpur. Actually done so well previously in Bangladesh. Well, this is a bilateral test series between Bangladesh and Pakistan. Bangladesh winning it in Pakistan. Now they have an opportunity to win it here at home for themselves. Nicely poises. Oh, in the air. Oh, got a finger to it. The bowling change almost working. Hassan Ali. Tanzid survives.
Yeah, that was a very, very good effort from Hassan Ali. It's very difficult to go to your right and when you're in your follow-through. And he almost got there. I'm not sure what exactly is wrong with Hassan because he comes down and yeah, there.
That knock to the head in the follow-through in an attempt to take the catch. Physio straight away asking him questions. That doesn't look good. He's one of the 3 key seamers in the side, Hassan Ali. Hopefully he hasn't done much damage to himself.
Yeah, that's for precautions. We hope that the stretcher is out, but you do tend to get a jolt. It's almost like a concussion protocol in place at the moment. Just get shook up.
Yeah, Bangladesh being promoted a couple of places after that win in Mirpur. The points percentage 44.44, 16 points. Pakistan losing a few.
They've taken a heavy hit in terms of the percentage. They were 33 before the Dhaka test and they've really slipped down. It's gone to 11. Also one position down. They were 7 at the start of the series.
Well, early breakthrough. That's what Mohammad Abbas gave Pakistan. And Mahmoud Hassan Choi, very good take by Salman Ali Agha in the slip cordon. Winning the toss, choosing to field first, giving the bowlers a go. That doesn't look good, Sikandar. That really doesn't look good.
It looks good to me as long as the stretcher is empty. And now he wants to maybe just take that right. Precautions. Just go back into the changing room and spend some time with professional care around you. As he's while diving to catch that ball, he's landed on his forehead, and that's the harder part, harder surface, the pitch. He's banged his head. So that also becomes a bit of a problem for Shan Masood because he's at the moment 1 bowler less. And we always talk about this, that you have a like-for-like replacement for a keeper. But if a bowler in a situation like this, day one of the test match, cannot participate anymore, you cannot have a replacement, which probably should be looked into.
On the stretcher now, and you'd surely hope that it's only precautionary. Umar Gul, the bowling coach of Pakistan, was also looking concerned. It is a matter of concern. Can never undermine a blow to the head. Head coach now also coming into the act. It's just the first session of a test match. Was just bowling his first over, which happens to be the 8th. Then the follow through has ended up hurting himself. Well, as of now, they'll have to replace him. Someone else will have to come in and finish the over. For Pakistan, they'd be hoping that he recovers. Salman Ali, spinner, been asked to bowl a single delivery. Spin and get the over done with. Clip in place. Short leg 2. Fielder at short cover also. That will be the end of the over. 8 done, Bangladesh 40 for 1.
Change ball, lads, right on round.
$40 for 1. So for those who just joined us, Hassan Ali, who's has left the ground because of a concussion protocol brought in place. While trying to catch the ball, he hit his forehead onto the pitch area. Sajid for the first time. So just going back to the rules where we've seen that the keeper can be replaced like for like, so can a batter in the name of the concussion replacement, but nothing for the bowler.
Good ball, Sajid.
7.5 overs of seam. Then Hassan Ali taking the blow. Salman Ali Agha asked to bowl a single delivery to end the 8th. And now spin. Sajid Khan, one of the 3 changes, been asked to bowl from the rocket end. The 2 left-handers in place. Asking the short leg, square leg fielder to fall back. Bit of turn coming around the wicket.
Good ball, Saj. Good ball, Saj.
You're very early with spin. 9th over on day 1, and Pakistan have already brought Sajid in operation. So from what we know, Pakistan haven't officially asked anything yet in terms of a like-for-like replacement. They'll probably play the waiting game. But sooner they will have to make up their mind, because they will be 1 bowler short, keeping in mind how long Hassan Ali stays away from the field.
Happy to see him off. 42 for 1. This partnership have really accelerated. 42 of 52. Almost going at a one-day international sort of a tempo, but this is mostly courtesy of the debutant, Tanzid Tamim. Been oozing with the optimism. Now there's been a change of ends for Mohammad Abbas, coming from the Dutch Bangla Bank end now. Doesn't help. Nope. Concerns, you're going to make a move, change a bowler, you bring in one of the bowlers, he gets injured. Maybe. And also the batters scoring runs at a good tempo. Run rate almost 5. Bit of room. That time, just get a single though.
Anytime you've seen width outside off, they've been very smart. And sometimes you see them leaning into the drive. Sometimes just a nice touch, opening the face of the bat, using the pace. And that's what you just mentioned about the scoring rate. So they haven't missed out on scoring opportunities whenever it has come on offer, and they've grabbed it.
Oh, squared him up. Bit of an extra bounce noticeable this very occasion. Yeah, perhaps also that because they're scoring freely has caused Shan Masood to bring in Sajid Khan early from the other end.
Some extra bounce there on that occasion, just hitting that handle.
Five boundaries hit by the two left-handers in the middle for Bangladesh. 3 of them belong to Tanzid. See the error in line. Room offered outside the off. One sliding down the leg. Capitalized on that.
The red delivery is just a little outside off. It's also to do with the fuller length that was on offer, where they just were able to drive it through the line. Every time they've just pulled that length back a little bit, around between 6 and 8, it has worked for them. You are guessing a bit of a good bounce. Just like that. Keeping the batter on the toes, and this time you landed on the ball. Azam, be very painful.
Oh, skied it. Bowler calling for it himself. Takes it. That is the softest of dismissals. Out of the blue. Skies it, and it's an easy cotton ball for Mohammad Abbas as he gets his second.
It's not the first time we've seen that ball going up, but not near any fielder. This time he's trying to pull that, he's just skied it. And almost yes and no between the captain and the bowler eventually. They don't mess it up. Abbas gets his second. Bangladesh lose the debutant, Tanzid, 44 for 2.
Steady, guys, please.
Talk about it and clarify that now. The captain is in. In at 4 is Nazmul Hussain Shanto, closing in on 2,500 runs. Century and a half century out of the 6 and 9. Coming in the first test in Mirpur. It is Sajid Khan who will continue from the rocket end. Offie swept away. Pretty fine. And it will be a Nexus pay for.
Catch it!
Plays it late through the fielder. Will allow the batters to change ends. Have gained clarity though that a like for like replacement is possible. But here's the wicket.
Yeah, it does say so that in Test cricket, under the ICC regulations, if a player sustains a head or a neck injury and is diagnosed with a concussion, then the team is allowed to bring in a replacement. Will be like for like. So in this case, a bowler, be a frontline bowler, will replace him. Another bowler, a similar standing player. So first the official report has to come in that he does have concussion, and then only the concussion protocol will allow you the like for like replacement.
Oh, drawing the batter outside the off. Well bowled. Now Sajid Khan was very successful back in 2021. 16 wickets he got in 2 test matches. Very well bowled delivery. Oh, inducing the outside edge now. Opens the account, does the Bangladesh captain. Well, have to be careful. You have to be careful. Babar Azam there.
Yeah, you can just see the surface underneath is quite wet. You're sliding. Not the first time. We saw Hassan Ali as well while trying to pick the ball. Your boots get stuck in, and that becomes a concern for the fielders to avoid those injuries. 52 for 2.
That's center. Thank you.
Cool kids bringing in a lot of excitement. Day 1 of the second test here in Sylhet. 50 on the board for Bangladesh in the previous over. Mohammad Abbas. Using his feet. Nazmul Hussain Shanto. Sun playing hide and seek. Looks brighter. Good news for cricket fans, at least as of now.
We have come to the conclusion that these weather apps are an absolute embarrassment. I mean, it's raining according to my phone. I don't know which Sylhet that is. Well, good, the weather stays away, but if you want to prepare yourself, I mean, you cannot according to those apps.
I think I'll keep my phone with yours as well. At least dry, which means he does continue. Conditions, they do shift quickly. All of a sudden it's dark. Maybe the bowler is getting some extra movement. The ball's doing something extra. Now it's bright again. He is certainly a batter in form, the Bangladesh captain. Century in the first innings, 87 in the second. But it was not easy to bat in Mirpur. Having lost 2 early wickets, he needs to do it again.
Yeah, this pair, especially this pair, has been that thorn that's been pinching. Pakistan would surely like to make inroads here, because then they will feel they're controlling the test match, or especially that first session. If they can get Mominul or Shanto early, then that will be an achievement and a half, because they both are in sublime form. Played a very important role in that first innings, 400 plus.
Mohammad Abbas, been informed by our stats guru that he's got 99 out of his 108 wickets have come outside Pakistan. His set, Tanzid Tamim, very consistent with the length. And then he pulls the length back. It was the shortest of the lot, the wicket ball. Gets another one, will be 100 wickets for him. Mohammad Abbas outside Pakistan. That single does not allow the maiden. It's 53 for 2. Slip in a gully in place with Shanto on strike. Oh, looking to play against the turn with a short leg in place.
Like this idea of 2 slips. It's all that exaggerated turn where he's getting the ball to just turn away from the left-handers. And it went down to that wide third position. So good to see that attacking mode is on from Shan Masood. He's got more men around the bat with the 2 slips. Adds a bit of protection and also a purchase if he can get that ball to turn the way he did in that previous over.
Yeah, fell short. It's important, this pair, because in the Mirpur test, these two got 170 in the first innings, 105 runs in the second innings. Mentioned how Sajid Khan will play an important role, particularly against the left-handed batters.
Just hurries through his over. Doesn't really allow the batter to take that breathing space between deliveries. He's been waiting for the opportunity. You could see it that he was feeling left out in that first test. And when he saw Miraz getting a fifer in that first innings, he must be just hoping that he gets a call for this second one, and he does.
Especially when he got 12 wickets in his last outing in Mirpur back in 2021. Will be another single, 2 singles of this Sajid Khan over. Bangladesh are 55 for 2, and it's time for the players and officials to hydrate.
picture is this stadium. One of the finest I've seen. He'll be happy. The first one to go was Joy. Nicely taken in the slip. There's bounce, there's movement. No hesitation for Shan Masood to decide to bowl first on this track. Winning the toss. Not only that, they've also picked up another one. It's a poor shot in the end. He's looking good on debut. Nothing short. Soft dismissal. Short one. I knew he was in trouble when he played that. It's been a good start. It's been with the 2 wickets already in the bag for Pakistan, but they've also managed to score a few runs here. 55 in the first hour. Tanzid was going well when he played that shot. A couple of wickets to Mohammad Abbas, 2 for 20. Unfortunately, Hassan Ali of his own bowling, trying to stop one, fell like that. And he banged his head on the surface. Probably will have a better look at from this angle. Ooh. Taken away in a stretcher. I hope he's okay. He didn't look good. There he is. He's gone to the hospital to have a checkup, and best wishes for him. Right. Mominul Abbas continues round the wicket. You like what you've seen of this surface, Ramiz, so far?
It's a battable surface. No gremlins as such. Looks can be deceptive. Well, Pakistan have hedged their bets. It's as simple as that. So they feel that there's a result for them. So opting to bowl first. There's not been massive sideways movement. And Tanzid's wicket would have disappointed not only Bangladesh, but the newcomer as well. That's a beauty. Length bowling at its best. Because I'm all for unorthodox, because if that's your style of batting, go for it. But then after spending time at the crease, 34 balls, you shouldn't get out. Because you've seen the worst of the surface. You've been sort of battle hardened in a way, and then you throw it away.
Now the fielder for Mominul goes a little bit deeper in the square leg position. Which means it opens up that area. So he'll pick up a single, happy to rotating the strike there. Again, coming to the point where the captains have to decide, right? We've seen what has happened in Dhaka. We've seen what happened in Mirpur. We won the test in terms of Shan Masood, and we decided to bowl first, and then you gave it away. Even today. But today was a little bit more gloomier, Ramiz. It was quite overcast. So everybody was expecting that this surface will assist the seamers. But you see that delivery then. You see that kind of a delivery. It's just after 1 hour. This odd one has taken off, odd one will move around. But then again, the job for the top openers and the top order is to negate that advantage that the bowler is supposed to get from a green surface. But then if you get set, then the ball settles down and there's not a lot of movement. Then you can play and pick up easy runs just like that. So what did Shantu say when did you ask him what he would have done?
I think he would have wanted to bowl as well. So you're given 22 yards, and supposed to extract stuff out of it. And so if the skills are not great, even that decision can go pear-shaped and against you. So his men have got to come good on this surface. It can't be another 170-run partnership from this pair. It happened in Dhaka. Mominul and Shanto outplayed Pakistan. End of the over, 57 for 2.
Sajid. One of the changes for Pakistan in the attack quite early. You're okay with that? Because of the surface, we've talked about so much in terms of the surface. You have a spinner early on.
I think they want to utilize the moisture, and that's why this option of off-spin bowling, that is thrashed, that's absolutely nailed and smoked, whatever you want to use the term. Picked up the links so early. Shantu once again on song, in form.
The Bangladesh batters have stayed very positive. The skipper, who's in a terrific touch, that's well bowled. He just beats him in the flight, so he doesn't really go to the pitch of the delivery and realize that it's short, so he defends it. So well bowled, good comeback from Sajid.
Sajid wants a bit of challenge. He's always up for it. Oh, that's the straighter one. Bit like Medias and Mirage. Variations in attacking the stumps.
Go on side, go on side.
Slight bit of tactical change from Shan Masood. Noman in the last test match was used after 26 overs, and we've seen Sajid Khan to come in and bowl in the 9th. So more attacking. I think he wants to use Sajid as an attacking option. Slip in a gully and a short leg.
And a bowler short. Remember, Hassan Ali is off. And two left-handers in the middle, so not a bad option. After conceding a boundary, he doesn't concede any more run in this over. 61 for 2.
Down the wicket. Down the wicket. Taking, brother.
Yeah, he bowled only 5 deliveries, so Salman had to come in and complete his over. Well, good news, he's back. Yeah, looks good, and that is very good to see him back in the field. Took a little bit of time, which is absolutely fine. That's well bowled. And when you, just on the aspect of the changes that Pakistan made, the mid-3 changes, Babar Azam, we know that he was an automatic choice because if he was fit, he comes in. But then they decided, you look at this delivery, little bit of movement coming inwards and then holding it shape, goes past the bat. Khurram brought in place of Shaheen Shah Afridi and Sajid in place of Noman. I'm just wondering, in terms of when you pick 3 seamers, Pakistan has picked 3 right-arm seamers. And I know maybe because we've spoken about maybe Shaheen Shah Afridi was off color, but I just have a feeling, I told you right at the beginning, Ramiz, off the mic, that I think this is kind of a surface where Shaheen Shah Afridi could have been quite handy.
So 2 things could have happened. he would have lost his bowling charm. He had played the first test match, so maybe more bowling ready, body-wise. That's gone down the leg side. There's a faint tickle, maybe off the thigh. Or he could have continued to struggle, because in the first test match, Shaheen Afridi was spraying the ball around. He wasn't as disciplined as Mohammad Abbas, but he is different to Mohammad Abbas. Abbas is tailor-made for line and length bowling. Shaheen Afridi obviously is different. He's more attacking in nature, so there's must have been a hard sell to the coaching staff, to himself, Shan Masood, whether to ignore Shaheen Afridi for this test match. That's gone for a run. Also, I think Khurram Shahzad is of similar pace. He is not express. We're talking about a bowler who bowls around 129, 130. And that's been the real issue with Pakistan fast bowling attack. There's not been an out-and-out fast bowler. So they've replaced a bowler who has the same pace as Shaheen Afridi. Shaheen Afridi with the left arm angle could have been a bit different. But then he looked not that great in that first test match. Got to admit, Shaheen Afridi clearly was below par.
Yeah, I'm pointing out to the variety that you can have up your sleeve. Sliding down the leg side, most likely he's coming round the wicket. Shan Masood has run all the way from mid-off and looking at the keeper. Keeper is gone way down at leg gully position, because he was retrieving that ball. Now then, don't think they're going to take their... Just on Shaheen Afridi, yes, even though he looked off colour, he did pick up 3 for 113. He bowled 31 overs in the first innings. And then he picked up a couple of wickets, 2 for 54 in the 16 overs that he bowled. This is the delivery that they thought about. He went down the wicket. So he had come out of the crease from the batting position.
Shan Masood didn't get a lot of help from the slip cordon or the keeper. And I think is a little frustrated. Oh, bowled him! What a beauty that is! Lovely piece of bowling. Beat him all ends up. A little bit loose, the left-hander going with that full-blooded drive, and Mominul would know that it wasn't the shot to be played on this surface. Beat him all ends up. Big gap between bat and pad, and he was done.
I will do, mate.
Yeah, what a beauty that is. Credit to the bowler. Maybe just a bit looser on part of Mominul Haq. He pays the price. Gone for 22. They lose their third. Bangladesh 63 for 3. Mushfiqur Rahim, 102 test matches. What a career he has been. He's been a great ambassador for the game itself. And his fitness, mental and the physical fitness, stands out. And he's come in because Khurram Shahzad has bowled a beauty to see the back of Mominul. A bit loose, just a little bit late, and then a bit of movement of the surface also.
Terrific delivery, cut him in half, as they say, and so a bit static from footwork point of view, Mominul. Massive gate open between bat and pad. And it's a major breakthrough, because this partnership did hurt Pakistan quite badly in the first test match. And we know that Mominul can stick around. He's a stickler for technique, and a good man to have in crisis situation.
Yeah, at times he's been on the shorter side, Sajid Khan. But Shan Masudi will be quite pleased because that was missing. You made a mention of that partnership between Shanto and Mominul when they added 170 after losing 2 early wickets. But now they've picked up the wicket of Mominul Haq. So you're opening a window there for the bowlers to go and grab a few more because there's still got a lot of about 40 minutes to go for lunch. And if they create more opportunities, if they create a little bit more pressure, then surely we're in for some more wickets here.
Well, the ball has gripped and turned, and it's day one. I think because of the moisture, because of the grass, at times the grass can offer assistance to spin bowling, and it's not a total green covering of the grass as well. So you'd find some bare patches where the ball has probably hit and spun more. It's a good line. It brings in a lot of energy. I think that's the value that you have with Sajid Khan. And the onus was always on Pakistan to make it a happening session for them after winning the toss. And so 3 wickets in the first hour and a half is not a bad game at all for them. Not a bad position at all.
Yeah, when you open up one end and you see the conditions maybe more suitable for the seamers, if I was a skipper, I would have Mohammad Abbas back in the attack straight away and attack someone like Mushfiqo. Short, wide, it's a single. Because if he gets set, then it's a problem for Pakistan. Vulnerable, not just only him. I think the batters coming into bat in any conditions, first few overs, first half an hour, so very vulnerable. They're not sure what to do. They're trying to get their eye in. They're trying to get set. That's where you really have to attack. In his 5th over now. Plays it late. 66 for 3. Yeah, Bangladesh will be hoping this partnership grows, and then they'll be hoping that 6 and 7 make a very valuable contribution with the bat. They missed out in the first test match. Yeah, struck him out at the off stump. He's bowling well. He's getting into that rhythm where he feels that he's going to pick up a wicket in each and every delivery. He asked for it. Yeah, he's asked for it.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. Check feet, fair delivery. Front on, please. Rock and roll, please. I can see clear gap between bat and the ball. You can go to the ball tracking. Waiting for the ball tracking. On-field decision is given, not out. Pitching outside off. Impact outside. Paleka, you can stay with your on-field decision, not out. You're on the screen, Paleka.
He got it right. Right? Wasted review, wasn't it, Ramesh? Because initially, to the naked eye, when we saw that delivery being struck on the pad, it looked like he was moving. It looked like he was outside the off stump when the ball hit the pads.
I think Shan, Masood probably forced the hand because he looked very excitable. And kept on asking from the slip cordon that it's got to be out. And yeah, make up your mind in my favor. That was kind of a gesture. You got to just tighten up a little bit. Earlier saw Mominul being done by a beauty. And so Shantho with hard hands, he likes to get to the pitch of the ball, but I think the situation demands him to just calm down a bit.
Yeah, the other thing which I'm noticing now is in the last couple of overs, Khurram has brought the ball back into the left-hander. So when that starts to happen, that's how he picked up the wicket of Mominul Haq. Then that fielder at deep square leg is a wasted one because he's pitching it up. Have him at short leg because the ball's coming back to the right-hander. So if he gets an inside edge, then he comes into play. So I think this is what Shan Masood needs to think. It needs to be a little bit proactive. I know Khurram has even picked up his best figures of 6 for 90. That came against Bangladesh in Rawalpindi in 2024, the second test match. So he knows a little bit about the batters. He does have that knowledge that have been successful against Bangladesh in the past. So you got to give him a little bit more cover in terms of the catching. Look, that's the fielder at deep square leg. I think it's wasted at the moment.
It could be because Shantho is so much keen on being on the front foot that they want him to play or think about that square leg fieldsman and go back a bit in the crease. Now there's the bouncer, and that's well negotiated in the end. I think it's a tactical move. I think he's bowled a no ball, just overstretching himself a little.
Nowadays, you really don't want to see, if you're a bowling coach, Umar Gul will be not very pleased to see that happen. Because the time you've seen bowlers picking up wickets, bowling a no ball. I remember Taskin Ahmed. I picked up Salman Ali Aga, but unfortunately it was a no ball. And it can turn out to be quite decisive in the end. Again inside edge. He's getting the ball to move in. Lucky for the batter, unlucky for the bowler. 4.
Yeah, it's been a top quality spell so far. This particular one, because you've got to play at the ball. He's bowling that length, and then if it straightens, then the slip cordon becomes that much more potent force behind the stumps. And so the in-swingers are also causing a little bit of ripple in the mind of the batsman, in the technique of the batsman. We earlier saw Mominul done by a beautiful in-swinger. So he's actually bowling for both edges, inside edge and the outside edge.
Can he take the ball away from the left-hander? That is the bigger question here, because the idea is to setting up the batters to make sure that he takes it. Now the right-hander comes in front of him. So that's absolutely fine. Probably have a few more slips in place. But when he bowls to the left-hander, we've seen on most occasions, they tends to bring the ball back into the left-hander. So if he can just hold the line or shape it away from the left-hander, then he's in business, for sure.
Even if he doesn't get the ball to swing a lot, even a straighter line would look as if his bowler a terrific outswinger, because he goes wider of the stumps, mentioned it earlier also. Takes a little bit of time settling into his style of bowling. Can be a bit unnerving on a hillful pitch. I think he's a good selection so far. Shahzad, 1 for 24.
The first time on strike against Khurram Shahzad. And he's a little bit too straighter. 72 for 3. 72 for 3. Well, Hassan Ali is back in the attack. Good news for Pakistan. I mentioned about the numbers of runs. They've scored 72, but in 18 overs, that means they're going at 4 runs in an over, which is really good. Right in the middle from Shanto. He's hit the purple patch. He's batted beautifully. Good to see him because he took a blow on his head, went out, had a bit of a checkup, but he's fine. First delivery is 132 clicks. The ball, that is not a bad delivery at all, but the problem is there's a bit of a gap between the second slip fielder and the gully. So it goes between that and it's a boundary.
I think he's probably earned it. It's a difficult pitch to bat on, so you're allowed to be scratchy at times. Played it down into the gap. Nice angle from Hassan Ali. 2 slips and a gully. That is what Shanto can do to the opposition because he's such a hustler that you normally want to play it safe against him. So that's the reason why Pakistan probably are having 2 slips and a gully behind the stumps, even though this pitch is ripe for more fieldsmen in the slip cordon.
I think what's good from Shanto on that occasion was he took the left hand off the bat. Here you go. So it's softer hands. He's not pushing at the ball. So if you push at the ball, then the slips come into play. Look at that. It's soft and it just releases the left hand. Bowled, asking questions. There's a movement available at times off the surface also.
He's falling over just a little bit. Even though he's a good player of his pads, clips the ball well through square leg and mid-wicket. And I think there's a massive shake of head because he felt that he had missed out on an opportunity to score some runs here.
Ball. He's asking question in this over.
Narrow margins. Getting closer and closer, Pakistani bowlers. Yeah, the angle of variations. The degrees of variations and movement.
It has moved. The deviation is quite noticeable, isn't it? And that was expected. It's no surprises here. It's getting a little bit bright. And it's been good from Pakistan to knock off 3 batters early on. But they'll be hoping that they can bowl them out cheaply here. The fight is on again. Mushfiqur Rahim and Nazmul Shanto in the middle. That's a good line. That's a good line. That's a good over. 77 for 3.
Very, very good session for Pakistan. Half an hour to go before the luncheon interval. Good toss to win, a good decision taken, exploiting the conditions wonderfully well. Nice looking shot, finds the fielder though. Najmul and Nishanta will take on the bowler if there are opportunities. You won't be cowed down by the situation. Just having a look at the average deviation this morning, 0.8, and the first test just 0.5. So already much more in terms of deviation. The weather conditions obviously dictate that, and also the greenish tinge on top of that wicket. Sikandar.
Good morning, Shamim. Yes, indeed, Pakistan would be happy to see 3 in the column of wickets. And in the last 20 minutes or so, we've seen some lateral movement, the ball shaping in, especially with Khurram Shahzad bowling some good lines, and rewarded with Mominul's wicket. Got an inside edge of Shanto's bat.
That has been the attitude. Just had to walk away from the line of that throwback to the keeper. Shows aggression. Bangladesh going at 3.95, despite the loss of those 3 wickets, which is some kind of positivity in their approach. A bounce stopped. Whoops. Reaction from Khurram. Maybe a little late, maybe a little not too much in line to the keeper there, but safe enough to evade it.
From Bangladesh's point of view, they wouldn't want to lose anymore. It's got half an hour to lunch, and they'd like to keep things this way. Shanto and Mushfiq are experienced enough to make sure that they deal with this lateral movement themselves, and then come back in session 2 and start fresh.
One thing that might benefit their cause, Bangladesh's cause, is that the sun has come out. So that initial overcast condition, which helped in a little bit of movement, may be negated somewhat. The ball now into the 20th over. So if you bide your time, be sensible in your approach. And these two know how to overcome awkward situations. I think they'll do well to go without losing a wicket till lunch. What Bangladesh will be hoping for. Pakistan, on the other hand, would love a wicket here. Oh, clipped that away very nicely, eased into that, lent into that shot. Fielder in the deep just allows the single.
Yeah, you talk about Bangladesh and their star batter, their captain. I think he's had a good period in the last 6 months or so, a little more than that. Got 4 centuries and a 50 in his last 5 test matches.
And in Mushfiqur Rahim, you have a batter playing in his 102nd test match. He knows how to go about it. Just taps his bat out. It's a good over. 78 for 3. Well, just allowed the ball to come onto him and just guided that. Walks the single. You see, just wind just picking up on a couple of occasions. We've seen that flag just the limp. There's a mixture of a light breeze, and also the breeze stops once in a while. So when the breeze picks up, which it hasn't now, that crosswind might help the course of the bowlers. Taking the time into the 21st over. You know, Pakistan had problems in the first test with the over rate, just not quite there for Mushfiqur Rahim. Despite that, he does get a bit of bat to it. Good to see Hassan Ali back in the middle into his third over. Had a fall and was taken to the medical assessment room. Big strike force for Pakistan. Ah, what a beauty. Look at that nip away. The perfect delivery to the right-hander.
Yeah, that's the one they've been searching for. The one that moves away from that right-hander. Exactly that. Till now, we've been seeing they've been trying to shape that into the left-hander. So this will be a good angle for Mushfiqur. Just straightens up after pitching. And a very good length as well. This is a couple of deliveries ago where Hassan Ali is going. Just that danger zone. You can see that red strip. Umpires keep a very close eye, strict watch.
Once in a while, the bowler will deviate down the line, allows the batters to just clip it away. Not really bothered at the pace of the running. At the moment, Bangladeshi batters absolutely realize the fact that it's imperative to build up this partnership worth 17 and go into lunch with no further loss of wickets. Pakistan desperately trying to get another one. Got that angled delivery, two slips and a gully waiting for the left-hander. Bowling it, keeping it tight, Hassan Ali. Bowled Jeff earlier, and then you expect him to just use the natural angle coming over to the left-hander. Get that going, and now the umpire coming down and having a look at that point you're mentioning, the danger area. Might be just a polite talk to the bowler not to encroach into that danger zone. There he goes. $80 for 3.
पूरा ओवर खिलाओ, यहाँ पे जाने नहीं देना इसको, सिंगल करके भाग जाता है ये। ठीक है, थोड़ा सा टाइम ले सकता है। ऑलरेडी बॉयज।
Despite the loss of 3 wickets, Bangladesh have really worked those dots and the ones and the 2s, 3s and the 4s very nicely, because they're going at 3.81 runs per over, which is decent going. It's only the wickets column that can be of a little bit of a concern, but you build on this partnership and take the fight back. And who else to do it better than the two in the middle at the moment?
Yeah, more importantly for them would be Shanto. We've seen the previous two batters also got themselves in, scored in their 20s, faced over 5 overs individually, but they just couldn't then convert that into a longer stay. So it's important for Shanto to stand his ground and make sure that the start he's got, he carries on. Mominul got 22 of 41. Tanzid looked good on debut, also got into his 20s, but they lost their wickets. And both of them, mind you, were pretty loose shots. Tanzid trying to pull one or a shorter length, and then an extension of his arms away from the body from Mominul left a big gate open. So, more so, from Bangladesh's point of view, this pair, very important, and utilize the start they've got for themselves by spending some time out there.
Once again, whenever you have that angle and it's really directed towards the leg stump, makes it much more simple for the batter to guide it away with a flick of the wrist. You'd essentially want, if you're bowling to the left-hander, to try and find that channel. Pakistan can ill afford to loosen their grip. There's got to be disciplined bowling regularly.
They were pushing for the second, and Hassan Ali in the deep. He has put in all the effort. It's looked a little out of shape while throwing that, but yeah, the running you mentioned about the scoring rate has been good. They are not letting go of any chance and opportunity of a rotating strike. It's a good thing.
And what a delightful looking shot that is. Very compact. When he does times it sweetly, but it's also the sluggish outfield that allows the fielder to go and retrieve it. But Mushfiqur Rahim will be quite pleased with that effort. Bolster his confidence. The umpire trying to get the attention of someone behind the side screen or beside the side screen. Massive side screens here, Sikandar. Despite that, something catches the batter's eyes.
Yeah, usually the first-class game, they do go for 40 feet. It just covers a lot of your peripheral vision.
Is that going to be a no ball? Yeah, you hear that dreaded sound. It's another no ball. Extra effort, more shoulder into that, in the process overstepping.
Second time from Khurram Shahzad, and he's overstepped. They can put in your extra effort, but doesn't mean you bowl from halfway down the pitch.
It's not halfway down the pitch, just over. Sikandar. Once again, a little bit of disturbance, people walking around. Mushfiqur Rahim has got a huge peripheral vision. Also bowling to the left-right combination, and the bowlers have to change their angles, change the feel every time a single is taken. Not the easiest thing to do when they're coming in at pace and trying to get a strict line and length maintained. So that a little bit of extra effort tends to come in. But Pakistan today winning the toss and elected to field. A good decision from Shan Masood that has paid off. Taken 3 wickets, but the pair they'd like to break are in the middle right now.
Shan got to win the toss and got what he wanted to bowl here with the conditions available, and 3 wickets in that first session. Oh, another no ball. Second in the over, third overall by Khurram Shahzad. Just getting a little untidy there with the top of the popping crease. This was very marginal, the heel on the line, but it is what it is. Line doesn't belong to you.
Nice, that wasn't too far away. Bowling around 132 clicks. Except for the no balls, I think his discipline to both the left and right handers have been reasonably on line, disciplined, bowls within himself. The release just a little back of a length. Mushy just before lunch is not going to be bothered in trying to score against those deliveries. Wise option to shoulder arms. Now it's closer to you. He'll make sure that he puts bat on ball and gets a single to finish that over. 9 runs from that over. It's 89 for 3. Mominul Hassan Joy went in the second ball of the test match, of the second test match. Tanzid debutant, played reasonably well, but maybe guilty of the shot he tried, which got him out. Now Mushfiqur Rahim, oh, what a delightful, deft little touch. Didn't do anything fancy, opened the face, just enough on it in terms of placement, and the speed of the bowler goes to the boundary.
Yeah, Hassan shouldn't be too harsh on himself. It's not a bad delivery. He's trying to get the ball to shape away. Yes, very well handled by Mushfiqur. But that's the area where you want to continue and target. He's just a little frustrated in his reaction after that ball raced through that slip cordon for a boundary.
Just felt the line was good. Maybe the length a little too close on that occasion. Well, that's been corrected. Just pulled it back, more better length on that occasion. Is looking at that follow through once again.
That's a great channel there. Getting enough movement away, just inviting Mushfiqur to get into that drive. And like you said, looking at 10 minutes to a lunch on day one, doesn't want to play around with anything. Just moving away. We'll be dealing with it when it's coming into the stumps, but anything shaping away is better left alone.
Oh, now once again, just a little bit of drift down leg. Did it get off the bat or the pad? It's a leg by. I heard that little dull thudding sound with that angle.
You see he's doing what he's trying to do, Hassan, moving 3 deliveries just away from that right hand and then brings one in. Thinking bowler is trying various setups before lunch against the right-hander. Good to see him carrying on over the wicket to the left as well.
Hasn't had strike for a while, but Najmul Hussain Shanta will be thinking in similar terms in terms of going and playing for lunch. No histrionics, no fancy stuff, just basic defense to take them through, because done a good job of building up this partnership of 31 of 44 after the 3rd wicket went down at 63. It's 94 for 3.
ठीक है
हेलमेट दे दो भाई हेलमेट हिमलिट पास भाई एक स्लिप आनी है कहीं नहीं चाहिए कवर नहीं था इधर आ जाओ थैंक यू कवर शुरू में रहने दो
It's going to be a change. The bowling, a little respite. It's only 6-7 minutes to go and they're having a drink. Let's take a bit of time. Or maybe they changed gloves. It can be quite sweaty. Sajid has bowled 5 for 19. Got the ball to grip. Genuine spinner. Aggressive kind of bowler.
Not a bad move with 7 minutes to lunch, as you mentioned, just to bring in Sajid, and he's changed ends. Got some men around the bat. He's bowled well for whatever was done for 19. He looks very eager to get amongst the wickets and put his contribution in.
It's quite a busy kind of bowler. He just scurries through. There's a lot of movement in his action. Goes across, very quick through the air. That's played away. And that's gone for 4 runs. The fielder gives up the chase. It's there for the taking, but comfortably done.
Yeah, it's gone way too full. Now outside off, so the right hander has no problems. He's getting to that. Yeah, he looks busy because he quickly gets to the top of his mark. Quickly goes through, doesn't allow the batter to spend too much time between deliveries. And his speeds are a bit of a deception because his arm rotation is so rapid. Almost comes across as he's wrong-footed, but once you've played him for a while, then you start gauging how he operates. Otherwise, his speeds are between 85 and 83, which is pretty equivalent to Miraz. But it's just his action seems a little more rapid.
Now with the left-hander, he's got a slip and a gully and a forward short leg. This is a good effort with the field. Put the pressure on the batter in these dying stages before the luncheon interval. We're thankful that the rains have stayed away despite all the forecasts. There's a quick look. Yeah, you mentioned they might seem wrong for it, but it's not. That really speared through. The variations coming thick and fast here from Sajid.
Yeah, that was the quickest in the over. 88 clicks.
It's 99 for 3.
Shamim, you've been talking about the scoring rate. So if you were to ask me who has won this session, I think with 100 runs almost there in session 1, despite of losing 3 wickets, you probably would say a bit of a sharing of this session because, yes, Pakistan got 3 wickets, but to still manage and get 100, I think it's just balances out a little bit.
Completely agree with you. I think if Pakistan are not able to break this partnership, it would be evenly shared this session. And that's good. That's going into a test match, gives that urgency and the interest with both the teams when they come back after lunch. Mushfiqur Rahim is going to be very carefully watching the trajectory of the ball and is going to shoulder more often than not. Once again, we see the umpire. Umpire Richard Kettleborough going across on the follow-through. And as a bowler, you'll be watching the movement of the umpire, seeing that he's going across. There might be a warning coming. It's getting very, very close. and we understand he's just been given an official warning. He's going into that danger area.
Yeah, first he left the field for concussion. You don't want to leave the field again for the wrong reasons. So warning one has been given. I think he's been quite watchful, umpire Kettleborough. I think on 2-3 occasions he went down and had a look. This is from your stump cam where that right boot is. And there it is. That's the warning.
You see that rhythm that he was getting when he was pretty much in front and stepping on the danger area. That'll play on his mind. He'll try to sway away. Might just affect the line he's bowling.
He's trying to get as close as possible to the stumps and then shape that ball away from Mushfiqur Rahim. And because of that, he's ending up just in front of that stumps, the danger area, and his follow through.
Couple of balls left before lunch. Yeah. There's the line. But Mushfiqur Rahim, equal to the task, knows he's got one more to go. Sajid Kettleborough keeping an eagle eye on the follow through and also giving that warning. And Najmul Hasan Janto walking across, a little chat with Mushfiqur Rahim, just making sure that this is the last ball before lunch. Right behind that. That is a maiden over, and Bangladesh remain on 99 for 3. Umpires standing, waiting for the other umpire to come to the end. I think there might just be another over.
Yeah, we just heard Rizwan saying, let's move on quickly. It's 99 for 3.
Sajid back on. So an extra over to play out, an extra bit of concentration. Maybe they were feeling a little relaxed that they've done the job for the moment.
We saw Shanto coming down, gardening, talking to Mushfiqur in that previous over, trying to get past noon and get into lunch. But yeah, they managed to squeeze in one more.
Well, the umpire was very rapidly into his position, just with a few seconds left. Just past the fielder for a single to bring up the 100 for Bangladesh. So in terms of runs, they'll be pretty happy with the first session of play on day one of the second test match here. Mushfiqur Rahim not out on 17. Patient knock, couple of boundaries. 3 more balls to face. What should definitely be lunch. Slip, 4 short leg, and leg gully. Change of angles. Trying everything in his armory now. That line different. Moshi does some more gardening. Takes up fresh stance with the open face this time because of the angle of the bowler. What about that? Just walks into that shot and ambles the single.
Not a bad ploy, just use of feet covering the line and just pushing it. Last ball before lunch.
Done and dusted for the moment. That is lunch here on day one of the second test match of the Dutch-Bangla test series. He won the toss, decided to bowl first. It paid off with an early wicket or not, and a couple more wickets. Bangladesh have also fought back well, particularly with this partnership of 38 between the skipper and Mushfiqur Rahim, 38 of 63. It's pretty much evenly shared the honours on this first session of play.
Yeah, despite of losing 3 wickets, they managed to put 100 in a session. And once again, the senior members taking responsibility, Captain Shanto and Mushfiqur, and they've built themselves a very good partnership. 38, yes, but in the context of the game and the session, very important 38 runs with over 10 overs faced between them. This is the session here. Lost 3 wickets and 101 on the board at lunch on day 1.
Bangladesh came into bat with Mominul Hassan Joy. Went very, very early. Second ball of the test match was back in the hut. And then some nice looking shots from Tanzid Hassan, who came in and scored briskly 3 boundaries and built up a little partnership with Mominul Haq. But then rather a loose looking shot up in the air, very simple take. Mohammad Abbas had Mominul Haq scoring runs. He also had 3 boundaries, joined by Najmul Hussain Shanto. And then he lost it all. Very unlike the shot he was trying to play, leaving a massive gap between bat and pad. Some edgy shots, but Shanto more often than not benefited from those edges. Mushfiqur Rahim was pretty solid with the shot making, was in control till lunch. Well, look at the batting card. Joy going early, Tanzid and Mominul both getting into the 20s but not converting, but it's up to this pair now to take Bangladesh deeper.
Yeah, they got starts, Tanzid first and then Mominul, but losing their wickets. Shanto and Mushfiq have done well to stand tall and put 38 together and keep going with that score of 101.
Bowlers will be reasonably happy. 2 for 22 for the workhorse Mohammad Abbas at a good economy. 1 wicket for Khurram Shahzad. Well, that's the situation here. Bangladesh at lunch at 101 for 3. And we hope you're going to join us for the post-lunch session.
Bangladesh tested and Pakistan coming in with a lot of intent. Day one in Sylhet already proving to be a gripping day of play. Just session one here. Ace Developer presents Straight Drive. Bangladesh 101 for 3 being invited to bat first. They got the starts but didn't really convert. Yeah. 44 of 58, Mominul and Tanzid were looking very optimistic. 19 of 36, and then now 38 of 63 between Mushfiqur Rahim, the veteran, and the captain. Yeah, Mohammad Abbas, the usual suspect, again with 2 quick wickets, and Khurram Shahzad, one of the changes, also coming in with a wicket. Hello and welcome everyone. This is Ace Developer presents Straight Drive. Turn your investments into lifestyle. And to break down the first session, I've got with me the former Pakistan captain Ramiz Raza and former Bangladesh all-rounder Hassan Ali Khan. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining. Ramiz bhai, after losing the first test, Pakistan did come in with a lot of intent. The toss was crucial. They got it. And then the 3 breakthrough would help.
Yeah, I mean, they were more expressive, not explosive, but expressive, certainly. 3 changes, and obviously wanted to make it count, all were pretty beneficial to the cause for Shan. But I would say it's still slightly Bangladesh's first session, because on a green pitch, if you get 100 in the first session, obviously you've done extremely well. 3 wickets for Pakistan. I think they need to keep on fighting. It's as simple as that. Forget about what had happened in the first test match. Learn from that experience and put it right. So there's a lot of pressure on Pakistan because the social media has gone berserk regarding that flat first test match performance. So that must be causing uncertainty in the ranks. You always start second-guessing yourself. But you need decent line and discipline like Mohammad Abbas, and the catching has to be good. I'm so glad that the off spinner was utilized in that first session, because there's a little bit of moisture, and always good to see Sajid Khan come and bowl, because he gives extra bit of life to the dullness of what has transpired or must have transpired in the ranks of Pakistanis. And always good to have a character like that. And Abbas, the dutiful horse, and this was a vicious delivery. Really was a terrific ball to get rid of Mominul.
Yeah, but by having a look at the wickets, do you reckon the Bangladesh were going perhaps a bit too hard at the new ball when it was moving?
I mean, if you reflect, then you realize that perhaps Tanzid Hassan Tamim could have avoided that pull shot that he played, because I thought he was looking good. Making a test debut who already has the international flavor by representing Bangladesh in the white ball format, and knowing the condition, especially in Sylhet, because overcast conditions, green tinge, ball is moving, there's a bit of a bounce. And when you start well, because he started well, the partnership 44 with Mominul, but at that stage of the game, he could have avoided to play that pull shot. I mean, if you look at someone like Nazmuddin Shanto, what has stood out for me is his defense. And if you have rock-solid defense, Shoman, then you will score runs. You have to be patient. It is test cricket. Test of temperament, test of application, test of patience, test of determination, test of grit. So you got to combine it all together and make sure that you don't give a sniff to the opposition. Because once you do that, then they'll come very hard at you by getting out. Also picked up another wicket.
Yeah, Ramiz bhai, yes, the conditions were there. It was a good toss to win, but the Pakistan bowlers made the most of the new ball, and the conditions made the ball talk.
Yeah, to a certain degree, yes. It wasn't extravagant sideways movement, but I thought they were pretty disciplined, and they needed early breakthroughs, something to happen, because you're still reeling from that first test match defeat. Yeah, that was probably the ball of the first session, because playing away from the body, a loose shot, there was a huge gap between bat and pad. But Pakistan needed something like this to happen after, as I said, because there's very few recall moments for them after that first test match defeat. And so you're always struggling, what can we do better? What happened in that kind of a crunch situation? But nothing to recall and can set you back a little. But this was a decent enough session for them. 3 wickets in the first session is not a bad start.
Right. And Atar having lost the first wicket without any run on the board, and then Mominul, Tanzid on his debut was actually looking very positive. They got 44 runs, and at one stage they were going at 5 runs and over, 5 boundaries they hit.
Look, if you look at Tanzid's career international in the white ball format, he's a busy cricketer. He likes to score and he likes to score quickly. But what he also needs to understand is to settle down. Take a back step. Just slow down a bit because you're talking about test match cricket. Test match cricket is about playing 5 days. There's some lovely shots. You know, if you can play shots like these, then you start to grow in confidence with beautiful cover drive, square of the wicket from Mominul, and then few down the leg side. So he has all the shots in the book. But what he also needs to understand, you curb your natural instincts, especially in test match cricket. And if he can do that, then he'll come out even better.
I just feel that, you know, his selection, does it tell you about the mindset of the Bangladeshis right now? I mean, do they want an aggressor up front because, you know, they want to dominate the proceedings,
ball,
you know,
yeah.
moving forward, you know, against the better sides in world cricket? Would they want to have an opener like Tanzid, who wants to hit hard, who does have that one-day or T20 flavor to his batting? But yes, I mean, you've got to taper the temperament. I understand all that. But the fact is that you select somebody keeping in mind the overall health and the mindset of the team. So I think that could have been another reason probably that they opted for him.
Yeah, actually, we'll talk a lot more about this, and we'll take your view on this, Atar bhai. We've got plenty to talk about. But at the moment, it's time for a short break on Ace Developer Presents Straight Drive. Movement of the pitch, movement on the scoreboard, and day one, session one has given us plenty to unpack already. Fascinating day of cricket. It promises to be in the presence of Ramiz Raza and Atar Ali Khan. Atar bhai, just like to touch base with you on the point that Ramiz bhai was mentioning regarding Tanzid Tamim's selection.
Yeah, I mean, also the fact that Shadwan Islam got himself injured, so he gets a cut, makes the cut and makes his debut. What he also needs to, I understand where Ramiz is coming from. You need an aggressor in the top of the order to settle things around, you know, or rather unsettle the opposition, if I may put it in a nicer way. So it's like when you get that opportunity, excuse me, you got to make sure you cash in, capitalize. You can't just go and score 20s and 30s, be happy about it. Excuse me. So it's important for Tanzid, now that he has made a test debut, and if he gets, obviously there's a second innings, and if he does get set, I mean, doesn't get out early on, that's what he and that Bangladesh fans will be hoping for, then he should continue to bat and take a little bit time. That's what I'm asking for.
And absolutely, and he's done it in the ODI format. I'm sure he'll learn quickly. Ramiz bhai, we've seen a bit of drama as well. Khurram Shahzad into the lineup, and you need that from your fast bowlers. When they got a few wickets, they were sniffing something. Were Pakistan, and Khurram got the ball to move and also brought a bit of aggression.
Yes, he did. I think he's been the go-to choice for Shan Masood for many a test matches, and his strike rate is 45, which is quite incredible. We rave about Mohammad Abbas. Abbas's strike rate is 55. It's better than Abbas's strike rate. I mean, the sample size is a small one, but even then, I think looking at the options, he could have been the preferred choice in the first innings also. But Shanto versus Shahzad, obviously, he's got his game plan set, which is batting out of the crease and taking the ball just a little earlier than normal, and so that's how he bats Shanto. He's the disruptor. He disrupts the balance, the discipline, the line and length of the bowler by altering his stance at the crease, which is great stuff. That's why he's such a likable character. You know, you look at his leadership, you look at how he bats, and largely because of his rotation of strike and the way he bats, you know, Bangladesh tends to get 100 runs per session. It happened in the last test match also because he's a hustler. He's a go-getter, you know, he wants to get on with it. And he's just about the right example for somebody like Tanzid also. Because you see, he wants to be frivolous without being edgy and without being a little too frivolous. I mean, that's the right word to say, you know. So you've got to be playing well within yourself and also experimenting a bit, and I think he's a great example of that. You know, he covers both bases.
Right, and trying to soak in the pressure, you know, coming into bat, being the captain, amongst runs, of course, but having lost 3 wickets, so Mushfiqur, him and Shanto both know how to deal with it.
Yeah, Mushfiqur, former captain, we know what he possesses as a player. He's a super fit, Mr. Dependable, but coming back to Shanto, Shamanna and Ramiz, as a captain, he averages more than 40 in Test cricket. As a non-captain, he averages just under 30. It's 29.8.
It happened with me also, Atar. So what happens is that, you know, you take that responsibility and you rise to the occasion.
So that's exactly the point that I'm trying to make. When you are given the responsibility to lead a side, so there's a saying that the captain leading from the front. Why do we say that? Because we know once a captain performs, what he has done in the recent past, I think he likes this pressure. I mean, you can sense it. And also, you can sense the kind of responsibility that he shows in the middle, not only as a batter. He's done wonderfully well in the recent, but as a skipper, as Ramiz pointed out, he makes the right call, he makes the right changes, he makes the right fielding placement, and when it comes through, then you start to feel, okay, he's someone who's looking to stay positive in the field as a fielder and also as a batter when he goes in. Very, very, very good to see.
Well, he's got a job at his hands, but Ramiz bhai, 101 runs in the first session, 3 wickets. Do you think it's a shared session?
Bangladesh slightly ahead, but this pitch will offer something new in the second and the last sessions also. And then, you know, moving forward, I don't think it's going to be that easy to bat on. That's why we've seen a couple of 20s. So it's important for batsmen to understand that you're probably never in on a surface like this. You've got to concentrate extremely hard right throughout your innings. Make sure that if you get a start, then make it count.
And what can we expect from the next session, or what should be the approach from both the teams?
I agree with Ramesh Raja because so far I think it's even Stevens, but you're not sure about the surface. If the sun breaks through, then it dries up and it gets good for batting. If the sun is still behind the clouds, then you never know. The ball will start to do something. So you got to be spot on in terms of what if you decided how to deal. You deal with one ball at a time. What it is in front of you, you play according to that. And maybe, perhaps that's the way to go about it.
Well, way to go about it, and we've got plenty of cricket to follow for you guys. It's just session 1, day 1 done with. It's time to wrap up. Ace Developers, straight drive, turn your investments into lifestyle.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Sylhet and the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. This is the post-lunch session of the first day of the second test match in the Dutch-Bangla Bank series. That's what's transpired. Pre-lunch, the Pakistan captain Shan Wasid winning the toss, putting Bangladesh in, and they lost wickets early. Second ball, there was a wicket and a couple more. The bowlers have been pretty good, particularly Abbas and Khurram Shahzad, 1 for 34 and 2 for 22. The others have been quite miserly in terms of their economy. But Bangladesh have also done well, particularly because of this pair coming out to bat. Mushfiqur Rahim not out on 18 of 31. Najmul Hasan Shanto, the skipper, carries on from where he left off in the Dhaka Test match. 26 of 51 deliveries. And they need to come out and focus. Thankfully, the sun is out here. That is wonderful with all the prediction of rain. It's good to have a full days of cricket if we can manage it. Picturesque Sylhet Stadium, always welcoming for the cricketers. And Mohammad Abbas gets ready to bowl his 8th over. Got the 2 slips and a gully in. As I'm joined by Ramiz Raja. Good afternoon, Ramiz.
Afternoon, Shamim. Yes, I think this could be a good batting session because the sun is out. We saw the ball to grip and it had a bit of angle from the pacers in the first session. But you expect this from Mushfiqur. Immaculate defense. There's certain cricketers, batsmen who like defending. They sort of get a lot of enjoyment at a block compared to some who just likes to get on with it. Mushfiq comes across as someone who absolutely loves playing that kind of a shot, that defensive bat and pat together shot.
Other side of the coin, Mohammad Abbas likes to be on the money straight away. He's been so meticulous and right through. There have been odd deliveries, understandable. You can't have 6 very good balls, but more often than not, he'll be doing this. Right behind, solidly. Thinks of Iran. partner doesn't think so.
Try to put him off Abbas by standing out of the crease, on the crease. We saw Shantu really come out of the crease, and at times he was using his feet. In the first test match he did that quite cleverly, because if you allow him to bowl, then obviously it becomes difficult to dislodge him. He's playing from a normal stance position, which is, you know, normally batsmen do that, you know, have a stance position from the crease.
Also, Ramiz, I feel it's the style of play. It's just the point you mentioned. He likes to go high percentage of defensive shots. Najmul Hasan Shanto, on the other hand, more proactive, likes to go high percentage of more proactive attacking shots. And you see more often than not Shanto going down the wicket.
So Mushfiq could be categorized as a middle-class mindset, who is not willing to take risks, whereas Shanta would be a high-risk taker, an entrepreneurial mindset. But some are flexible, some are not. Some want to just dig in and want to bat the way they've batted for 10 odd years or 15 years. Shantu comes across as someone who's willing to be flexible and experimental. And that's not an easy thing to do, you know, walking out at the bowler or standing out of the crease, because then you're creating a rush situation for yourself also, because you're meeting the ball earlier. And so a 120 kilometer an hour delivery becomes a 140 kilometers an hour delivery. It feels that way.
It's maiden over, still remains at 101 for 3.
Middle, right arm round. Next up.
After the second ball departure of Mominul Hassan Joy, they built up a partnership, Mominul and Tanzid, for 44. And then a little partnership with Shanto, but Mominul and Tanzid Tamim is the debutant back in the hut. It's up to the stalwarts now with wealth of experience to guide Bangladesh deeper, because they've done all the hard work. After the third wicket went down at 63, 38 so far. Sajid Khan into his 8th over. He's been economic. He's made the batters think, varied his lines and lengths. Talking about his speeds, when he rolls over his arm, it looks quite pacey, but it doesn't deliver the ball. It's rather deceptive when you see him bowl. You expect it to be coming around the 85, 88 mark. It comes around at 80. Just a wait. Once again, there's someone behind the bowler's arm.
Sajid's inclusion could have been spurred by Miraj's success from the first test match, because Taijul bowled decently in the second innings, but Miraj was such a success in the first innings. On a green belter, he got the ball to vary and created those difficult angles. He's attacking the stumps, a bit like Sajid is doing right now. And you're right, he's deceptive because he's square on, so you can never tell at what pace the ball is coming at you. Yeah, the last ball around 82. I think that's been his average speed. But he can be deceptive.
What the batters are doing at the moment is making sure that they don't take any kind of chance going forward with an angle bat. Oh, he's right over the balls, smothering the spin. Slip and a forward short leg in position. That's what typically of what we're talking about earlier, about how Shanto bats, going to forward and meeting the ball and playing it in the gap for a single.
No bowler likes to be dominated, and I think spinners don't like it at all, I think. And this is excellent running. He ran immediately after hitting that one to Abbas. He located him as maybe not such a sprightly figure in the field.
Mushfiqur Rahim on strike now. Gives it some more air. Big appeal. Now, they're not quite sure. Umpires unmoved. Bit of purchase. That'll be encouraging for the bowler. They're running out of time. It may be a wise option not to take it. Enough doubt in the minds of everyone surrounding the bat. That's over. 102 for 3.
Around the wicket, it's middle.
So post-lunch, couple of overs. There's a single run. This is what happened in the last ball of the previous over.
So there's a little discussion regarding whether that had gloved or was gloved by Mushfiq. And, well, we'll have another look at the ultra-edge. That's a beautiful shot of the back foot. Mushfiq, does he have the legs to come back for 2? For the third one, only 2. So the big discussion was whether to go for the DRS, because bowler felt that there was a glove gathered by the keeper. He went for the appeal. Probably gloved it. Ultra edge, yeah, clearly a glove, and I think, yeah, they're looking at the big screen and they're cribbing. And, well, an opportunity is lost because there's so much of confusion regarding DRS. You know, most times they've been below par. They've went for it needlessly, and when the occasion was there, they've allowed themselves a chance to be grasped through ultra edge.
That is the problem. The lost one, which seemed pretty obvious, the last one they took, and they lost it. And this time when they needed to take it, as you can see here, quite a spike with that glove, and oh, massive, massive retrieval for Mushfiqur Rahim. Lives to fight another day. Aborted at the last moment.
Well, I think Shan Masood has got to trust somebody, the bowler or the keeper or the close-in fielders. I think the bowler was hell-bent on asking him to take the review, and now no point in cribbing and moaning about it, because the opportunity has been lost. I think it should have been Rizwan who should have pleaded the case more vigorously. He was a bit 50-50, I think, but he was 100%.
Yeah, but he was 22 yards away, and he was just 2 yards from the bat, and it was a brush, very light feather against the glove. Hardly makes a noise. Bat across the face of the bat, a feather across the face makes a little more sharper sound. But maybe that's what confused them. Thought maybe it's the pad.
You know, when teams are running in good form, they usually have good time of taking DRS as well. But when you're running out of luck, the DRS also confronts you. Yeah, he was absolutely right. 100% right, Sajid. But then they say, you know, bowlers are excitable creatures, so let's not listen to them all the time.
Let's listen to a batter commentating. Never go for the bowler.
No, but his pleas were disregarded completely.
Was, unfortunately, when it needed to be given some consideration. This is pitching wide and kept on going away. Still doing something in the 29th over.
I think the wider angle produces more movement, the straighter angle a bit less.
That's it tighter and a little less movement off the seam. 104 for 3. Najmul Hassan Shanto 29, Mushfiqur Rahim 18. A partnership worth 41 of 81 deliveries. Sensible approach, playing the ball to its merit. Just like that, using the little bit of turn, helping the ball on its way, not trying to wallop it away, just deft touches. The understanding between the two has been good.
Good thing about this bowling performance so far from Sajid is that he has not looked rusty at all. He was absolutely ready to take the platform.
Holds wide of the crease. See, in addition to him floating the ball, varying the pace, it's just going wide of the crease for the quicker deliveries, the arm balls, to accentuate that angle. Good thinking and good accuracy in terms of the variations that he's been producing.
The duo, talking of Noman and Sajid, picked up 96 wickets in 6 odd test matches. And so you carry that confidence through even on a less responsive pitch. Getting it to spin, I think he'd be a much better bowler in the second innings, I think, when the ball starts gripping consistently.
It's turning out so far to be a good track, good first session. There's something in it for the bowlers, something in it for the batters. Couldn't be better for a test match wicket on the first day. 105 for 3. Lush green surrounds of the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. A lot of tea gardens around. Have you had a chance to go and see one around the ground, Ramesh?
Not yet, actually. There's one little glimpse of it when we leave hotel and coming to the ground. It's been a thorn again, Mushfiq. Yeah, it's a beautiful, serene environment. Very green, thick foliage, and that's how it can't be called countryside, but where the ground is placed, it's not in the middle of the city. So we are in the outskirts of the city, and so there's a lot of calmness, a lot of green.
Serene outside, serene cricket inside. This is test match at its best. The purest form of the game. Tussle with the ball in the bat and in the mind.
Yeah, it's a bit like, you know, some writers want peace of mind. You know, they go into Amazon jungle to write a book, you know, where there's a lot of quiet. And so if you're a purist, want to play test match cricket or watch test match cricket, this is the place for you. I mean, look at that. Beautiful.
There's also another ground, the outer ground, which is also used for competitive matches, local leagues. Mushfiqur Rahim has been very meticulous against Abbas.
Yeah, he's got a game plan which is based on exactly this. So if you've got a strong base and a strong defense, your likelihood to survive is Mushfiq kind, because he's about 15, maybe 20 years old as a test player and counting. 21 years of test match cricket in career, based largely on that defensive technique. Watches the ball closely, plays it late, doesn't get flustered, doesn't want to overextend himself. It's just about watching the ball closely. And he's watching the play closely. That's the vantage point, as we all call it. But have a look at him. Eagle eyes.
Abbas's lines, I mean, is to be lauded. Exceptional manner in which he goes on and on, bowling so many overs. We saw in the heat of Dhaka the amount of overs he produced and the accuracy and the well, he's so miserly. He may not have taken massive wickets, but he did take a fifer in the first innings. So, excellent for Pakistan.
Yeah, he's old school, isn't he? Mohammad Abbas, not a tear-away fast bowler, doesn't experiment a great deal. Maybe we can call him a Mushfiq of bowling. He backs himself on certain principles, largely based on discipline and fundamentals. And he'll keep on targeting that area around that off stump. 105 for 3.
Well, warning signs. He's just seen something. He's getting ready to soup, have his lunch. Wonderful tussle between bat and ball, each trying to outsmart the other. They all do their homework. That's just spreading its wings. What a brilliant sight that is. Very regal, perched on top of the stands there.
This is excellent bowling, excellent stuff from Pakistan, keeping Shantu quiet. And so let's see whether they can eke out a response. Beware the mid-on fielder. I think he'd be pushing for a quick single here. It's good bowling, tight bowling. So 4 dots so far.
Yeah, 4 dots, and also the run rate has gone down to 3.32. It was hovering around the 4 mark. It'll have some kind of effect. Well, you feel that it might have some kind of effect, but he's just replicating what Mushfiq is doing from the other end. And at times during a phase of play, you give it to the bowler when they're bowling well. Don't take them on.
Absolutely. Maybe time to sit in for Bangladesh. 105 for 3.
Lovely little breeze blowing across the ground. It's been overcast, the temperature quite comfortable. Great day to play cricket. Beautiful venue.
That's a single, and it doesn't go well with Abbas. He's miserly and he wants tighter field. Poor fellow only had 1 minute and 40 seconds to come and bowl again, because that is what Sajid Khan took to finish the over. Nicely played, and he was off. Yeah, the fielder had to be better. Just understand what is happening out there. So it's a session where Bangladesh are finding it tough to get cracking, so fielders can come in. Because the next best option is rotation of strike. Take a single, get to the other end. Oh, edge and taken, and that's a brilliant catch. That really is tremendous catch by Rizwan, and Abbas once again breaks through. Pressure was being exerted. The bowler made into Shantu in 2 minds trying to leave the ball. I think it took the splice of his bat and then carried to the keeper and took a good low catch.
Sure did. And as you mentioned, in 2 minds, trying to leave that at the last moment. By that time, it was too late. Yeah, the pressure building, even Shantu just succumbing to that. Oh, just a shade late in taking the bat away. And a good tumbling take. Very good catch. He deserves that wicket. They've struck after lunch. An important wicket of the captain, Najmul Hussain Shantu, to a good catch after a decent innings of 29. Bangladesh 106 for 4. Pakistan now will be happy because the captain is back in the hutch, and he was in 2 minds. Just could not avoid putting a bit of bat, but what about that take by the keeper? Ball dying on him, and
Just a fraction to you. Yeah.
new batter in, Litton Kumar Dash. '54th match. Good numbers, 500s, 1950s, best of 141. Wasn't very adept in the first test match. He needs to redeem himself with a good innings for the country in this one.
Well, I think you've got to call this as an astonishing stat. Abbas is 100 out of 100. Abbas's 100 out of 109 test wickets are outside Pakistan. So he's taken 100 wickets outside of the home territory, just 9 wickets at home. Just an incredible stat, that.
Very unusual. Let's have another look at that. He wanted to take his bat away at the last moment. A good catch, low down.
Yeah, very good angle, good length, and Shantu clearly in 2 minds. The ball just about making it to the keeper, and Abbas with another scalp. Control and wickets. This has been a top quality bowling performance. 3 for 25.
As you mentioned, Ravi, is incredible. We talk about home advantage for bowlers or batters, and this guy just goes around the world and gets 100 of his 109 wickets away from home. He adjusts to all situations around the world wonderfully well because he's a workhorse, very diligent, very decisive in his bowling.
100 wickets outside Pakistan, just 9 wickets at home. Used sparingly in Test match cricket, but every time he's made it to the playing 11, he's made it count. From a nobody to a hero, to the leader of the pack. And that just shows the mentality and courage and character.
Is continuing from where he left off. 5 for and a wicket, and another inning, 6 wickets in the first test, already 3 in the kitty. He'll be a little nervy, just getting his work ethics right. Been a bit of a struggle. Splendid over. So wicket taking over. 106 for 4. Pakistan chipping away at the right times. As soon as there's some kind of a partnership build, they get a wicket, stem the flow of runs. 3 scores in the 20s will not make the Bangladeshis happy. Well, he's a happy chappy. Relaxed up there in the green area, the green stands to our left.
Could have been a lot worse for Bangladesh had that ultra edge been taken, DRS been taken by Pakistan. It gloved it to the keeper, but Pakistan did not appeal. The umpire did not give him out. I mentioned it earlier, I think, in the show upstairs, that it's a pitch where you're probably never in as a batsman. So it probably gives you a false sense of security that you're in your 20s, so you can be yourself and take things for granted, but not to be. This is the moment. Appeal from the keeper. The first slipper did not appeal. Ultra showed a spike.
They're going to make it very difficult from both ends. The Pakistan bowlers have really tightened up the knot and really squeezing hard. It's a period of play. Got to keep calm as a batter. No one more than Mushfiqur Rahim to ride out these rough periods of play with his wealth of experience. But he knows he's got to move on. He's got the rhythm. The smile tells it all. Just demeanor of a player tells you the confidence that's oozing in them. They're very relaxed. Good bowling, giving it tight. Does he have the one that goes on with the arm, the slip in position?
The front-on bowling action will be difficult to get the straighter ball or the arm delivery. That's nicely played in the end. Once again, targeting the middle and leg stump angle of Mushfiq. 107 for 4.
Pakistan would be happy to see the back of Shanto. That's the wicket they've taken just right after lunch, with 4 down now. 107. You look at the scores put up by the batters who've been dismissed in their 20s, so all of them got a start. But just couldn't capitalize on that time spent in the middle. Abbas has been good. He's been the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 25 to his name, and he's kept things tight. Just the kind of conditions that he loves. Already had Mushfiq. We've been discussing that on our broadcast about that glove, which went unnoticed. So Mushfiq survived, and a big responsibility on him now, along with Litton, to continue. Bangladesh will not be too unhappy looking at the score. It's just a wickets column. Maybe Shanto is an extra wicket that they've lost after the lunch. Otherwise, they still manage 100 runs in that first session.
It's a bit of a worry for them, for sure. On this surface, you're never in as a batter. Even though we've seen few partnerships after they lost that first wicket in the very first over, 44 was added. And then again, the last wicket. Shantu and Mushfiq also adding a few. But it's about creating pressure. And I think it was especially after lunch. This is where they still really tried to put the brakes on the runs. They were nearly going at 4 runs and over before lunch. But since lunch, they've only added, 6 runs, and this is the 9th over. And it's about creating pressure to ensure that they can pick up a wicket. There you go, 8.3 overs, 6 runs, 1 wicket. This is very good. This is really good. And that was missing in that the first session. So they did their homework during the lunch break. 43 the partnership, the last one. Again, extra bounce. It's not an easy pitch to bat on. Yes, once the sun breaks through it, it will dry up. But once the sun goes behind the clouds, then watch out for deliveries like these on the gloves.
Yeah, handled well by Mushfiq. He's been using those soft hands as and when possible with the men around, the bat against spinners, and here just more of a reflex, getting that hand off the handle. That run rate has also dropped a little. Was going 4 or a little above 4 at the start of the play with Tanzid and his partner Mominul. They were going at 4.1, 4.3. Now it has been pulled back, just around 3 runs and over.
Yeah, when you talk about pressure, you look at what Sajid Khan did in that first session. None for 26 in 7 overs that he bowled. And then after lunch, he was spot on. In terms of line and length, he bowled 4 overs, out of which 1 was made in. And he conceded on 3 runs. So the pressure was building up when he was on. And that's what you want to see from your bowlers, to create that pressure. And then you pick up a wicket. It has been outstanding, especially in this session for Pakistan. Single to finish the over. 108 for 4.
Sajid will continue. And just like Athar mentioned, he's been bowling those good areas and keeping the batter in check. Very eager, those eyes. You just said earlier, he wants to make his contribution.
Yeah, this is good. This is very good from Sajid Khan. He's got into a good rhythm now. And he's producing good deliveries on a consistent basis. He's got the hang of the wicket. He's got the hang of the kind of the pace that you need to bowl on the surface. So he forces the batter to go down the wicket. That's how you can pick up or unsettle the bowler. Pick up a single. Good batting from Mushfiq ur Rahim.
Such a master, Mushfiq ur Rahim. Just an architect, brilliantly handles the situation and the conditions which are on offer. And he works his way around nice and quiet. 102nd test match to his name. I mean, year after year, you've seen Mushfiq ur Rahim performing for the side across formats, now focusing on the longest format, and he's such an integral part of that middle order. And you know it when the chips are down. If you still have Mushfiq out there, you have that trust as a Bangladesh cricket supporter or a captain, and that until he's around, he knows exactly how to carve his way. And one of those batters who doesn't play alone, but also works in a way. Oh, he's been sent back. Problems. No, the throw is wide.
Yeah, very good from Sajid Khan. Initially came out of the crease, Mushfiq, but then he said, no, no, no. Yeah, good pickup. Needed it directed, but he would have been in. Yeah, it's just it's because of the pressure that they're creating now. The runs have dried up, so they're looking to rotate strike. Change of angles, coming around the wicket.
109 for 4. Three for Abbas and a wicket for Shahzad. And they've done well, Abbas especially with that ball in hand. He's just a problem to handle for the batters, especially in these conditions. Like you said, that you're never in completely as a batter. Now change in bowling here. Khurram Shahzad has changed ends. Will be now bowling from the Dutch Bangla end.
So 5 on the trot for Abbas. I think this is tailor-made for someone like Abbas. The surface. It's a bit of a break for him. It's an overcast condition, but still very hot and humid. But it was a nice setup, wasn't it, from Mohammad Abbas when he bowled that over to Shanto. It's all about the mindset. It's all about how you can set up a batter. Again, a no ball. His fourth no ball. Yeah, all 4 from him. Gul will probably have a word or two with him when he comes out. But I also feel that Shaheen Shafidi could have been quite useful here. Now this is the setup. Round the wicket, coming in. Again, drifting down the leg side. Then he comes over the wicket and he just gets caught in 2 minds whether to leave or play, but a little bit too late. And on the way, just getting some part of the bat on to the keeper. Oh, close, give it!
Yeah, he might go upstairs. He was falling over. The ball is surely coming in. Now, is it going to miss according to him? Just a consultation and then goes up.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is given out. Check feet, fair delivery. Front on, please. Okay, would like to see the ultra edge. gap between bat and the ball, flat line as the ball past the bat. You can go to ball tracking. Okay, waiting for the ball tracking. On-field decision is given out. Pitching in line, impact in line, wickets, umpire's call. Richard, you can stay with your on-field decision out. You're on the screen.
Yeah, just a feather touch, but that's enough to send Mushfiq back because the umpire on the field had given it out. So this is the umpire's call in favor of the fielding side. So Mushfiq's stand comes to an end with the 23 to his name, and Bangladesh are 110 for 5. So day one, session 2, Pakistan get 2 wickets. First the captain and then Mushfiqur. So both the set batters are back with 110 for 5. Pakistan will be mighty happy with the result they've managed, with Mehdi Hassan Miraz now walking in. He'll have to start everything all over again in terms of building up another platform to move forward.
Now let's see where's Mushfiq trying to play this. Yeah, he's trying to clip it towards mid-wicket area or square leg. Should have tried to play a little bit straighter into the V, maybe towards mid-on. Might have saved him, but he just closes the face of the bat. And because umpire had upheld the decision, then it said that it's the umpire's call, yeah. Right, Mehdi Hassan Miraj now. Bangladesh in a spot of bother here. Half of the side back in the heart. 110 for 5. Not an easy pitch to bat on, I can tell you that.
Just when you look at Mushfiqur's wicket, ball is curling in. Of course, he's looking to use his wrist and work it around square leg, but it's just played around it. Have a look at that. That's the ball first up to Miraz. Just a little poke and an indecisive push, and pulls his bat away.
And the ball moves away from the right-hander. The one that he got the wicket was the one that came back into the right-hander. So he's showing his skill. Yeah, very good. Good change. So wicket straight away.
Yeah, off the mark. So now that changes everything. Both Litton and Miraz are very, very fresh out here in the middle. And from Bangladesh point of view, they would have liked one set batter at least around so that can provide that cover to the newcomer. And now they feel both ends are exposed.
These are the two batters who missed out in that first test match, remember. So the challenge for them is not only to score, but initially how to survive. Can they survive another 5-10 overs? That's the biggest challenge at the moment.
Successful over comes to an end. 112 for 5. You see, everyone got into their 20s, apart from Mominul. They all got themselves a start and time spent out there in terms of deliveries. Then Pakistan would say that they've done well. Never allowed a long partnership here.
Yeah, good captaincy also from Shan Masood. He's got Sajid Khan on from one end, and he is rotating the seamers from the other end, and it has worked in his favor. That's why I think he's taking the right calls. Because he's the one who's kept it quiet from one end. So when that starts to happen, the pressure starts to build up. Then the batters realize, okay, now maybe I can pick up a few runs when the seamer comes in. That's not been the case. So good from Pakistan.
Yeah, it's about being proactive. From what we saw in Dhaka, Pakistan allowed those long partnerships, 117 that first innings, the second time around as well. I know that the batters were doing very well with their job on hand, but it's just the right changes at the right time, thinking out of the box when the surface isn't really responding. Here it has been. So the changes are also shining for Pakistan that are being brought in. Got to be hands-on as a fielding captain, thinking ahead of the game as to what the opposition is trying and what I can do better.
Yeah, even if you look at the field set for the off-spinner Sajid Khan, you look at the offside field, there's a deep cover point and there's a mid-off. And he's left that gap open, wide open on the offside. Shouts of catch, it goes in the gap. So idea is to invite the right-hander to try to play a drive through the offside and then create that gap between the bat and the pad. They haven't taken the bait as yet. But not a bad idea if Sajid Khan tries to attempt to bowl a little bit wide outside the off stump, a little bit fuller, and see whether the batters take the bait.
Kayo!
114 for 5. Rested Noman, rested Shaheen, and Imam also rested. 3 changes that Pakistan brought in for the second test. Coming back for the second. It's a very touch and go kind of a second run. And going upstairs just to have a second look. It looks like the batter is home.
We have umpire review for run out. Can you show me the side on replay, please? Nice and slow. Okay, he has grounded. I have a decision for you in the big screen.
Next is play, not out. Had it been a direct hit, would have been trouble. Don't know if that second one was necessary under the circumstances.
That's the pressure. Sajid Khan has been excellent. When the seamer comes, they feel that yes, they have opportunity. Straight into the hands. It's a short one. It's worked in his favor. The fielder. So Mehdi Hassan Miraj departs.
Yeah, he'll be extremely unhappy with himself because he went on with that shot, taking that fielder on, Hassan Ali in the deep, at deep fine, and he's played it right down his throat. It was just down the leg side, that delivery, and he's fallen for that. You take the challenge, and then you end up paying a very big price.
Yeah, what a good session this is turning out to be for Pakistan. It's a good catch, low in front of him. And then he's a happy man. He picks up his third. Mehdi goes for 4. Bangladesh 116 for 6.
Tajul Islam at number 8. With a little bit of trouble here in the second session. 3 wickets lost. 106 for 4, 110 for 5, 116 for 6. Three wickets for just 15 runs in this session.
Round the wicket.
Caught him by surprise, didn't he? Short one, he didn't, was not expecting it, but it then gets into a position where it's not in control. It's in the air. Never in control when he played that hook shot. And it's a very good catch here from Hassan Ali at fine leg.
Yeah, catching has been good as well. They're looking like a team out there, backing each other. Just lured him into that shot. Miraz, you just get a feeling, got into a position where he had to play. Look at that, just 15 runs and 3 wickets down. The comparison between the two sessions. It's just been a bit of a nosedive this post-lunch.
Yeah, what is striking here, because similar number of wickets, but what's striking here is the number of runs they've conceded in the overs that they have bowled. That's how they created the pressure.
Good sharp delivery first up to Tajul.
Yeah, all of a sudden this surface after lunch has got a little bit quicker probably. There's movement available in the air, there's movement of the surface. And I can tell you one thing, that the Bangladesh bowlers, the seamers, will be keeping a very close eyes and will be licking their lips. So, okay, we're waiting for our chance. But somehow Bangladesh managed to score a few more here, because this is not enough.
Yes, about more tighter lines and discipline. When you talk about them squeezing the runs out, creating that bottleneck in that second session. And that is induced as in the face of wickets, and also losing set batters in pairs.
This is a stunning stadium. Your first time here, Sikandar? Again, extra bounce. Starting to do something differently in this session. Wicket taken over, comes to an end. 116 for 6.
Sajid will continue. He's got none for 32. He would love to bowl to Tajul whenever he comes on strike. Was the left-hand ball turning away.
Bangladesh also making a couple of changes. They brought in Shariful Islam. This is the last ball of the previous. Again on top of the bat. Splice. There's extra bounce available. If willing to hit the deck hard, bend your back, you will extract extra bounce. And that's why Bangladesh making that call of bringing in left arm seamer in place of Ibadat Hussain. Shariful Islam is in, but they also have someone who's been too hot to handle, Nahid Rana. And I just have a feeling that Taskin Ahmed on this surface can also be very good.
Yeah, it'll be a contest for the bowlers here. Like we say that we've already seen 6 wickets falling in 1.5 session. Probably bowlers will have a louder say in this test match. At least in the first 2 days, things are unfolding. It will be a bit of a task for the batters to handle.
And all 6 to seamers. 3 apiece to Mohammad Abbas and Khurram Shehzad. That just gives you a kind of an indication how this surface is playing at the moment. Also feel that this might favor throughout the test, but maybe even on day 2, day 3, team friendly.
Litton will keep strike. 117 for 6. And it's time for drinks.
Bangladesh in more than a spot of bother. They've taken 3 wickets in 26 overs in the first session. They needed half the overs in this session so far to take 3 more. Got the important wickets of the informed Bangladesh skipper in 2 minds. Very good catch with the gloves on by Rizwan. Just looking to take the bat away last minute. Not succeeding in that. Dipping on him, dying on him. Good take. Abbas on a roll again. And then Mushfiqur Rahim. Khurram Shehzad included in the test match. Gets his 2nd wicket. And it's the big one of the veteran Mushfiqur Rahim. Umpire's call as the wickets were clipping. Then Media Samiraz taking the bait. Trying to take the short ball on. The fielder was placed for exactly that. A deep backward square leg. And Hassan Ali does not miss. The seamers have been on top from Pakistan. 3 wickets apiece between Abbas and Shehzad. They've got 6 wickets. 4 batters in their 20s not succeeding in converting. Very good afternoon, Ramiz Raja.
Good afternoon, yes, and that's been a problematic area because once you're in, then you've got to make it count. Abbas steady hand once again. 3 for 26, 3 for Shahzad. What an inspirational selection, because there would have been discussions regarding Shaheen Afridi, and it's a big call. Bit like when Babar Azam was relieved of the squad in T20 international cricket. That was a big call, and so Shaheen Afridi benched, and his replacement has been fabulous. 3 for 39 in 9 overs.
Also, I think the inclusion of Sajid Khan has done wonders. Even though he's not been amongst the wickets, he's kept one end tight, sort of releases the pressure of Abbas a little bit also. About to begin proceedings again. 2 slips in a gully. Deep fine leg and fielder deep square leg. Also Litton Dash. Taijul. Now Litton is last of the recognized batters in the middle for Bangladesh. As far as the Bangladesh fans would be hoping that he stays there and maybe stitch together a partnership with Taijul. Plays it in front of square, will get 4. It's a Nexus Pay boundary to welcome proceedings.
I think this pair somehow will need to inject some pace into this innings. Taijul will or should assist Litton Das to create some magic. And that's not a bad start after the drinks break. Anything in your range has got to go, and so Shan Masood has understood the value of Litton Das at the crease maybe, and just trying to stop his boundary hitting mindset. Let's see how he copes with it. We've got 1, 2, 3 boundary riders. Makes it look very easy. Litton Das has got a lot of time to play the ball. But Pakistan have been the happier side. And nicely in position and just flicking the ball into the vacant area. And as they say, best way to respond to criticism and frustration and anger is through performance, and I think they've done exactly that.
A good carry to the keeper. I think it's also been smart from Shan Masood. The reason I say this, because with Taijul on strike now, the fielders have come in. They've closed up. We saw the boundary riders. They'd also allowed that single. They want Taijul to be on strike.
Bowling friendly surface so far. So that's why it makes interesting viewing. Test cricket is about that balance between bat and ball, and so it feels good when for once ball is winning.
It is that sort of a surface that's going to back the bowlers. But you still got to pitch it in the right places and make it count.
And that's where Pakistan have been impressive compared to their last or first test match bowling performance. More disciplined, more in that business area, that working area around that off stump. It's also about calming yourself down. You know, you see a green surface. If you're a fast bowler, you can lose the plot completely. You go shorter, you want to do something extra. I think this pitch demands you to be just basic, disciplined self. No dramas, just do the basics well. Run in, bowl at a goodish pace, hit that area around that off-stump angle, and the rest the surface will take care of.
I think soft, gentle reminders work wonders, as underrated as it can be. Just stick to the plan. Well, as of now, Khurram Shahzad doing exactly that. 122 for 6. Three for Abbas, three for Shahzad. Sajid has already bowled 14 onto his 15th now. Soft hands, running the first one hard. He wants to get back on strike. Litton Das coming back toward the non-striker's end. So trying to put pressure on the fielder and doing so.
So the question is, why have a deep point? That usually is positioned for the improvisation bit, but they're not going to improvise right now. I think that field has got to come in. Excellent piece of running, by the way. Litton Das knew exactly at what pace and speed he has placed the ball, and he was off for the second.
I think he's picked up the ploy that keeping some spaces open for him to take a single. Hence, playing with soft hands. Therein lies the beauty of the tactical battle that goes on. Change of angle now. Catch it!
We haven't seen a single sweep shot being played to Sajid, so that's a shot that they can probably play, especially Litton Das, just put him off. Making room once again. The idea is to pick up two. Excellent piece of placement. Tajul has got to rush, and they make it quite easily in the end. Terrific piece of batting. They played the field, and it has worked twice now.
Yeah, the line was still leg stump. He made room for himself and deliberately pushed it on the offside. Good running.
Yeah, you got to make them think. And straight away there's a thinking cap on right. Shahzad is coming in. There's still a deep point, but the close-in net of field has been relaxed. Babar Azam from leg slip has come to cover. So that's the impact of good batting from Litton Das.
Maybe now we can see him play the sweep shot, if the delivery permits. Lot of chirp around him. Catch it! Moves across, finds that gap, the onside. It's been a busy over. 5 runs off it. 1-2-7 for 6.
Last ball.
44-43. These are the top partnerships in this innings for Bangladesh. That tells you the story. Couldn't really convert. And the Pakistan side have taken their opportunities. And these are challenging times for Bangladesh. 127. It's going to be pace from the rocket end. From Shahzad continues. But they've been, I think Umar Gul, the bowling coach of Pakistan, would be quite happy in how they've implemented the plan, both Mohammad Abbas and Khurram Shahzad.
Abbas, as usual, meticulous with his angles, line and direction, discipline. Shahzad, the new entrant, has not been bad at all. It's a good pitch map around that off-stump angle. And they've become a good combo. 3 for Abbas, 3 for Shahzad.
They've been quite consistent in the good length area. Different ploy now with Taijul on strike. Been meaning to ask though, Ramiz bhai, are you more of a tea or a coffee person?
A bit of both. Can have more tea than coffee, but I like coffee a lot as well. Any particular reason why you asked this question?
Just a cliched thing of being in Sylhet.
Okay, right, okay. Yeah, I forgot about that aspect of this city. It's a beautiful city. Tea gardens, tea mountains.
Certainly they'll be enjoying their tea much more today. Oh, drawing the batter outside the off.
Well, he had beautifully set him up with a shorter ball first and then a wider angle, and he fell for it. Taijul saw the width, his eyes lit up. And this was pretty intentional from Shahzad. Inviting a big shot from the left-hander. That's a typical tail-ender's guide to nowhere. Guide to destruction. Another bouncer is going to mix it up now. Is it wise then for Litton to expose Taijul against pace? Because at the first ball of the over, he took a single, and Taijul has had it tough dealing with that length and the fuller length as well. There's little decisions that the set batsman or a regular batsman will have to make. Is it too early in the innings to do that? If Bangladesh can play another 40 overs, I mean, they played 42.4. If they can play another 40, I think they'll have a decent scorecard.
Now he finds that gap. Well, I think they shouldn't be looking too far ahead of themselves, maybe break it down a bit, particularly when they've lost 6 wickets already. Yeah, it is second test, only the first day of the Dutch Bangla Bank series, second test. Bangladesh winning the first one sets it up nicely. Dutch Bangla Bank is the first European joint venture bank in Bangladesh and a pioneer in the banking sector of Bangladesh in terms of customer trust and confidence through transparent and pure banking. Will get the single he was looking for and retain the strike, Litton. 130 for 6. They've lost wickets quickly, particularly after lunch. Exactly what it shows. No real partnerships of significance. Couldn't really prolong them. Sajid Khan continues. And a flight offer, trying to lure the batter, decides against taking the single.
Let's see how this works for Litton and for Bangladesh.
That is damage.
Just feel Taijul would be a bit better against spin compared to facing pace, but Litton Das feels that he can have runs in this over against the spinner. It's a very uneasy time for any regular batsman to not take a single, to not take runs, just be static at the crease and just work his way through. Nobody wants to lose runs in Test match cricket. They're precious. But you've got to play for the side, as they say. It's an individual sport and a team sport, probably before it's an individual sport. So you've got to play for the team, and Litton Das feels that he's got to hog the limelight here, hog the strike, make sure that he faces more balls and palms the strike.
For the team. Hog the limelight for the team. Still applying patience, Litton was. One more delivery for Taijul to face. Does it safely for Bangladesh. 1-3-1 for 6. Yeah, picturesque stadium this, the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. Very scenic setting this, surrounded by tea gardens. Two grounds here. The main ground, ground 1. The right of your screen, that's ground 2 of the Sylhet International. So speaking of Taijul being in the middle, his highest, 47 of 80, came on this ground. Just a couple of years ago in 2024, there was versus Sri Lanka. Maybe he would like to tap into that, as Hassan Ali has been introduced again into the attack from the rocket end. Does it help? No, just to try and go back to that page and remind yourself you've done it here.
That's a good recall moment. And well, Test players have their favorite cricket grounds. In the meantime, let's watch Litton Das, their progress smartly. Another good shot. Seems to be pretty calm out there, Litton Das. Nice bit of batting. Weight beautifully transferred on the front foot, and then the flick of the wrist through mid-wicket.
Tactics certainly have forced Litton to limit himself. That's nicely played. Chase is on. The ball doesn't have enough legs.
So a clip through the leg side, then a beautiful drive through the offside, and playing with a lot of ease and oozing calmness. And that is what we've seen so far from Litton Das. At a good pace, 20 of 36. He's refused few singles, otherwise his score would have been bigger than 20.
Short, accepts the challenge and will get 4, Litton Das. Next is pay 4 it is.
Well, Hassan is very different to the other bowlers. He doesn't believe in line and length stuff, even though this pitch demands you to be a bit more diligent and wicket to wicket. This was on the shorter side, taking a lot of chance against a batsman who's got time to play you. So this is working perfectly for Litton Das. Couple of singles, a couple of twos, and then Hassan Ali became a little bit pressurized, and so he tried that bouncer that went for 4, so that's good batting.
The way the field is set up, there are runs to be scored for Litton. He needs to be smart as well, just like he was, deliberately playing it fine. It's the question of how long Taijul can give him company. The innings, his best, we were talking of, was there for 80 deliveries.
Well, he's left him only 1 ball to negotiate, and he better be good.
Listen to you. Nicely flicked.
That was glorious. 2 runs, 142 for 6.
सामने चला जाना ऐसे पीछे जा अंदर जा
Yeah, 4 batters out in their 20s, and judging by that trend, Bangladesh fans would be hoping that Litton quickly surpasses his 20s and moves on to the 30s. After this, it's the pace bowlers who are going to be exposed to the Pakistan attack. As of now, Sajid Khan parked himself from the Dutch Bangla Bank end. The Litton Dash in place. On strike, long on, long off. Square leg, slip. Deploys the sweep. Deep square leg there. Sends Taijul back.
Probably the first sweep shot attempted against Sajid. It was such a good shot. Played it all along the ground, but refused the single again. It can break Litton's rhythm as well, because, you know, it's not the natural way of batting. So you're refusing singles, so you're on the lookout of a shot that can produce a 2 or a 4 to remain at the strikers, and that just disrupts the naturalness of your batting. But then they say you got to be used to batting with the tail, and I think Bangladesh need this kind of a mindset, I guess. It's a catch 22.
Coming into bat at number 6, you're expected to do that. He also does have the experience, the T20I captain for Bangladesh.
The top ranked test sides, when they're in a similar situation, they wouldn't be refusing singles, because, you know, 6 wickets down, they probably have a sort of a late middle order batsman or a tail ender would still be good at it. That's gone past Salman Ali Agha. Now he's a brilliant fielder, but that was just too fast for even him to handle. Full throttle cut shot, quicker delivery from Sajid. It just went flying. Yeah, it's late on it, clearly late on it. Maybe Litton is right in not exposing him to the strike area. A dicey boundary.
Changes the angle. 2 slips and plays. But he survives the 2 deliveries he was asked to face. 46 done, 147 for 6. lost 3 wickets pretty quickly in this session. Around about half an hour more to go. 46 runs. So first things first, I think Litton and company would want to survive the half an hour and go to tea with 4 wickets in hand. Prolong the session, prolong the partnership, inch closer towards maybe a 200. Then think onwards from there. Pakistan, I think they sniff something, and I think soon we might just see the reintroduction of someone like Mohammad Abbas to come in and maybe get the breakthrough for the captain.
So if Mohammad Abbas is not bowling right now, Pakistan's next best thing to not picking up a wicket would be to be miserly. So make sure that they don't leak runs. That Litton is not given his wish. That's gone for 4. Gets it past the slip cord, and that's excellent batting because he's finding the gaps. 150 is raised. Litton Das is the first batsman to reach a 30 in this innings.
Well, that certainly is the case. Was aerial, not too far away from that fielder. Well, it will be a moral victory for the bowler maybe.
He's timing the ball beautifully. As well blocked by young Azam West, otherwise it would have been another boundary. Hassan Ali is not getting any lateral movement at all, so he's got to bank on accuracy. Otherwise it'll be a short stint for him. Pakistan have had it better in the first session and till now, so can't afford to lose the plot here. Nicely done at cover.
Catch it was the call, but will fall safe. Just almost running out of patience in this case, Litton Das.
No, I think the idea was right from Hassan Ali because he doesn't want him to take a single of the last 2. So he bowled a wider angle short ball. He had to fetch it from way outside to the leg side, and there's vacant of acreage on the leg side. So it turned out to be a safe shot in the end. So one more ball for Taijul to face in this over. And they're resetting the field here. The fielders have come in, 2 slips and a gully. Mid-off is in, cover is in. Maybe allow him a single. Bouncer could be on the cards. 152 for 6.
Bangladesh supporters will be hoping that this pair can take them deeper into the innings. Domination by the Pakistan bowlers. Pre and post lunch, they've done well. First 50 coming in quick time, 65, and then they slowed it down. Ball of a cluster of wickets. Litton Kumar holds the key to Bangladesh's success, and once again he refuses the single. Understandably, first ball of the over, he does not want to expose Tajul Islam. Sikandar.
Good afternoon, Shamim.
Oh yes, buddy. Good ball.
This is turning out to be a valuable partnership. 116 for 6 and now 36 at it, taking the side across 150. And Litton Das, you got to give it to him. He's not only scoring his own runs, he's also somehow keeping Taijul away from strike as much as possible. So he's taken a single here with half an over left. What Pakistan needs to do is utilize those 3 deliveries in an over whenever Taijul comes on strike, and not just allow Litton Das to control it from here on. Keeping in mind you've got 6 already for 116.
Oh, now big appeal. Well, from the decibels of the noise, you'd imagine that they feel that they've got him, but when it comes to taking the DRS, suddenly there's a bit of confusion and not enough inputs to Shan Masood's to augment a review at the moment.
Yeah, like a screaming, shouting appeal, and then they start looking at each other. You, me, who? I think it didn't straighten up enough. So it's a good call. Shan didn't go for it.
He's bemused by all the shouting. Once again, they decide not to take the review. Hello. Pretty confident looking shot. That is the over. 153 for 6. Very crucial runs added here by Litton Das and Taijul Islam. 37 of them of 58 balls. Vantage point. Beautiful. Up there in the green area. Watching an intriguing game of cricket. Oh, no, that's airy-fairy. Uncalled for. Once in a while, there will be a bit of a rush of blood. Thankfully, it didn't get an edge.
Yeah, he's only human. He saw the width and thought that maybe I can get a couple.
The 49th over, Sikandar, still the ball doing a bit. He's not reversing, just carrying on with the angle of maybe a little bit of a nip. Closer and more comfortable for Litton to negotiate. He'll just go deep into the over. The last over he exposed Taijul Islam for 3 deliveries. I don't think he's going to replicate that, particularly with Hassan Ali bowling at the moment. The lone slip in position and the gully for Hassan Ali to Litton Das. All right, so you've seen Litton Kumar Das refuse a single so many times. The ample opportunities, and this is good. He's shielding Taijul Islam. No, he says. And once again, you'll see that continuing over and over many times. So, a lot of people might be wondering what would happen if he got those 7 or 8 times that he's refused. Oh, now, that's, but maybe attempted to cut it pretty late. Ramps it up. Yeah, he was trying to play it a little squarer. Did not quite go there.
Yeah, he showed us this package of Litton Das not taking singles. This was in the air for a while, but nowhere close to that fielder in the deep. It's quite discouraging for Tejul. You must be feeling at least I'm worth a couple of deliveries. You can't just, discard me as a batter completely. Because he's very eager. Comes halfway down and he's sent back, and it's quite insulting.
But I tell you what, Sikandar, he has faced 21 balls. Tajul has scored 7 runs, and he hasn't really looked that uncomfortable. Oh, now he looks uncomfortable. Did it wrap him on the grill, in the visor? Yes, they'll have to go through that protocol again. Just could not sway away, but he seems all right, unruffled. But the physio has to come and ask those questions, see if he's focused or not.
Yeah, now that wouldn't win his partner's confidence for him to face. He tried to stay away from the shorter one, but he hasn't really moved away. He just ducked right in front of the line of that bouncer. No bat offered straight onto that grill, the visor. And immediately any part of the helmet comes in contact with the ball. The concussion protocol comes into play. And rightly so. You should look at the guy, not the helmet.
Because it's the helmet that took the beating. I mean, Bazit knows straight away, the physio, that Tajul is quite happy, doesn't really need to ask him questions. Do you need to change the helmet? That's his question. Have a look at the fall of wickets. He decided to bowl first and immediately paid dividends. A little poke, a good tumbling taking the slips. First wicket down. Mominul was the next to go. Very uncalled for that. Not Mominul, that's... no, this is Mominul. And then Najmul Hassan Shanta just could not take his bat away. Abbas is all fired up. Mushfiqur Rahim escaped with a tickle round the corner. DRS not taking, but this time round very much in front. And trying to hook one. Could not keep it on the ground. Mehdi Hassan Miraj. That was the 6th wicket down. Bangladesh struggling. Only Litton Dash getting into the 30s. Is still there, partnered by Tajul, but 4 batters out in the 20s. That will be of huge concern to Bangladesh after that emphatic win in the first test match. And when you talk about the partnerships, there's one couple of them around the 40 area, and this one just brewing at the moment between Tajul and Litton. Impressive, very, very impressive bowling by Abbas and Khurram Shahzad. And look at Abbas's economy, 2.17 wickets, and also being very miserly. Pakistan needed a comeback like this after sort of being on the back foot in the first test match and emphatically beaten. They have dictated terms, and this is good to see. All goes well for the resurgence of Pakistan cricket. They need some mental strength to come back. And I think they've done a grand job so far today. Play restarting after that pause. And pretty confident. Goes too quickly for the first one. And the call was for 2, and they make it quite comfortably. 156 for 6. "26 overs in the first session. Good amount of runs, 101 pre-lunch for the loss of 3, but it's been a completely different scenario post-lunch when Pakistan have dominated with the balls, taken 3 wickets, kept the running in check. It's up to Litton Kumar Dash. Oh my goodness. He really walloped that one right through the hands. And once again, huge amounts of risks in that shot.
That went like a rocket. Only Sajid had the nerve to put his hand to that. I don't think anyone else would dare do it. It's been hit from the middle of the bat. And he's going for the catch.
And then he paddles one. There is some protection in the deep. Two opportunities to take singles. As the first one. You can't call that a drop catch.
Yeah, once it touches your hands, too bad. It'll be counted as one.
So unfair. They go quickly through for the first. Comfortably enough. That is good running. That is good understanding. It's exactly what Bangladesh need. Get some runs and make sure that Litton Dash hogs most of that strike.
Yeah, you got to give it to Litton Das. He's playing a very important knock here and making Taijul play along with him. And that's probably a role of a batter coming at 6. You've got to know how to bat with the tail and safeguard them and also make sure that the scoreboard keeps moving along. And they had only Scotty. So that is a very valuable contribution here. 42 between them.
And he decides to take a single of the 5th ball. That's very good thinking. You're talking about, we talk about session by session in cricket, but this seems to be a session within a session. Controlled by Pakistan initially, and then slowly and gradually, Litton Kumar Dash and Tajul Islam just pulling it back ever so slightly. Tajul to face the last ball. Comfortably done and overdone. 159 for 6. Litton Kumar Dash on 36. Just going back to Litton Kumar Dash's last 5 tests. He had 90 and 3 versus Sri Lanka in Galle 2025. In Colombo, he scored 34 and 14. Here in Sylhet against Ireland, he scored 60, 128 versus Ireland in Mirpur. The last one he played against Pakistan, only 33 and 11. So he's on the move at the moment. Taken a single first ball. Bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I like the idea. It's not
What do you mean you like the idea?
Because that package that you played where he's been saying no, that was running on that big screen. And that became a major point of discussion between the two. Like, what do you think of me as a batter? So he says, here you go. It's all yours. Got 5 deliveries in the over. Show me what you got.
Oh, he's got it all. He's got 9 runs of 24 balls that he's faced. Hasn't shown any signs of, except for a rap on the grill of the helmet. Other than that, it looked reasonably comfortable. Look at the way he rode that little bounce from back of a length.
Well, I'm with you. That's what I'm saying. Should give him more strike. I mean, he's doing his job well. Interesting to see what Hassan Ali does. Is he going to push him back in the crease by bowling a couple of short ones and then try a fuller to the stumps? It's a very usual, build up by a fast bowler, but sometimes the tailenders can't keep their bat swing away. They want to hit a boundary and put the ball away. They are reactive to a bowler trying something.
Oh, you try to put a shoulder in it. In the process, he lost the line a bit and was comfortably played away. But Tajul nonchalantly, must I say. You see, there, I can do it. Very comfortably, he says. 161 for 6, 45 runs partnership. This may turn out to be a very, very crucial partnership. Pakistan once again would, want to break this partnership. They've done a good job right through the innings in not allowing massive partnerships to be built. They want to continue on the same vein. Litton Kumar Das just finding out exactly where the fielders are. And if he looks around, he'll see that on the onside, he's got a wideish mid-on, a mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg and a deep fine leg. I think that should be targeted against Tajul rather than Litton, who will be easily just ducking under quite comfortably.
See, 10 minutes to tea. If these two can carry on, that will be a little small victory for them after losing 3 quick wickets in the second session. And if they manage to put in almost a 50 partnership, 5 away. So if these two stay and stick around till tea, then yes, we'll say that a little battle won.
Well, did he get a knock on the helmet? No, don't want to do that. Good recovery. I thought that was going to just go away into the boundary. Everything seems all right. Yeah, not on the grill or the helmet. Q end of the bat. You're playing pool, that's the ideal shot. That's great stuff. Wonderful commitment. The thinking now, Shan Masood also trying to change the field to see the deep backward square leg fielder coming closer. Current run rate 3.21. Litton Dash. Nicely done. That field was brought in from the deep. Saved the single. 163 for 6.
स्लिप खत्म करते शॉट में विकेट ले ले सिंगल क्या इधर आए नहीं भागना चाहिए ना बस इधर ही रहे उसको भी ऊपर ले ले कवर को कि सिंगल ना करे जा सनी जा
Well, last ball of the previous over, we had another little bit of infringement on the danger area by Hassan Ali. Has already been warned once, so he's got to be very careful. Quick Tajul, great stuff. Single first ball, gives the strike back.
Yeah, he's looking around. This is the last ball of that previous over. Once again, the danger area, the danger zone. Umpire Kettlebro has already warned Hassan Ali once to stay away from that. Hassan doesn't want to be noted down again. One more warning and then you got no provision left.
Pakistan, just a reminder, winning the toss and electing to field, and it's a good decision. An astute one from the captain, paid off early. They've been steady, but just a little bit of a partnership brewing here. Can be irritating, can be frustrating on the bowling unit when you have a run where you're dominating and then suddenly you come out against some stubborn resistance in the form of Tajul Islam and Litton Kumar Das in particular. Tend to do unusual things as a bowler. But he's not trying anything different. He's just sticking to his discipline nicely. Sajid Ali. The 2 more balls left in this over. Is Litton going to try and get a run. There are wide open spaces on either side of the wicket, square of the wicket, in line with the umpire. And he makes it look so easy, just playing with soft hands, and ambles the single. It's about 5 minutes to go before tea. Nicely done. Looking more and more confident. Over completed. 165 for 6. Lovely sight, the picturesque Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. Lovely pavilion. Hassan Ali Aga has bowled just one ball in this innings. He needed to complete Hassan Ali's over when he was injured. Thankfully back in the ground. Good to see a sprinkling of crowd enjoying tight tussle for Bangladesh in the middle. Litton on 40. That tea break is going to be playing on his mind, and if you have a spinner in, he might just get another over after this.
Shan has two options in part-time bowlers, Salman and Saud. Saud can bowl his left arm, spins, and of course we know what Salman can do. It's not a bad idea. Just before tea, try your part-time arm. How many times we know and we've seen that the part-timer comes in and takes a wicket. Saw Babar Azam taking a wicket. It was in Mirpur. It was a partnership like this, and he came out of nowhere with his off-spin. I think that's the only time I ever saw him bowling in a test match.
Yeah, what happens is the 50 partnership comes up between these two, important 50 runs. When a part-timer comes on, normally the batters tend to relax a bit, try to take him on, and that's when the opportunity for a wicket arises. But this is good. This is good between these two, getting in the middle, sorting things out. 50 in 86 deliveries has allowed Bangladesh to come back slightly into this game after they lost the 6th at 116. Tajul Islam has been very good. More often than not, he's got the ball in the middle of the bat. He looks calm and quietly confident. And he's ready to take on the bowlers too. 166 for 6. $50 partnership coming in the last over. He'll be hoping they can eke out another wicket before tea. At the moment, you'll see Litton Kumar Das with a solid block virtually every ball. And measures will be taken to try and get that important wicket. Change of angles here for Sajid Ali. Sajid Khan, beg your pardon.
Yeah, this partnership of 50, 39 to Litton Das and just 11 to Tajul just tells you how well he's crafted this partnership. And added the runs to that total. Right now, he's going to just face everything because he knows we are just at the stroke of tea. He'd like to absorb all the deliveries before that landmark.
3 more to fend away for Litton Dash. He's curbed his natural instincts and played sensibly so far. And it continues. Shorter length, uses the depth of the crease. Khan Masood will be reasonably happy with what has transpired for Pakistan today. They're winning the toss and really pushing Bangladesh onto the back foot.
See that partnership of 50, 93 deliveries. You're talking about almost 16 overs they've consumed. That's the big thing. Just to take it away from the opposition. Yeah, they're running through, getting wickets at the start of this session. And to be able to consume, absorb almost 100 deliveries is a job well done.
And he gets a single. He will retain strike when they come back after tea, because here at the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium, on the first day's play, and now I think we have to do it all over again. It was a no ball. Oh, goodness gracious. No ball means Tajul Islam will have to face the last ball unless it's another one.
And it's not a free hit. So be careful.
Is there a chance? This is where Tajul he'll play on his mind. This is where the pressure is being applied. This is good from Khan Masood. Slip on a gully, a leg slip, a forward short leg. Lot of players and more, I think, around this peripheral vision.
Yeah, more people around the bat and the tail ender would swing his bat for a big one. Will he do that?
No, he plays a proper shot. What about that? Well done, Tajul. To end just before tea, and Bangladesh 168 for 6 at tea here on the first day of the second test match at Sylhet. It's been a long, tiring day for Bangladesh. They've lost wickets, but they take a lot of solace from the fact that this partnership of 52 of 95 balls really got them back in the game, got the runs on the board. There's not going to be an easy track to play on. And anything over the 250 mark, if they can achieve it in the first innings, will be quite a bonus for Bangladesh.
Done well, these two. Especially Litton Das, the way he's controlled and put up 52 along with Tajul Islam. They lost that 6th wicket to 116. And from there on, 168 at tea on day 1. Have a look at this session. 28 overs were bowled, 67 have been scored, and 3 wickets have been lost. So from 101 in that first session and 3 wickets, Pakistan have pulled things back.
Mushriki Rahim survived a scare early on when there's a little bit of a touch, and trying to take his bat away, could not. Abbas got a very important wicket. And then Mushriki Rahim trying to keep the ball away. He's kept pretty much in front. And Hassan Ali trying to hook one, half hook, tumbling take in the deep. After that, Litton Dash came in, joined with Tajul Islam, and they've gone their merry way. Some have gone close to hand, much to the annoyance of the bowlers, but Litton has dominated with some big hitting, attempted big hitting, and some sensible play with his partner Tajul to take Bangladesh to some sort of a comfort score.
42 and counting for Litton Das with a partnership of 52 along with Tajul. And 168 for 6 is what they've managed at tea on day 1.
Well, only a couple of 40 partnerships earlier on, but this is the one that counts. 52 of 95 deliveries between Litton Dash and Tajul Islam. Bowlers have been very, very good. Very impressive is 3 for 26 from Abbas. economic. 3 for 47 for Kuram Shahzad. The others are yet to get amongst the wickets, but have bowled very well. So this is tea here at the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. We're going to take a short break and hope that you're going to join us for the post-tea session.
Welcoming you all back to Sylhet, where day one of the second test continues to swing back and forth. Live from the city of Holy Shrines in this scenic setting of the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. It was mostly the Pakistan bowlers, the seamers in particular, who dictated terms for most of the previous session before tea, until these two showed their character and put up a gritty partnership of 52 runs of 95 deliveries, and Litton holds the key, unbeaten in 42. Been a test really for him. And Taijul too. 11 runs of 31 deliveries. Yes, Litton taking bulk of the strike, guarding and shielding Taijul, but he still had to face the 31 deliveries. Shan Masood was hoping that they would get another breakthrough and break that partnership, but not to be, as the Litton and Taijul denied that. 52 runs of 95. But this is going to be a tough time again, right after a break, coming back after tea. What's the ploy going to be? We'll wait and see. Welcome back into the commentary box, Sajid Khan.
Straight after the tea break, Mohammad Abbas is back in the attack. The pair in the middle for Bangladesh has now put the highest partnership so far in this innings. The partnership is now worth 52 very important runs, and he's played a leading role with the bat in this partnership. Litton Kumar Dash, with him is Taijul Islam.
Right after the break, Shan Masood gives the ball to Mohammad Abbas, who has been the top bowler for Pakistan throughout this Dutch Bangla Bank series. 5 for in the first innings of the first test. Taking 3 for again here. But it was Sajid Khan who was the workhorse from one end before we went for tea, Ato bhai.
Yeah, in that second session, he bowled. Sajid Khan bowled 14 overs on the trot. Altogether 16. I'm just going during that period. Remember, it's the first 6 overs, 6.1 overs in that second session. Pakistan did manage to get an upper hand, where they managed to pick up 3 wickets for 10 runs, 2 wickets for Khurram Shahzad, a wicket to Mohammad Abbas, coming round the wicket to Taijul Islam. And I can understand the skipper Shan Masood thinking, okay, I can have him on. So I'm going back to Sajid. Now these are the wickets that we're talking about in that the first 6.1 overs. Shan took the first one to go. Forward in 2 mind. Bushfico trapped in front, trying to flick one towards mid-wicket area. And then a short delivery in all sorts of trouble. A good catch in the deep. But when you start taking wickets, you also need to be spot on in terms of decision making. So what I'm trying to say here is that perhaps maybe 4-5 overs or 6 overs he could have continued with Sajid Khan, and then perhaps ask either one of the seamers to come in the attack, because that was the early inroad they made, but they just could not capitalize. And then the partnership 43 between Shanto and of 99. So maybe that didn't go well in favor of Shan Masood, but handed over to this pair. They've put up a fight here. Still a lot of work to be done.
has to jump a bit on this occasion. Taijul to deal with that short delivery from Abbas. Speaking of Sajid Khan, he was hogging one end up, bowling continuously the overs you mentioned. He's bowling from the Dutch Bangla bank end, which is the other end from where Abbas is bowling now.
Yeah, what I'm alluding to is it was that time to grab opportunities to pick up more wickets. So perhaps he could have had a bit of a break, get another bowler in and see whether he can pick up a wicket. That didn't happen.
Goes through with the drive now, Taijul. Brave from him. Will get a boundary. That's his second from the blade of Taijul. Next is Spay 4. 173 for 6. These are important runs as far as Bangladesh are concerned. 87 of 101. It is Sajid Khan sort of claiming the Dutch Bangla bank end. But Taijul putting his hands up and saying, I too can hit a boundary. Full follow through.
Oh yeah, beautiful.
And they've dealt him in a good fashion. Remember, he bowled 14 overs in that second session on the trot. Sajid Khan. And still, he feels that he's the one. So it brings him on immediately after that first over, after the break, the tea break. What a good innings this is turning out to be from Litton Kumar Das. And, that section of the crowd is very happy.
Sneaks a single out, does Litton Das. Again, Taijul been given the task of facing two more deliveries against Sajid Khan.
None for 26 in 14 overs in that second session. So he kept the batters at bay. Didn't really give too many opportunities for the batters to rotate strike. So maybe that's one of the reasons why he feels that he can block one end and then create a little bit more pressure.
Tidy from Sajid. 174 for 6. Only 5 test matches played here. Bangladesh have won 2. Both occasions actually won by a massive margin. 150 runs, 2023 versus New Zealand. And against Ireland late last year. Well, still early days as far as this test match is concerned. Only day 1. Tell you what, it's already been quite eventful. The first 2 sessions already promises to be a fascinating match of cricket. Already nicely poised this Dutch Bangla Bank series. Bangladesh having won the first test match in some fashion. They went till the last session of the last day, day 5. Now, plenty of fielders on the offside. Almost making semicircle sort of. A slip in a gully. Point, cover point, mid-off. All in place for Taijul. Almost takes the bait.
It's an interesting field set in this over, making sure that there's a bit of a shine available for the bowlers. So Babar Azam has been put into that place because we've seen, especially Taijul Islam, when he was on strike, off the back foot, he wants to play shots. And when he does that, the ball in that direction goes in the air. So he's plucked that area with Babar Azam coming straight in that position on the offside. Just coming back in inside edge. So another single added. This can be This can be a little bit frustrating for Pakistan at this stage of the game, knowing that they had Bangladesh on the back foot, 116 for 6, and since then this pair has added now with that single 60.
Surely they can't afford to be bogged down. Still look at the scoreboard and like the numbers, Pakistan. Another thing which is evident, particularly against Steamer in Abbas, is the Litton was not hesitant of taking a single and giving the strike to Taijul. First ball, takes a single, lets him play it.
It's about trust. Initially, when he came to bat, perhaps he was thinking, will he be able to survive? Will he be able to get used to these conditions? But the more time both the batters have spent, they've started to trust it, especially him trusting Taijul Islam, which is absolutely fine. Now Taijul has faced 39 deliveries for his 16 runs. And even more important, the runs that these two have added, 160 in just 111 deliveries.
Right before Mohammad Abbas bowled this delivery, Sajid Khan, who was deep point, has walked in. At point, maybe they're going to try and lure Litton into playing strokes, and maybe if he does take the aerial option, a catch opportunity, that's exactly what they're hoping for. That's what this field tells us. Few steps forward, but good fielding of his own bowling by Abbas. It's 2 runs of this over, 176 for 6. The strip here certainly has a bit of spice for the bowlers. Oh, got him! Got him first ball, and here's the trademark celebration from Sajid Khan as he gets his first, breaks this partnership.
It was a long wait, 22 overs wait. Still having a discussion, they're still waiting. I think he's taken it. Yes, he has.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. Check feet, fair delivery. Front on, please. Can go to ball tracking. There's a gap between the bat and the ball. On-field decision is not out. Pitching in line, impact in line, wickets missing. Palika, you can stay with your on-field decision, not out. You're on the screen.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like. On-field decision was correct. The angle that would have taken it away. In fact, sliding down the leg, exactly what technology showed, which means Chan Masood and Pakistan, they lose their second review. One more remaining.
The angle he's trying, he will create by bowling round the wicket. That will certainly suggest it's going down the leg side. Again, a wasted review. But you got to see the ball to get it straightened up. If it does, it's fine. But if it doesn't, then the ball usually will end up down the leg side.
Yeah, smiles exchanged. Almost too keen for getting the second one. Sajid thought he's bagged the second. He's toiled hard. Litton Dash, last delivery. He will ensure strike for himself, for Litton Dash, but it's a wicket taking over by Sajid Khan. 182 for 7. Pakistan seamers pretty much ran through the Bangladesh middle order with resistance. Battle from Litton and Taijul. How long can they continue? Unbeaten on 46. Still quite solid with his defense.
Yeah, he picked up 100 against Ireland in November 2025, which was in Mirpur. Gone past 3,000 runs, 1950s, 500s. In the same series, he also got a 60 against Ireland. Before that in Gaul, 2025, 90. Credit to him because he's batting with the lower order. Never easy on a spicy surface with so much happening for the seamers, especially for the seamers. So really good batting from Litton Kumar Dash, taking the responsibility and just hanging in there. He knows that each and every run is important. If they can get past 200 or maybe close to 250, that's going to be a handy total on the board. Very handy.
Pulls it away. There is protection. Refuses to take a single. Litton Dash is such an important piece of the puzzle as far as the Bangladesh team is concerned. All three formats. Leads the T20I side. A different role to what he plays in white ball cricket for Bangladesh. Top order, either opening or coming in at 3, comes in at 6, and the test side. Different role altogether. Sometimes he finds himself in these sort of challenges when he has to bat with the lower order.
Remember that second test match against Pakistan in Rawalpindi?
Over the wicket. The leg
Bangladesh in dire straits when they were 26 for 6 in the 12th over. And he came out with a big 100. He got 138. With him was Mirage, 78. So from 26 for 6 to 262 was a grand effort. It was a brilliant effort. Under pressure, under tremendous amount of pressure to be able to score those many. Oh, it's simply brilliant. Magnificent display of temperament and batting. So we know he can do that. He's a dangerous, dangerous player. He's taken his time. He knows the responsibility of hanging in there. It's not an easy surface to bat on. There's so much happening for the seamers. If you take time, then you will score runs. Yes, he's running out of partners from the other end, but it's still there. And that is important for Bangladesh. And if he hangs on for another half an hour or maybe an hour, then there will be total on the board, which just might put pressure on Pakistan.
And not just the numbers, it's also the way he's gone about his business, Litton. Look at the numbers, 47 of 92, you think. Oh, edged! 4 switches runs, 4 it will be, next to spay, 4 gets to his 50, does Litton Dash. His 20th test 50. Litton Dash, fantastic knock, and comes at a time of need for the team. 188 for 7.
नॉर्मल 60 में विकेट भी ले ले ऊपर बस अब्बास भाई थोड़ा अंदर हमारा वीरा सिंगल ना बने
Yeah, he came on to bat when the score was 106 for 4, so trouble. He had to make sure he goes and survive. That's how he picked up his 20th Test match 50. Went for the pull, outside edge, over the top of the slip fielder. He'll take it. But again, showing that he likes batting under pressure. So very important. He bats at number 6. That could have easily, a little bit low, that could have easily gone into the hands.
Hits it, lobs it, doesn't really time it. He'll settle for a single. It's about taking accountability, responsibility. Even the first few deliveries in this over, Litton was so keen to get back on strike. Does get it now. Deep backward point, slip and plays, short leg. Deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket, long on.
What they're trying to do is like open the field for Litton Kumar Das, especially on the offside. So the fielders on the offside are quite deep, apart from the fielder in the slip. So anything on the offside is take a run and let me bowl at Taskin Ahmed.
There are also a few vacant areas, trying to just tempt him if he's going to take a shot, play a shot, take a few chances. He's not. They've got their wish. Taskin back on strike now. Fielders surrounding, walk in, get closer. Slip and short leg, persist. End of the over. 190 for 7. Litton shining bright for Bangladesh. Just 4 boundaries in this knock for him. Certainly not been allowed to play in his own free flow. Change in bowling as Khurram Shahzad comes in from the rocket end, replacing Mohammad Abbas. So keeping Sajid Khan going on from one end allows Shan Masood to rest his bowlers and rotate them from one end.
The same tactics for the seamer when Litton Kumar Das is on strike, even on the offside and also on the onside. Look how deep the fielders are. They want you to him to take the single.
A single on offer. Decides against it. It's certainly a very important 50. Very crucial runs added.
Well, it's decided. I mean, we've seen him doing this for a while now. Litton Kumar Das refusing a single. .190 on the board. Pakistan will also have to be careful here, because if Bangladesh get past 220 or even this close to 250, then that's not a bad total on this surface.
Moves across, goes for the ball. Initially, it was the keeper, Mohammad Rizwan, who started the appeal. Wasn't much interest from Khurram Shahzad. They've got one review remaining. Do they want to take a chance? Is the question. 3, 2, 1.
It goes inside the line, and then immediately it's Rizwan who goes up and appeals, and then he just stays quiet. Not been very good in terms of taking reviews. Twice they wasted it. There should have been one earlier, remember, of the gloves of Mushfiqur Rahim. The bowler was Sajid Khan. They didn't take that review. There was definitely the gloves on. Ball going on to brush the gloves down onto the keeper's hand. Now the fielders comes in. There's 4 balls, so 2 more balls to go.
Plays straight, calls for it. Toward the non-striker's end. No way close. So he does get that single with 1 ball remaining in the over.
Another look at that attempted hook shot. Yeah, there was gloves. There you go. Even though initially he jumped up, Rizwan, but then they decided not to take it.
On both occasions, the keeper was involved. But this one, though, yes, that's what it does when you've lost 2 reviews and only 1 remaining. There goes an opportunity, and that too in the form of the set batter. Taskin needs to play this ball out. 2 slips Senegalian place. Nicely behind it. Could have been a wicket taking over, not to be. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Bangladesh 191 for 7.
Kumar Dash living dangerously. Decisions taken wrongly with regard to DRS by the Pakistanis. They're going to rue that fact. Now he's decided that he's going to try and score some runs early on and then maybe retain strike.
Yeah, clearly Pakistan missing out on a couple of decisions. But what about the umpires? They really have not checked in, I think. Twice getting things wrong. It just surprises me that Rizwan didn't really follow through. There was a faint feather edge. Sweep shot into the gap for 4. That's wonderful batting. This is turning out to be a tremendous innings because he almost looks uninterested. Sleepwalking into this innings without any fuss. And he's powered his way through. Now 57.
And he's riding his luck. You must take that into account. When luck favors you, it can lift your confidence. You can give you that special feel of impregnable. So is finding things going very nicely for him.
It's the ease with which he's batted that is so impressive. He walks away from the scene, then comes back fully focused, as if he's got so much of time. Tea, biscuit, and then a block or a drive for a single.
Yes, indeed. He's done that very nicely with Tajul earlier, balancing that innings so well, shielding Tajul initially and then giving him the leeway to play shots, and now he's doing the same thing with Taskin Ahmed.
Well, Shamim, the more I watch him, more I see of Litton Das, the more worried I get, because the pitch is not offering a great bit of assistance. So Bangladesh need to maybe now look to get at least 250 if possible.
Yeah, overdone, 196 for 7. Three wickets apiece for Abbas and Shahzad, and chipping in with his first is Sajid Khan. Very, very good economy rate for him, 2.64. Shahzad back on for his 13th over. I just feel that Litton Kumar Dash may be thinking of first 3 or 4 balls, get it, some quick runs in, and then retain strike. This has been his innings so far.
Yeah, very impressive, because it's not easy to bat with the tail. He's sacrificed at least minimum of 20 runs, if not more. And yet somehow he's maintained his focus and energy, even though at times, at the creases, he appears to be listless, not interested, as I mentioned, uninterested, yet such a fine innings.
If you can play such a fine innings just being uninterested, imagine what would happen if he was interested.
No, is funnily enough, he's interested in an uninterested way. On 58 or 107. Now, I've not experienced this kind of feel in my entire cricket career, where the field was well spread out. It must give you a massive high, because they've thrown in the towel, actually. This is the impression that a batsman would get. You know, it's a well spread out field. We recognize your prowess as a batsman. So please take a single. Get to the other end. That's top edge into the fence for 4. That is, again, a very good shot in the end, because it earned him a boundary.
It sure did. And if they invite him for a single, the 200 comes up with that boundary. Just a swivel. Look at he was in control. He knew that that area was unprotected. Simple to put it away. Maybe not absolute control. Thick part of the outside part of the bat. Nevertheless, the boundary that matters.
Problem with such tactics is, when you spread the field for one batsman, is that when it doesn't click, when it doesn't work out, then you look pretty ordinary as a fielding side. And this time, oh, almost a catch. That went flat and hard. I think it was misjudged in the end. Fazal was the fielder. Abdullah Fazal there, letting one slip through. And it would hit Pakistan quite badly. Very, very costly.
Yeah, maybe they planned this. Bowling it short, tempting him. And he swivels round, and there's the attempt. Oh, it was difficult. Maybe it did go to hand. Consider it as a drop, but what a good effort. Not successful in there.
They didn't pick it up straight away, so he paused, and that dented his entire effort in the end. Good try nevertheless. So 2 boundaries in this over, and Litton Das now on 66. The fielders come in, so here's another opportunity for him to swing his bat, get another 4.
I think he'll be more intent on getting a single and retaining strike, unless a real juicy one. A gift is offered. He tried it, got away with that glove earlier when the review was not taken, this given as a wide. I think the negative manner that you mentioned about Pakistan, as we have another look at that they're targeting the other party at the other end, try and get Taskin out and maybe get into the tail and mop up the tail. Leave Litton Kumar unscathed till the end.
I mean, it's part of tactics, and when it works, it looks great. When it doesn't, it doesn't look great. I mean, it's as simple as that. Because this partnership is now worth 29 of 34. Picks up a single, so that's good batting. And it's difficult for fielding sides to switch on and switch off, because they're absolutely switching on when Taskin is on strike, and kind of switching off when the dangerous Litton Das is on strike. And well, it's not exactly worked so far.
But they've got to tell themselves that chances have been created in getting edges from Litton Das when he tried to hook the ball, and there 3 deliveries back when the ball almost went to hand and he was trying to pull it to deep backward square.
I would reset and maybe get the fielders in and bowl a normal delivery to a normal field to Litton Das. I think they've allowed this to sort of get out of hands a bit.
Oh, just lucky it just dropped short. 10 runs in that over. 206 for 7. Well, they struggled early on. 44-43 are the two major partnerships up front, but this one and the one prior to this, 60, Tajul and Litton really resurrected the innings for Bangladesh, brought them back into the game with this 30-run partnership. They've gone over the 206 mark. All little milestones that will play a role as we progress into the game, because it's not the easiest track to bat on. So Pakistan have got a job in their hands in trying to mop up the tail.
Yeah, I mean, it's not all over for Pakistan. They are still in the driver's seat. But this must be a massive irritation, this partnership, and how well Litton Das has played. Great shot. Brilliant piece of batting. I mean, this is classical stuff. So there's a fielder there at long on and long off. And it was straight as an arrow, as they say. Beautiful shot.
Spectacular shot. The shimmy down the wicket, getting to the pitch right behind. Lovely follow through. That's poetry in motion. Top class. Right over the top. 4 runs to put the pressure on the bowler.
Catch it!
Catch it is the call, but it's gone past the fielder in the infield, but there's cover in the deep. He's not going to take a run.
Yeah, so beautifully programmed he is. Knows exactly what to do. Completely in control. When to rotate the strike, when to say no to a single. Trying to block his sweep shot by having a square leg fielder up where the leg umpire should be.
He might have played a lot of innings of 70 plus, but I'd imagine under duress, when your team is in trouble, when the bowlers are dominating, when you're batting with the tail, so many factors point out that this has been a magnificent innings, mentally and in terms of skill sets. Seems so cool, calm and collected. Don't want to put the mockers on him by praising him too much, but he's done a grand job so far. That's the manner. He's trying to just play past that fielder at square leg, get that single.
Surely the fielder's got to come in. 1 ball left. They get the deep point fielder in. Long off's been asked to come in, stop the single. Long on remains where it is. Mid wicket still positioned, and a square leg fielder deep.
And he find a space to get a single to retain strike.
Catch it!
Oh, he sure can. Well, he can get more than one. He won't retain strike, but he's going to get himself 4 runs to finish that over. It's 214 for 7. Those turnovers in this session, 46 runs and a wicket. 46, so very precious runs. The tail wags and you have a batter who bats with the tail and gets these important runs. Priceless. Oh, well, that was on the card. Tried to throw his bat, Taskin, and induce the edge, and that is the wicket.
Well, at the non-strikers, Litton Das threw his bat in disgust because, you know, it'd be ruining the fact that the last ball went to the boundary, and so Taskin had to face 6 balls, and I think that got the better of him in the end. Good catch by Salman Ali Agha. Is such a good fielder in the slips, and another wicket for Shahzad. So his vigil comes to an end. The partnership is ended as well. 7 from 13. He was well guarded by Litton Das in that partnership, and it's 214 for 8.
Well, the Pakistani fielders can relax a bit because they've got 8 Bangladeshi wickets. Crucial breakthrough. They're looking rather threatening. Shariful Islam comes in 20th innings for him. Nothing much to write home about. What he needs to do is just survive and give some company to Litton Kumar Das, who I think if he gets an opportunity is going to step on the gas. No more shielding players.
Yeah, carried at a nice height. Reverse cupping that one. Second slip. Pakistan would want to finish the innings in this over. 2 more blows and they'll be over the line.
And Bangladesh will be hoping that Shariful Islam can get a single. First ball he faces and give the strike back to Litton Das, who's going to throw his bat if he gets the opportunity. That's for sure. 2 slips and a gully in position for the edge. Also backward point cover and a wideish mid-off on the offside. Ball 65 overs old. Some reverse expected. Doesn't look so battered. Whoa, does manage venture to get some part of the bat.
I think we should be showing the non-striker more than the striker. Is he closing his eyes? What is he thinking at the non-striker's end? Is he counting deliveries? 4 balls left. He's looking restless for a change. Yeah, and verbal instructions being passed as well. Trying to G him up.
You know, Ramesh, that boundary hit, he will not enjoy that. He's targeting a single. Got 3 bonus runs, but he did not retain strike. Lost the wicket of Tuskin the very next over. Tight bowling. So 2 things. Immediately a single, but if he doesn't get it, survive the next 3. Next 2 after the next one. Cat and mouse. Intriguing test cricket. Little things that make it a game within a game.
Khurram Shahzad, what a comeback for him. 4 for 58. Benched in the first test match and is bowled splendidly.
You want to bowl a bouncer, but you want to bowl a bouncer which is going to be of bothersome to the batter, and not just duck under or sway away comfortably.
Yeah, it's been good. 6 for 9 his best. Got a look in because of his powerful first-class performances. Almost an unknown commodity. And some would say lost at sea because he would just play first-class cricket and not be considered for Test cricket. And certainly he got considered and has not looked back since.
2 more for Shariful to survive. 1 out of the way. He wants a single. Litton doesn't.
I like the way they think, right? Because Litton Das is hoping against hope that he'll survive it. And then suddenly there's this shot and they're off, thinking that they can take on any kind of bowling. The idea is to survive, boss. Just 1 more ball left for you to do the job. Yeah. Bouncer. Yeah.
Ah, nice. Boy play. I'll see you later.
You do that in sword fight, right?
Well done, Shariful. It's a wicket maiden though. Good one from Shahzad. 214 for 8. standout performance by Litton Kumar Das, 75, 116 balls. He's running out of partners. What is his approach going to be in this over? He's having a look around the boundary riders at long on, deep mid-wicket, cow corner, deep backward square, deep third, one at deep cover, one at long off. All over the place. They're all on the boundary.
I mean, that's a great way to demonstrate his batting style, uninterested, as if he's having an extended net session. Doesn't even bother looking at his partner. He knows that he's got to absorb at least 4, if not 5 balls. Cannot drop his intensity, severity, because he's got to really go hard right till the end, Litton.
The opportunity is given here, either deliberately with the line and the length by the bowler. Take me on, take a run, please.
I think Pakistan can reset the button against Litton Das. I think that's gone far too long for my liking, at least. I mean, he's having no issues whatsoever, so the only way you can get him out, or maybe force him to think differently, is getting the field in. Show him the outer periphery of the fence, and maybe then he can take the risk, take the bait, hit the ball in the air and get out. Otherwise, it's like playing in his hand.
Kind of so easy to take a single. They're all standing around the boundary, not even bothering to come in to stop that single. They're hoping that they can get a Sher-e-Bangla's wicket with the last ball from Sajid's over. And he's telling Sher-e-Bangla, stay there, mate. This seems so relaxed, doesn't he? Now this guy will be hoping that he can get his second wicket. Yeah, there's a cluster of fielders around the bat now. Slip, a leg slip, forward short leg. Doesn't matter. He plays it so very well and confidently. 215 for 8. During the change of overs, we saw Babar Azam having a little chat with Sher-e-Bangla, maybe giving him some ideas of what to do. No, don't block the balls. Try and go for the big hits, mate. Litton on 76, on strike. Litton just biding his time for a bad delivery to come along. Basically no pressure being put on him. Talk about the slips cordon. There is a slip and a gully, and that gully is now being sent to deep third man to protect that area.
Interesting field. There's a fly slip now being positioned.
Oh, that reared up on him. That was a bit of a surprise from back of a length. The ball still climbing high enough to hurt Litton.
Yeah, hit him hard on the gloves. Credit to Shahzad for once again bending his back into his 15th over, bowling to a guy who's completely at ease. And that can put you off as a bowler, but he's still running in and hitting those hard links.
just where he struck, it's wedged, that thumb wedged between the ball and the handle, can be very painful. Doesn't grimace, but he needs some aid, medical aid, and maybe the magic spray to come into effect. Will that upset his rhythm? Will that upset his concentration? It's the forefinger.
Don't think so. He's completely at ease. Maybe he needs this little bit of pause. It's been a tremendous innings. I've seen a lot of innings being played here in Bangladesh, and this one must be in the top 3 or 4, because he's playing on a difficult pitch. When wickets had gone down, and it's chalk and cheese regarding his style of batting compared to his mates, because they were all over the shop in the first session. Yeah, clearly it was a difficult pitch to bat on as well, but I mean, the way he's handled pace and sideways movement and the situation is terrific. He did that against Pakistan, in Pakistan also. Mentioned that stat, 6 wickets had gone down for 30 odd, and then he produced 100. So quite adept at absorbing pressure and allowing calmness and grit to take over.
Tells you a whole lot about the character of the person, and it's in this format of the game when your true sort of feelings for cricket and the diligence and all the hard work you do being tested in this format under duress, performing.
Also, I think it has to do with the team environment, also the dugout culture, because you know you're fighting to get the honors also in the dugout. You know, you want to be respected in the dugout. He's been outstanding. Just mentioned how good he has been. This was a beauty. Huge gap between bat and pat, courtesy a great ball, and then Mushfiq there losing his balance, playing all over it. And Miraj there hitting the ball down the throat of that fine fielder. Taskeen Ahmed taken cleanly by Salman Ali Agha. That was his 4th. Broke the partnership.
Isn't that nice? Shah Afridi coming across with the towel, really giving him a rub down and giving a few words of advice to the young man.
It's a fickle game, isn't it? I mean, it's a place for heroes. I mean, Shah Afridi, you know, a household name, benched. That's got to be demoralizing. But the heroes play and perform, and so that's the message for everyone. You want to belong there by producing results.
Little pause in play. It hit on the forefinger. And he comes up and he hits one way over the top. Wow, that's a mammoth 6. You wouldn't expect that. It was offered to him. It took him on and put it away.
I mean, this is what you want to see in Test match arena. Terrific batting after being hit on the glove. Look at the response. A killer response. Khurram Shahzad daring him with a bouncer, and that was airlifted for 6. And there's a bit of eyeballing after that 6 as well. Litton Das just wants to prove a point. This is his terrain, and he's not going to give it away. That's excellent piece of batting. Just covering the stumps and getting a single at will.
Just excellent cricket. A 6 followed by the single on the 4th ball of the over, leaving Shariful a couple of balls to face. 83, 17 shy of what will be, I think, if he gets to that milestone, one of the most well-compiled centuries if he can manage it. We keep on harping on the fact it's under extreme pressure.
See, he had to go through so many phases in this innings. So bat sensibly, survive, and then get cracking, and then play with the tail and refusing singles, and you know, and so yeah, he was at times a bit lucky as well, but that's not his fault. Then he had to nurture and egg on the the tail enders.
And the tail enders have responded.
Yeah, knocked some sense into these guys. And so they've, yeah, absolutely, they have responded so well. But poor fellows, their technique is certainly being tested. I mean, they're not supposed to be this diligent and this clean in their technique. But usually, I mean, on a pitch like this, you've got to produce your best with the bat, even when you're batting at number 10 or 11.
These days, the latter order, we don't call them tail-enders anymore. Low order batters make a lot of effort in the nets to improve their batting. Wow, it's not shy of playing shots or getting a run, but that doesn't matter at all, because in the next over, Litton is going to take strike. Double Nelsons, 2 for 8.
Triple 2 for 8. And Litton Das is playing a knock, which will be remembered for a long time, at least for the ones who are present here. 83 when the side was 206. 116. They were 116 for 8, and this time flat. One bounce takes the boundary, closing up to a memorable 100 if he gets there.
That's the second time he's gone down the wicket and hit him over the bowler's head. That is beautiful batting. It's turning out to be a really good innings under tremendous amount of pressure, and he's picking up his runs quite easily. 87 now.
He won't run. That'll be a boundary into the 90s now. He's toying with the field. He's playing at will, and it's been an innings where he hasn't been in your face. He's gone quietly about his business with a strike rate of 70, 71, and is doing the job.
What a valuable inning this is turning out to be from Litton Kumar Das. That is the previous delivery went down the wicket, smashed over the bowler's head, and this time a lovely sweep for boundary.
He surely dented the hopes of Shan Masood and his men. They were staring down the barrel at 106 for 4, 116 for 6. And he's taken that driving seat away from them.
Yeah, he missed out in the first test match, Sikandar, and we were talking about Pakistan will be surely looking at the kind of batting depth that Bangladesh possesses. Miraj missed out, but not today. Today, Litton Kumar Das ensured that he will bat through. Doesn't matter with the top order or the lower order. And he's batted beautifully. Batted with a lot of grit and determination to ensure that he get the Bangladesh past 200. Now it's gone, the score has gone to 232. An incredible display of temperament, mindset, and the application under the circumstances.
That's a very clever shot. Played it very fine. Just takes a single, realizing it's the end of the over. It's 2-3-3 for 8. 93 not out. Litton Das. First he had that partnership with Tajul Islam. That's where it all started. And after that partnership was dismissed, which was 50 plus. Now he's having small cameos to first with Taskeen and now with Shariful. Very cleverly, smartly handling the tail. Now he wants to bat with them. Khurram Shahzad. Easy as you like. He's now dealing in boundaries only. 97 Litton Kumar Das.
You know, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. That's exactly what he has done in this innings. Lovely flick. Again, good piece of timing. So he's already got 2 test hundreds against Pakistan. And if he can manage to score 3, he'll pick up his 3rd against Pakistan.
'98. Bangladesh now 238. Hit it very well. Probably was thinking maybe he can squeeze in a second. He's hit it too well.
Yeah, just for a moment I thought that it had gone past that fielder, but in the end it's just a single. So what it does is that this exposes Shariful Islam for 4 deliveries now. It's short and wide, he cuts it quite nicely, gets on top of it, and the fielder slides in. Oh, very good from Sajid Khan. Excellent in the deep.
Solid defense there, full face of the bat.
The idea would be from the bowler is to bowl back of the length. Just a little bit shorter. That's Litton interception versus bounces this innings.
He's done well to get bat down just in time. Good delivery that. See the 24 partnership, 23 belong to Litton, 1 to Shariful. It just tells you how he's handled batting with the tail. It's produced an answer on every question that's been asked by the Pakistan bowlers. The 100 has so much value on so many counts, keeping the game in mind. As the strike rate versus bounces 150 compared to the other batters which are nowhere close. Just a hint of movement away. It's got a 1 ball to survive in the over.
Yeah, they still have they need 2 more wickets. So 1 ball to go, which gives Litton Kumar Das an opportunity. Again, there's movement. Still there's movement off the surface.
Again, beautiful delivery to end the over, 238 for 8. There he is, man of the moment, 98 not out of 132. He stands out in that batting card there. The rest of the top order getting in, getting out in their 20s. He's done half of the score. He'll look for two. Can he push it? No, just a single. 99 to Litton Das. Again, a single of the first ball. Again, he thought he could squeeze in a second.
But what an innings. What an innings this has been from Litton Kumar Das. If you take out his contribution, there's nothing much on the board. Right, now the fielders will close in to ensure that they'll put more pressure. Straight away, Litton Kumar Das walks in and have a bit of a word with Shariful Islam. It's 99, but he's at the non-strikers end, and Shariful Islam once again is on strike.
Oh, it's gone through. That'll be a boundary, which means Shariful will keep strike. Litton doesn't like it. He thought that he had a single there.
And that fielder should have stopped it actually. He dive on top of it and that just slips through. It's well played in the end, well played, very well played from Shariful Islam. Could have been just a single and Litton would have been on strike, not the case.
Oh, he's given him out. He's surely gone upstairs.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is given out. Check feet, fair delivery. Front on, please. Nice and slow. I can see clear gap between bat and the ball. You can go to ball tracking. Waiting for the ball tracking. On-field decision is given out. Pitching in line, impact in line. Wickets missing. Paleka, you need to change your decision to not out. You're on the screen. Make your signal.
Yeah, good review taken. Decision overturned. So Shariful survives. Felt like it was going down the leg side, though the keeper didn't move. And he missed a stump by a whisker. Back to Shariful on strike. Litton Das on 99, but on the non-strikers end. Yeah, that's well defended there.
That would have gone sliding down the leg side. Initially given, but the review was taken and the umpire had to reverse the decision.
He has to see one more delivery in the over and then make sure that Litton Das keeps on strike.
And you can sense it when the batters are in the 90s, they're just saying that it's the nervous 90s. You know, for the last hour and a half, maybe refused singles, but all of a sudden it started to take singles and still at the non-strikers end.
End of the over, 243 for 8, and it's time for drinks. Welcome back once again. This session, up to now, 75 runs of the 16 overs. Lost 2 wickets in the process. But the main focus is Litton and his 100 would be his 6th. 243 for 8. Where were they? They were 116 for 6. That was the start of the second session. And from there on, no looking back. Litton first with Taijul, then a bit of a stand with Taskin, and now with Shariful. He's not only helped them survive for a bit, but also made sure the scores keep moving. Look at those partnerships there. Wherever you see Litton name, those are important runs that have been added. 60 with Taijul, 38 with Taskin, and now 29 and counting with Shariful. Seamers did the job. Abbas 3 for 39, Shahzad 4 for 70. 1 wicket for Sajid, then they'll be probably looking over their shoulder thinking that could we have done better in this session, allowing Litton to score 100 or just almost 199 not out. They just probably, you'd say, have lost the initiative here. What an innings this is. The context of the game, this is such an important innings. You look at the score, 243, and you minus those 99 and the team is nowhere. He single-handedly shown a rear guard action and absolutely snatched the driving seat. So here we are. He's on strike, and you've got Khurram Shahzad with the ball in his hand. The moment everyone will be at the edge of their seats.
Look at the non-striker now. Careful, he needs to be a little bit careful here and watchful. What an innings this is turning out to be from Litton Kumar Das. He was out very quickly, looking for that single to give him his 6th Test match 100. Came into bat at when the score was 104 for 4. Beg your pardon, 106 for 4. And he's still there. What a knock. He needs a single. Oh yeah, he's put that away for a boundary. What an innings this is from Litton Kumar Das. Round of applause from his fans, his teammates, and in the com box also. Absolutely beauty. There's nothing better when your team needs you the most. And it delivers with gold. This is gold from him. Glittering innings from Litton Kumar Das. In all sorts of trouble. And he puts that away for his magnificent and his 3rd 100 against the same opposition, Pakistan.
Yeah, 6th overall Test match 100. Has taken a liking towards this opposition. Half of them belong against Pakistan, as you said. And still, the job's not done. He's going to continue as much as he can. Oh, he moves across and makes room. Now he's really pouring salt on the wounds. What a shot. Just opened up that onside by moving across.
Picks up the 250 with that really good hit. Goes inside the line of the ball. And this time it puts it away for a big 6. You just starts to feel now that he's going to cut loose here. Knowing that he was inching towards his Test match 100. Now he's got that under the belt. Now he's going to, I just have a feeling that he's going to play a few shots here.
Yeah, and why not? Now he's across that landmark. He'll look to add as many as possible to the total.
Yeah, 106 for 4 when he came on to bat. Remember that innings that he played against Pakistan in Rawalpindi? You were there, Sikandar. He came into the crease when the score was 26 for 5. And then they lost another wicket. So it was 26 for 6. And this is how he scored those runs. 110 of 137, between 101 and 137. He's got the most. But what an innings. What an innings.
You're telling me 26 for 5 and he goes on scoring 100. So it's not the first time Pakistan have lost the chance to control the game again. The same man comes out and repeats it against the same opposition. Yeah, they were loving every bit of it. They were out and quiet when Pakistan was controlling the first two sessions. And now they're loving it when what they're watching.
They've got their money's worth for sure.
$254 for 8.
Now just have a look at that batting card. This is gold. And the reason why is that right there in front of your eyes. 20s from number 2, 3, 4 and 5. Don't look at the bottom, forget about that. But look, just keep an eye on that 110. What an innings. Really controlled it all by himself. The moment he went in, he looked to be very calm, Litton Kumadash. And it still looks in no hurry whatsoever. You know, there's still fielders in the boundary ropes, and he's again refused a single.
Hey, you're looking at Shan Masood will be thinking, could we have done anything differently? Because, yes, Litton Kumar Das is a proper bat at number 6, but then the tail enders at the other end, could they have kept them on strike a little longer, worked out a plan against them? Because every single tail ender coming and batting with Litton Das has had a partnership in double figures. You talk about a 50 plus with Tejul, then again later on with Taskin, now with Shariful. How have they allowed Litton Das to rotate strike at the right time, face more deliveries? So they haven't really been able to find the opening at the other end with the tail-enders.
Now he decides to bring in the fielder on the offside a little bit closer. And even this partnership, Sikandar, it's now what, 40 or 45 deliveries. It's come quickly, and the bulk of runs have come from the bat of Litton Kumar Das.
Nowhere near that field at square leg. He could just watch the ball, was way too far away from him. It's more of a reflex action, screaming out, catch it.
You can feel that in that second session when the Pakistan had taken the grip of this test match, they released the pressure by having someone like Sajid Khan bowling non-stop, 14 overs. I think that's where it got wrong for Pakistan. They're not going to take a single because Litton will retain the strike. 255 for 8.
The elegance of Litton Das to the fore here in this tea gardens of Sylhet. The frustrating the opposition camp. 142 deliveries. He's been there in the middle four. Change in the bowling. Hassan Ali it is. The Strupple shot, long on in place for that. Again, decides against the single. This is a totally taken control of the situation for Bangladesh.
One of the very best. Litton does completely at ease, and he's trounced the bowling, and it's been a crushing 100 as far as Pakistan are concerned. Really, I think they got it tactically wrong, I think, against him, because for a while, yes, I mean, spread of field and all that did make a lot of sense, but once it backfired, then you had to get back on track again. See, they've not really been able to control his strike rate as well, because he's gone at a great strike rate. With a well spread out field, he's striking them at almost 80. Yeah, with so much of ease. So he's played all the shots. He's been brilliant against the short ball. Yeah, so the other batters that have batted with him have given a good account of themselves from temperament point of view. Yes, technically they've been good as well, but it's that he's not allowed them to be bowled at a stretch. So many things to like about this 100. I mean, the shots, how he created the angles, and how he read the situation, and how he refused the singles. I think it must have been 30 runs refused by him. He could easily have been on 130 or 146. Beating the field, played the full shot. I mean, strength of character, strength of commitment, getting a great 100. This has to be labeled as a great 100 in international circuit.
Wow. But that's an elegant cover drive. The flair of Litton Dash oozing throughout that shot. Next is pay for.
What a shot. Brilliant shot. Great timing, and look at the extension of the hands through the ball. Beautiful balance. You just admire the shot making. I mean, well, it's over to Shariful now. He'll have to face 6 balls for a change. 259 for 8.
Yeah, picks up another 100, his 6th, and that makes him equal that feat of Mohammad Ashraful, who is the batting coach in the dugout. Now Sajid Khan does continue from the Dutch Bangla bank end, perhaps becoming slightly predictable.
I mean, he's bowled 30 overs now, 1 for 92. That one spun. I think he could have been intermittently used. I think he's been given a long spell here, largely because Hassan Ali really has not been on song. And so Shan Masood, obviously, there's a fear factor as well, because Pakistan were docked 8 points in the last game because of slow over rate. So they want to go, according to the clock plans from at least one end, from Sajid's end. This could be the other reason why he's been allowed to bowl so many overs. But I think Time now to change. Reset the button, as I said earlier.
Oh yeah.
Litton showing temperament, a lot of determination. Came into bat in the 33rd over. This is the 74th over. In his arc and puts it away. The Shariful will get a 4 to end the over. Spoils it. Next to pay for it is 263 for 8 Bangladesh. Bowling that back of a length, angling that one in with deep square leg and deep mid wicket and deep fine leg in position. Challenging him to play the pull again.
This is why Test cricket is so watchable, because you go through highs and lows, and well, the DRS nick that wasn't taken by Pakistan. He was on 52, but I think the emphasis and the focus should shift actually to the umpire for making a wrong call. Into the gap, that is hammered. Great piece of batting, 50-run partnership as well. This is hurting Pakistan big now. Litton in complete control. And we're once again a crushing blow. Picked it up so early, hit it in front of mid-wicket. There are 3 men patrolling the fence on the leg side. In fact, 4. None could do anything about it.
I think this is evident of the control he's having over the innings. Was on top of it. Made sure that he hit it along the ground. Now that is called wide.
And once again, they find themselves in a difficult situation, Pakistan. After bossing the game, they've allowed Bangladesh to walk back into this. Yes, Litton has played a world-class innings, but they could have been a bit better tactically. And by being better tactically includes DRS as well. Yeah, I mean, it's great silky batting actually, and we've seen the entire range of shots, the pull shots, the drives, the square drives, the sweeps, and all played with utmost ease. That's an all-conquering gesture there. Against the run of play, against the odds, it's produced a beauty.
Then the soft hands, the singles, which ones to take, which one not to. Silky smooth indeed. Taking the blow on the finger. There it is, it's all patched up. Remember, he also has to keep wickets. I think that might be playing at the back of his mind. He doesn't want to keep wickets.
I don't think so, Shamana. I mean, that would be the last thing in his mind right now. And I think he's fit enough really to keep gloves as well, but it's just the smoothness of his innings that is so eye-catching. Good outing for Shariful as well, because he would also, or he would have sort of sampled the surface to a certain degree, and so where to bowl, what lines, what lengths, how much the ball is moving, shaping around. Litton has stopped all that because he's batted so well into the gap. Right, this time he'll get runs, Sheriful. Struck it well enough for a couple of runs. And works idly for Bangladesh because the strike is with Litton Das at the start of the over.
.57 stand with Sheriful. 60 with Taijul. Again, doing the bulk of the scoring, Litton Das. 36 deliveries in this partnership. It's also about playing the time out. It was early, right after lunch in the second session when they lost 3 quick wickets. Bangladesh were 6 down. From then on, to make sure that they battle it out and go towards the end of the day. Well, you spoke of him getting an idea of the surface. Well, hopefully he's fine.
Well, he hasn't yet developed batting muscles. So, I mean, he's getting a long stretch, and that stretch is because your back has become a bit stiff. He's been stretching forward and playing defensively. Maybe that could be the reason why he's feeling a bit of stiffness. I just hope that he remains fit. They need him. Sheriful could be a great asset on such a surface. But from 116 for 6 to where they are right now, I mean, it's a grand recovery from Bangladesh, obviously. It's courtesy Litton Das. 57 not out is the partnership. And some great shots, and the pace of that partnership was brilliant as well. He knew when to amp it up. Some great shots through the offside. Once the field came in, he got those gaps and he looked even better. But it's just that Pakistan would feel that they've let themselves down again. From 116 for 6 to 271 for 8, Bangladesh have walked back into this test match. And it's a one-man demolition army, Litton Das. That is unfortunate. I mean, I'm talking from Pakistan's perspective, because when you're at the receiving end, I mean, it happens so many times in cricket. Then you read the game badly, because it automatically, your mind is drifted in that direction. And you don't get the rub of green as well. As if everything is transpiring against you. You're not getting those breaks as well. And then suddenly, you're up against a giant like Litton Das. On the day, he produces a magnificent innings.
Now change from the Dutch Bangla Bank end. It is Mohammad Abbas. Lays it in front of square, does not take the single. Just referring to what you were saying, the mental aspect of it. We talk so much about this being a game of momentum. Surely, during the lunch break, Pakistan feeling quite content. They would have been happy going into tea, and now this knock completely changes the complexion, doesn't it?
Yeah, it'll take a lot of effort to get over this. Pakistan then now need to bat properly. Well, it's called for 2. It's a tap. Sheriful is fit enough to make it for 2. Gets the dive in. Once again, beautifully played and placed. It's about control. He's not only controlling the game, but playing with so much of control. From hard hits to a tap like that, so we've mentioned it earlier, we've seen the entire range. I was expecting Pakistan to get a lead, you know, when Bangladesh were 116 for 6, to maybe roll them over for 170 max.
Now that's a peach. That is a very well bowled by Mohammad Abbas.
Yeah, that's got to be part of the highlights package. That's the first one that has beaten him on that front foot defensive shot. Lovely delivery, still working hard. Creates that angle, bowls from closer to the stumps, gets it to shape away ever so slightly. Such a good delivery, that.
Slip in a gully in place, even for Litton Dash, for gems like that. Happily lets it go. He's one of the think tanks there, Litton Dash, as it has evolved over the years. Yes, taking the onus on himself. There it is, 6th, 116 runs when they lost the 6th wicket, from there to here.
And it happened in Dhaka also. There were 31 for 2 and then a 170-run partnership. And here again, 6 down for 116, just couldn't finish the job. And as a result, reeling, to say the least.
Now Shan Masood has asked the fielders to come in. Point cover, they come in. So does mid-wicket and long on. 2 deliveries to go. Deep square leg and deep fine leg, which is quite square. They stay back.
That's why I say there's a definite position for a tier of a fast bowler in the Pakistani ranks. And then you've got to include a leg spinner also. That'll give him a couple of attacking options as a skipper. And the couple who are bowling right now at over 145 clicks in Pakistani first class or white ball circuit. Otherwise, Pakistan will come across such situations where they have half the side down but just couldn't finish the job. What a shot once again, crushing, cracking drive through the offside. Ends the over on a high. Absolutely brilliantly done by Litton Das. 126 or 158 he is, 277 for 8.
Three of his top scores in test matches coming against the same opposition. Pakistan, he certainly does like taking the challenge against Pakistan. This really does stand out. One of his top-notch performances with the bat. Now Shoriful on strike. Hassan Ali trying to attack the stumps. He hits it straight. Will he get a boundary? Should be cut off. Perhaps it is. Surely would be checked. A good job by Shan Masood. Chasing, saving runs. Pulls it away. Fielder takes it on this occasion. Hassan Ali gets the wicket, but shows the spirit of cricket while he shakes hands with Litton Das to bid him farewell of this knock. but it has been a grand knock indeed.
A memorable 100. I don't know why they're getting together, because this was a clean catch. I think this is unnecessary. He's walking away. Litton Das has played a blinder, to say the least. A world-class 100. Great batting under pressure, and one for once not been able to keep this one away from the fielder's hand. Very good low catch. Fazal? Abdullah Fazal with a good low catch. His tenure at the crease comes to an end. And it's been one masterclass from Litton Das. 126, flawless 100. That is what you want to see. Appreciation from the dugout. A remarkable innings. 278 for 9.
Nahid Rana is the last batter for Bangladesh. 278 for 9. Masterclass knock from Litton Das. Short ball greeted with a bouncer.
It was not only 100, but you know, it was 100 produced over different phases. When Bangladesh was struggling, he had to consolidate, and then he had to be instinctive himself, had to bat with the tail. So many phases in this innings that makes it such a great hit, such a great 100. Good catch by Fazal. Appreciation from Hassan Ali. And that is the most important aspect of that 100. Regard and kudos from the dugout. I think it's a good time to declare the innings. I think Nahid Rana has got this funny way of batting. But Bangladesh are very much in this test match courtesy that 100. From nowhere, they've bounced back incredibly well. And we know who the guy is. The go-to guy, Litton Das.
Typical tail-ender.
So 3 dots, but in his mind he has scored about 18. Because the shadow practice is as if he's hit 3 sixes.
See Shoriful having a chat with Nahid Rana. He's in control now.
Yeah, he's got to become the Litton Das of this partnership.
Makes room for himself. And caught behind it is. Yeah, they've wrapped up the innings. Now Nahid Rana is asking for a review with a smile on his face. Might as well use it.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for court. On-field decision is out. Check feet, fair delivery. Front on, please. Nice and slow. Ball is close to the bat. Can go to ultra edge, please. Okay. Spike as the ball past the bat. No gap between the bat and the ball. Richard, you can stay with your on-field decision out. You're on the screen. You're on the screen, Richard.
Well, I mean, it was obvious. Hit the cover of it. It's quite sheepish asking for a review. He knew that he was done. But Bangladesh, well, they'd be pretty happy with how innings has ended, because it could have been a lot worse when they were 116 for 6. Now they've got runs on the board and something to fight for.
Shanto would be quite happy how it has turned out, courtesy of that phenomenal knock from Litton. Momentum on Bangladesh's side, but finally Pakistan bowlers have managed to wrap it up. This Bangladesh innings after inserting them to go in, have a bat in this second test match. This was Mominul Joy, gone without troubling the scorers. Good catch in the slips from Salman Ali Aga. It was Abbas who struck early. Tanzid Tamim was scoring runs at ease before this happened. So it was Abbas who struck early, and then Khurram Shahzad. One of the 3 changes for Pakistan, going through the gate of Mominul. And then Shanto was in 2 minds. It was Abbas again. And Khurram Shahzad getting the better of Mushfiqur Rahim on this occasion.
Miraj there getting caught in the deep. And Tajul there cleaned up by Sajid Khan with a straighter ball. Taskeen there nicely taken in the second slip. Khurram Shahzad picked up 4 wickets, and then Litton great innings came to an end. Abdullah Fazal there taking a good low catch, but what a knock, memorable innings. Last man dismissed by Hassan Ali picked up 2. So can Pakistan get to 300? I think that's the story that we want to build. Could have been an ordinary day for Bangladesh had it not been for Litton brilliance and prowess with the bat. How well he played in unusual circumstances. Refused about 30-odd singles, if not more, yet got a great 100. Batted well with the tail, batted superbly, and read the situation, the game situation aptly. Pakistan, well, 116 for 6, and then there was a long struggle. In the end, Shahzad picked up 4 wickets, good inclusion, 4 for 81. Abbas, 3 for 45, 2 for Hassan Ali, and Sajid, 31 overs, 1 for 96. We'll take a break and come back with live action in just about a few minutes from now.
loud in our ear.
Darshan, 11 left.
Welcome back to Sylhet and International Cricket Stadium in the Dutch Bangla Bank Test Series. Second Test match, day one, the third session. Bangladesh have done well to post the score of 278 thanks to a fascinating, wonderful, technically very adept, mentally very sound. Under pressure, he performed. We see the array of shots, but we do not get to see all the hard work that went into building of this innings. Lovely shimmy down the wicket. He had all the shots in the book, and once he got to his 100, he really opened up and delighted the crowd. Magnificent innings by Litton Kumar Das with shots all around the ground. As I mentioned, you see all those little smaller lines within the 30-yard, imaginary 30-yard circle. That's when he just rotated the strike, mainly with the tail-enders. And that is so very crucial in the manner in which he produced this terrific innings, which took Bangladesh from a weakish position when they were 116 for 6 to a position of strength at 278, ending up with 126 with little value additions from the tail. It's been very, very good from Litton Das. Has put Pakistan in a difficult situation at the end of play. That's a look at the partnerships. 44 and 43 up front between Mominul, Tanzid and Mushfiqur and Shanto. But then the one that mattered was the big one between Tajul Islam and Litton Kumar Das, followed up by Shariful Islam and Litton, 64 of 74. Extraordinary. Well, 4 for 81 from Shehzad, 3 for 45 for Abbas, and a couple of wickets for Hassan Ali and 1 for Sajid Khan. Well, Pakistan have a tricky period of play. We can go up to 5:30 local time, about 25 minutes. Supposed to play out another 11 overs. I don't think we can manage that. But the target, not the target, they trail by 278. And they start their innings with the light, slightly ebbing. But what has been fantastic has been the weather itself. There was gloom and doom about the weather forecast when we started play. And look at it. We're having a full day's play and a fascinating day of cricket. Sikandar, you must have enjoyed what transpired today.
Oh yeah, I did. A knock like that is one to remember from Litton Das. 126. He's put Bangladesh right back into the game. Here comes Pakistan with the Dhaka debutants, Azam Oais and Abdullah Fazal. What an opener. He had 100 in his first outing, Azam Oais, and he knows exactly what's required of him. And a new job on hand for Abdullah Fazal to open in the absence of Imam ul Haq, who's been left out in the 11. He had to make way for Babar Azam, so means that Babar will come at 3 and Shan will be at 4 as the Dhaka debutants are going to be opening for Pakistan. Here is Abdullah Fazal, a brilliant knock, a 50 plus in each innings, and especially on the final day pitch. It was a very, very important and pretty knock there. They will hope that they don't lose any wickets in the last, 24 minutes that are left in the day, or 11 overs. Taskin will surely ask questions. He's going to be someone to look out for, watch out for on the surface and the new ball in hand. 3 sips and a gully. And Azam Oais will face the first ball. 278 all out is what Bangladesh managed. Pakistan will look to clear that deficit whenever they can. First thing on hand to see the last 20 odd minutes.
Here we go. Straightway on the money. Taskin Ahmed has improved his bowling. Just in the previous test match, he was right on the money initially. At one point in time, he took a bit of a time to settle down, some looseness, but it's been noticeable the amount of work that's gone into Taskin's bowling and making that effort to be right on the money and disciplined in the attack consistently, and it has paid off. Earned himself some wickets and put the openers in a spot of bother. There you go, once again. He's got 3 slips and a gully for the angle delivery. Looks very relaxed as he comes into bowl. Just clocking up around the 135 clicks at the moment, but it's a question of maybe hit that proud seam. How is his release? It's the 2 fingers across the seam. It's upright, it might go either way, seaming away or in. There it goes. Oh, had the batter almost having a little prod at that one.
He is pulled away at the last moment, Azam Ali. Angle that goes across him, just getting into that drive and then just backing off. And remember how Hassan Ali batted in that opening innings of his test career. The reward was 100. The 100 was actually the reward. It's the way he batted. He showed actually a lot of others, senior members, how to deal with the kind of surface, the challenge that was being posed, especially with that new ball.
And the challenge is being posted now and is equal to the task. What about that? Slightly overpitched into that shot in a jiffy, and just the perfect placement for a boundary. What a delightful looking shot that is.
Yeah, my view was being blocked by the monitor. I thought he's played it straight to the fielder, but he just stood there, didn't move an inch, just watched that shot and goes to the boundary, opens Pakistan's account with a 4.
That's a very, very good start, and oozing with confidence. You're talking about his demeanor, his temperament in the Dhaka Test match, and he started off with that kind of a shot. Not overawed by the situation, not thinking about the fact they've got about 20 minutes left in the day's play. Just see the ball and play the ball to its merit. That's the way to go. Seems cool, calm and collected.
Yeah, there's no hesitation in his shot making. He knows exactly what he wants to let go, what he wants to defend. He's not in two minds. There's clarity in his approach. We saw that in the Dhaka Test, and we are watching this in the first 5 deliveries, how he has handled the skin. Nothing loose about his approach towards the shot. Knows where his off stump is.
Once again, just shouldering arms. It's 4 without loss. Target for Pakistan is to go through to the end of the day's play without losing a wicket. Shariful Islam, one of the 2 changes in the Bangladesh team, coming in to bowl. Tall lad, 26 wickets into his 13th match, 3 for 28 is best. Left-hander will try to angle, swing the ball away from the lefty. Spears that in and pays the price. It's overpitched And this time round, it's Fazal really playing a delectable shot. 4 runs. Superbly done.
Yeah, first up over pitched and Fazal just bounces on that. Just a push there with a straight face of the bat. Both these batters haven't moved. They know exactly what they've done. The field is very much behind them, which is the 3 slips and a gully. There are a lot of catching positions, so a lot of open spaces in front of the square.
Now he shortens the length and gets it a third wider. But once you've got that boundary under your belt, the pressure is more on the bowler to correct his lines and lengths, and you can sit back and really wait for another bad one to come along. Nobody's in a hurry. It's imperative from the Pakistani perspective to get a solid start. That score of 278 in the first innings by Bangladesh may not look massive, but when you take the situation of the play into consideration and the wicket, they'll have a lot of hard work to do. Just deviation down, thinks of tucking it away. Maybe the timing a little awry, but these two have been very, very impressive in the Dhaka Test match. The two debutants, they need to put up their hands for the team once again. The pace of Shoriful around 132. You see the depth which Litton Kumar Dash is standing. He carries the slips with him. A little bit behind, as usual. At an angle, and it's an angle bat. He tries to get it past the point fielder.
Both these batters have shown good defense techniques and confidence in dealing with the deliveries outside off and the ones coming into them. Just something very different about them. You mentioned about the Dhaka Test. They were the highest scorers from the Pakistan batting cards. Though they were having their first appearance in the country in this format. And they've carried it with them to Sylhet.
Oh, now that was a little awkward. A steepling bounce, but from that kind of a length, he was a little surprised. Eventually, you give it to the batter, maybe soft hands, safely through.
Yeah, they were. He just tried to nudge it, didn't really carry. And that slip cordon is quite a concave thing. Wraps around to backward, up to backward point area. 3 slips and a gully. You have to make sure that whenever he opens the face of the bat, he makes sure he's got soft hands, doesn't carry there.
Shoriful does well to come back after being hit for 4 of the first ball of his over. Oh, goodness. Could have gone anywhere. Inside edge. Maybe a bit of bat and pad. We'll come back and see that. The over is complete. It's 10 without loss. Haven't done too badly in terms of getting the overs in. 26 in the first, 28, and now 25 in an extended half-hour session. 3, 3, and 4 wickets in the different sessions. Going to be Taskin Ahmed once again. Again pitched up. Good stop. Tajul had to scurry on to make sure that it didn't go past him. It was traveling. Look at the inside edge from the last ball of the previous over. Yeah, bit of bad, bit of pad. Very fortunate. Could have ricocheted on to the stumps, living dangerously. Expression on Choriful's face. Good ball, but equally well played, getting solidly behind the line.
Pakistan will also be looking at Babar Azam, his inclusion in the 11 after a little knee niggle. He missed the Dhaka test. So his inclusion will also be something that they will be eyeing, because I wouldn't say heavily dependent on him scoring, but yes, his addition would provide that extra bit of strength in that order, batting order, the top 4 or 5 that Pakistan is playing.
Just going back to the Pakistani bowling innings, I think they'll rue the fact that a couple of missed opportunities in the decisions to take the DRS, and really going for the jugular is something that they were not very adept at when they had Bangladesh virtually on the mat. So gave the opportunities for Bangladesh to strike back, come back, particularly through Litton Kumar Dash. But that's something they will be thinking about and hoping that the little faults in the bowling innings can be overcome by some positive batting by their batters. Pitched up again, and this time square driven with ease to the boundary.
Yeah, he's talking to himself. He knows that he has overpitched, and he's provided that width not once but twice in the over. Earlier it went straight to the field red point, but this time around Azam saw the opportunity and square drives that nicely. Ball is new, travel. Yes, he's looking to give more air to the ball for that swing. It hasn't happened.
What the Bangladeshi bowlers do not need are bowls like that. You can see immediately Taskin Ahmed apologizing to his captain. Even if they don't get the wickets, they should be trying to just contain the batters, dry out the runs. Oh, now squared him up ever so slightly on that occasion, but eventually playing it along the ground to the gully. About 10 minutes of the day's play left. You desperately want a wicket. That's the nice looking channel that you want to bowl consistently. 14 without loss. Khan Masood winning the toss, putting Bangladesh in, had them in all sorts of bother till Litton Kumar Dash just turn it all around. Exemplary, extraordinary innings from a batter who was a little out of touch in recent times, eventually getting to his 6th 100. But the phases that he went through in his innings, you had the chance to see it during the day, you'll excel and understand what he went through. Show resilience, temperament, his wonderful skill sets, the manner in which he built up those partnerships with the tail.
What a day it has been, not a single drop of rain. Defying all the reports that were put up. In fact, a discussion was there at the end of the Dhaka test that can it be shifted. That much amount of rain was expected.
Even while we're watching it, some weather forecast apps still telling us that it's raining heavily in Sylhet.
It is outside the ground somewhere, but yeah, not on the ground.
Not on the ground,
yeah.
Thankfully. That's it, Shariful. Just in addition to that angle delivery, needs one to just try and nip it away from the left-hander. Get the batter to play at it. He managed to get an inside edge, which was deflecting off the pads after that. But that was a bit of a moral victory. And umpire telling Mushfiqur Rahim, better hurry up, try and get as many overs in as possible.
There's something about these two young batters here. Just can feel the clarity that they have about their own workload. They know exactly what needs to be done. It's not tentative in their approach. Shown solid defense, meeting the ball in the middle of the bat, where there's a chance, an opportunity, nice drives from each one of them. Just see that clarity at that age, and you see that they're not being worried or worked about the class of bowling attack that's in front of them, playing to the merit of every delivery.
Well, the selectors back in Pakistan will be very happy they could spot these two from the domestic circuit and bring them into the international circuit.
Yeah, you're right about that. I mean, you manhunt, you look at their performances in the domestic circuit and see who's doing well, but then for them to come at the bigger stage and then perform is entirely different. You could be your backyard bully. When you come out in front of the international bowlers with experience, then really come to know what you're made of.
That's when you're bullied. The transition is a big gap between domestic and international. It's 15 without loss.
পয়েন্ট তামিম মিড অফটা মুশি ভাই আপনি মিড অন যান এপাশে আয় দৌড় দে পেছনে যা পেছনে থাক তাসকিন ভাই দাঁড়ায় যান কই যা মিড অফে দাঁড়ান আর একটু পিছান আর একটু পিছান
Good move by Najmul Hasan Shanto, just bringing in Mehdi Hasan Miraj to bowl. Trying to get a couple of overs in before the end of play. Miraj does bowl well with the new ball. Only in the 5th over. It's not the biggest turner of the ball. It depends on his angles and his variations. And he will more often than not fall into line and leg very early in his spell. Wide of the crease, just trying to angle it in, but he needs to get it just pitching outside the line of the off stump. See the use of the width of the crease to accentuate that angle. Maybe he'll go one straighter, closer to the umpire. That he does this time around, thinking the ball will go the other way.
Interesting if he's going to continue with the Shariful from this end, or he's going to bring another change. He has room for another over for sure. Will Exactly 3 minutes to the end of the day's play.
Talk about maturity. Even the two youngsters in the middle, they had a little bit of chat, trying to waste a little bit of time. They've batted well. They've shown diligence and temperament, and they're also showing some cunning in trying to get to the end without having another over. Helping their cause maybe a few fielding changes by Najmul Hasan Shanta. He's got a leg slip in position, the forward short leg, and a orthodox slip. Got one more delivery in this over and possibly another over after this. A little sideways glance from the skipper up at the clock. It's a maiden over to start off with from Miraj. It's 14 without loss.
Hey, pointer, बाहर जाओ.
The serene surrounds of the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. Nahid Rana for the last over. Whoa, now this is going to be torrid. Oh, what a start. What a beauty. Just read the line very well, though. Batter Fazal. And it's straight away 141 clicks.
Isn't it a bit too dark?
Don't try to find excuses, Sikandar.
Well, lights have taken full effect. It surely will be the last over because we will cross 5:30 local time during this over.
So if it's 3 balls and we're just about 5:30, you think that's over? No more bowling. Not allow him to complete his overs, Sikandar. But this is good from him. Around the 140 mark. He's changing his angle. That's good. Trying different things. Just 1 wicket. End of day's play. Can wrest the control back. Bangladesh have done well coming back and lifting themselves out of the hole dug earlier. Now they can cap it up with a wicket in the last over, if possible.
He's done the job there, saved a none. With the last ball ready, and Azam Awais will be facing.
A little bit of a chat. They know this is definitely going to be the last ball. Tajul, a little bit of risk in trying to stop the ball on the run with your foot. He succeeded on that occasion. Last ball of the day coming up. All right, behind. What a delightful looking shot. He is so good, and he gets 4 runs. That is a top-class finish to the day for Pakistan. And Awais, take a bow. These two young men have shown that they're not overawed. They kept their composure, and right till the end, when the shots are on offer, they're not going to shy away. Lovely. Maybe one hand off, but the timing was there.
Yeah, Pakistan will be happy not to lose any wickets before the end of the day's play. And we've got 21 on the board. These two youngsters have done very well. Though very short time out there in the middle, but they've shown a lot of confidence and clarity. So 257 is what Pakistan trail at. 21 for no loss. It's been an eventful day. So a brilliant 126 from Litton. Pakistan controlling the first 2 sessions in a way, where they eventually managed to get them out for 278. And this particular session, 29 overs were bowled in this session from tee to the end of the day's play. 4 wickets fell and 131 have been scored.
It's a session in which Litton Kumar Dash with the tailenders, Tajul Islam threw his bat, produced good innings, but then backed away, and that celebration from Sajid Khan. And once again keeping low, just about getting a bit of bat on it. Litton was given a reprieve when they didn't go for a review of this. There was a little flicker on the ultra edge, but once he got over that, he was into his rhythm right the way through. He opened up and he got precious support initially, but Taskin is trying to hit one down the ground, got an edge, was good catch taken. Litton Dash was not going to shy away. So, right then, Toriful really gave him a lot of support. Given initially, and the review said the ball was, the wicket was missing, and Litton kept on punching and getting through to a very, very well compiled century. And then he opened up, really took off with the bowling, got a six. Toriful joined in the fun and put on precious runs for Bangladesh right at the end of the Bangladesh innings.
Yeah, this was the moment where his brilliant knock came to an end, and the last wicket was Nahid Rana, who was caught behind. Hassan Ali got 2 wickets with Litton Das and Nahid Rana to his name. And then came Pakistan openers, the 2 Dhaka debutants. They showed a great composure, hit a few boundaries, offered a full face of the bat. Nothing flashy about their short stay at the pitch before the end of the day's play, and making sure that Pakistan remained wicketless. And 21 runs have been managed. So this is Pakistan's first innings batting in the 6 overs that they faced, and a lot more to be done, of course, when play resumes tomorrow.
The bowlers, well, it's only a couple of overs for Taskin and Shariful, 1 each for Miraj and Rana, so nothing in the wickets column, but they'll be hoping they come back tomorrow and get some wickets to put some pressure on the Pakistan team. That's how it stands at the moment. Put into bat. Bangladesh struggled early on, and then some fight back, some partnership between Shanta and Tanzid. Then it was Litton Kumar Das show. Absolute top-class batting performance. 126 he garnered. Shahzad 4 for 81. Abbas once again amongst the wickets, 3 for 45, 2 for 49. Hassan, and Pakistan replying with 21 without loss. 257 runs. Okay, so that's it from us today. The game continues tomorrow. We're live at 9:45 a.m. from the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium in the Dutch Bangla Bank Test Series, Bangladesh versus Pakistan. Day 2. A lot of cricket to look forward to. And we hope you're going to join us. For the moment, it's a very goodbye from all of us here.
From 116 for 6 to 278, it was a one-man show who showed immense class and character. Litton Das, the savior for Bangladesh on this day. Hello and welcome everybody to Ace Developer Presents Trade Drive. Turn your investments into lifestyle. And to break it down, I've got with me Ramiz Raja and Hassan Ali Khan. Very good evening and welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, well, we had a fascinating day of cricket, didn't we? At one point, Bangladesh, it seemed like that they're, in a spot of bother or more than that. And then came the rescue, and they've got a respectable total on the board, 278. Good total.
All yours. You start. It's been Bangladesh Day, I think.
Thanks, Ramiz. I think Bangladesh will take it because you mentioned 116 for 6 at one stage, and don't forget when Litton came into bat, it was 4 for 106. So 106 for 4. From there to go and get 100, I think magnificent. And it's not an easy pitch to bat on. There's an advantage for the bowlers to exploit, and they did that by picking up early wickets. And they dented the hole because they picked up those 4 wickets pretty quickly, and then they picked up another 2 wickets. Remember, the first test match, there was runs, but not from Litton Kumar Das or Mehdi Hasan Miraj. So it was up to Litton Kumar Das to put his hand up. I mean, he's a class act. I mean, he's got, 200s now in the last, 5 innings, including this one, 300s. So he's been in good nick for the last few test matches. But to be able to bat under the circumstances and to be able to lean on lower middle order and then the lower order, because they were partnership, because it matters. Such a valuable contribution, not just from him, but also from the others, because they didn't score runs, but at least they were with them. I think a total which at that stage, they wouldn't have thought that it would have crossed 200, but 278 is 278 on the board. I think they should be pleased.
Yeah, well, Ramiz bhai, we've seen wickets being taken, we've seen runs being scored. Your overall thoughts quickly on the day?
I think it's slightly Bangladesh's day, even though they got bowled out, and Pakistan would take probably a 260 at the end of the day, but it could have been a lot better. You know, from 116 for 6, they allowed them to crawl back into this contest, courtesy a great 100. But with the way they finished the innings, 21 not out, the opening pair, 2 young kids, debutants from Dhaka. And so it may just fall in place, but they'll have to put up a good show with the bat. And if they can get a lead of about...
And take the expert's opinion. But let's have a look for the ones who've missed out on the day. It was a fabulous day of Test cricket. Inserted Bangladesh were by Shan Masood, Mahmood Hassan Joy left early. We see 4 batters in their 20s, and then came the Litton Das show, 126 of 159, batting at number 6, and he was accompanied well by the tailenders, and hence the total of 278. They managed to bat 77 overs. It was a terrific knock, wasn't it, Ramiz?
Yes, extremely important for him to really get cracking at that stage of the game. And not only he held the innings together, there was a lot of control and composure and obviously class and quality and the way he read the situation. I mean, this 100, I mentioned it earlier also, he had to go through different phases. He had to bat for himself, bat for the side, get the situation under control and bat well with the tail. And that spread of shots through the leg side and the offside, the singles and the 2s and the 4s and the 6s. It was just a pure innings, a timely 100 under the circumstances. And, it paved the way for Bangladesh to have not exactly a driver's seat, but a front seat at least.
Right. Atabhai, not only that, Ramiz mentioned the phases he batted through and batting with the tailenders, 250-plus partnerships there at the end. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, look at that, what he did with Taijul Islam. They are at 60, where they stopped the opposition in their tracks. When they took those many wickets, then the resistance from Taijul ensured that Litton could play a little bit freely. That partnership, look at the contribution, Litton to Kumar Das, 43 contribution, where Taijul was 16. So it shows that once you start to trust your partner with the lower order, Taskine added a few more than the 50 plus against Shori when he batted with Shoriful.
Yeah.
I think one also needs to understand that This is his third Test match 100 against Pakistan. His altogether is now 6 Test match 100. Hopefully many more to come in future. And he likes batting against Pakistan. 26 for 6, I remember, the Rawalpindi Test match in that second Test match when he got that magnificent 138. So knowing that he had done that in the past, but on that surface, if you compare this surface, this has got a lot to offer for the bowlers, especially for the seamers. So it was even more difficult to bat with the lower order. I think magnificent 100. I mean, to me, it's gold in these circumstances to get 100 because your top 5 were down and out very quickly.
Yeah, right.
We have time for a little comment?
Yeah, a little bit.
Right, okay. So technically, Pakistan didn't really go great during that phase. I think they just defense and not enough pressure was put on the last few wickets. Also, I think there was a reset button that was needed because they saw Litton Das really to gain the opposition, and then this continued for a longer period than it was needed. And I think that is where Pakistan fell short of the mark.
Right, but the seamers actually did the job. You know, they got 9 out of the 10 wickets. And when we mentioned that Bangladesh had lost 6 wickets, it was the seamers who did the damage. And initially, they did look that they were on top, the Pakistan seamers.
Yeah, I mean, the first part was brilliantly done by Pakistan. And the catching was good. There was a chirp in the slip cotton as well. They looked up for it. And it was an important first session for them because if they had gone cold after being defeated at Dhaka, it would have been a lot worse for them. But they rode back in a way and had it covered. 116 for 6, some great deliveries in between. That was a beauty to get rid of Mominul. And they struck right throughout. Shanto was another who was shaping up well. A lot of 20s from the top order. And it was felt during that period that maybe it wasn't such an easy pitch to bat on because you're never in. The ball was seaming around, not consistently, but you get one great delivery. And so if your focus was off, you were done. I thought Sajid Khan was persistent for a very, very long time. I mean, on day one, how many times would you want to bowl an off-spinner for 30-plus overs on a green belter? That's rare. And I think because the others, especially Hassan Ali, was below par, that Shan Masood felt that he was getting a bit of control from Sajid, but then came that brilliance from Litton Das, and Hassan Ali in the end ended up with 2, but by that time, I think the damage had been done.
Right. Atab bhai, you know, Pakistan coming in 3 changes, and one of them Khurram Shahzad, in the end coming out with 4 wickets. It was a good inclusion.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at what he did when he came into the attack, because he is the one who started picking up wickets, and when you make a change and when he starts picking up wickets, that means you've made the right call. But just going back to what Ramiz mentioned, I think it's the second session. Second session, they started really well when they grabbed those 3 wickets very quickly, very cheaply, without giving any runs. I think within 10 overs, they have picked up 3 wickets. But then after that, that phase, Shan Masood continued with Sajid for, I think, a little bit longer. I think too long to give him that longer spell. Because when you look at the pitch itself, it was favorable to the seamers. There was movement in the air and off the surface. Fine. He had put the brakes on. He'd bowled a good spell. Taking off, bringing as seamer so that they could have knocked that partnership with Taijul and Litton Kumar Das were batting. I think he didn't get it right. But that's the name of the game. You miss your opportunity and then you start thinking, oh, what have I done? It was too late because Litton was looking very, very good.
Well, thoughts from the experts, but what a super Saturday this has been. Only day 1 here of the second test match, but already so eventful. Time for a short break here on Ace Developer Presents Straight Drive. We'll be right back. Welcoming you all back from the serene city of Sylhet. This is Ace Developer Presents Straight Drive. Ramiz Raza, Hassan Ali Khan alongside. What a day we had, but it could have been different. Ramiz Bhai, coming to you first. Two decisions not reviewed by Pakistan, particularly when Litton Dash, one of them, when Litton Dash was on 52.
So it's partly Pakistan's mistake and largely umpires' mistakes because they could have called it better. And it would have sort of paved the way for Pakistan.
That's one of them?
Yeah. So Mushfiq got out immediately, but then there was this partnership scenario as well, and this was a big, big mistake. He was on 52, went on to get a 127, and both times Rizwan just didn't make that extra effort to maybe consult somebody else because the onus was on him to let the others know that there is some doubt, so let's go for it. Even it was, half an attempt at it, they should have still called it because we've seen them to waste DRS on meaningless calls. But this would have been the clincher for them.
Yeah, otherwise, it's not always easy, but yeah, you do depend on the wicketkeeper as well to, lead you towards such calls.
I mean, if you look at what he did initially, I mean, I'm not talking about the one of Mushfiq Rahim, but the one that was of Litton Kumar Das, he went up straight away. And it looked like that he was confident because he appealed straight away. But then it died down. So as a keeper, I mean, he's the closest to the batter. And obviously the bowler in his follow-through will probably hear something. But at times it's difficult because once it comes off the gloves, you don't really hear the sound. But Ramiz is spot on. I mean, even with that, on that stage, you needed to take your chances against someone like Litton Kumar Das because he was the one who was looking dangerous. On 52, got alive because nobody asked for the review, and he ended up scoring more than 100. So makes a massive difference to the total that Bangladesh made in the end.
Yeah, perhaps because they had already lost 2 reviews, but what's gone is gone. Speaking of, coming into bat, there's been a tweak in the opening pair as far as Pakistan are concerned. Both seemed okay, seemed good actually.
Yeah, thrown at the deep end, but that's how you learn the art of batting, and you want to challenge yourself. I think technically both are decent enough, especially Azam is technically well equipped to face the challenge on any surface. I think as far as Fazal is concerned, I mean, that little stint that we saw from him, there were opportunities for him to score a few boundaries because he was blocking the half volleys. So I think it's a mindset. And I think they've got to get rid of that mindset. If you see a loose ball, for an Aussie, for example, for an Indian, for example, even for a Litton Das, that would have gone and hit the fence. I think it's that kind of a mindset that needs to be developed, that if it's in my range, and if it's a boundary ball, I'm going to go for it. But anyway, it's not a bad start at all, 21, and they've looked very, very confident. So let's see what happens to the pitch. Let's see if a couple of wickets fall, what happens to Pakistan's DNA. I mean, there weren't great recall moments last time they played in Dhaka, so they've got to gather courage, make sure that they battle it out, and if they can get closer to Bangladesh's score, I think it'll be a good test match.
Yeah, 21 for no loss, Atabhai, trailing by 257. What do you see for coming?
Well, I would like to see more wickets tomorrow in the first session for sure, because it was the first session which life was difficult for the batters. I'm not taking any credit away from the two young openers. I thought they look solid because Azam has got a century on debut. Even Abdullah Fazal has a couple of 50s in his both the innings that he has played. But this is a different surface, Shaman. This is a different surface where it's a little bit more for the seamers, especially for the seamers. And on day 2, Bangladesh will be hoping that the seamers in the first hour or so can knock over a couple of wickets.
Nahid Rana, 5 for 40, will carry on the momentum and bring it here?
Why not? He's the quickest of the lot. He can be extremely dangerous on these surfaces like this. And if he can bowl the way he has bowled or what he has shown so far, I think he'll be the main bowler who can really push the opposition on the back foot. But also the fact that there is Taskin Ahmed and there is Shariful Islam.
Right.
So they have a good bowling attack. But what is important for Bangladesh is to make sure that when they come back tomorrow morning, they've got to pick up an early wicket.
Right. Yeah, but it was Taskin, who got them the breakthroughs in critical hours in the first test. But how about someone like a Babar Azam, who is back in the 11 and certainly has that experience, Ramesh bhai?
Yeah, it won't be straightforward for Babar Azam. I'm sure that Nahid Rana will be unleashed the moment he walks into bat. And he'll have a severe test of his skill and his form. And also, I think there'll be high expectations also. If he gets cracking, then Pakistan should be able to then get better than Bangladesh in that first innings. But a lot to look forward to. I mean, we're talking about Nahid Rana and the pitch and, Bangladesh raring to go once again. But Pakistan, with their backs against the wall, it'll be a great sort of view and watching them display courage, skill, and Babar Azam once again can hog the limelight. So I'm so looking forward to this.
Oh, so am I. So am I. And I'm sure so are you guys, be it Babar Azam, be it Nahid Rana, be it Taskin Ahmed or Shan Masood. You can't miss out on the action. This is day 2 of the second test of the Dutch Bangla Bank series. It's a 9:45 a.m. start live from the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. And trust me, you don't want to miss out. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and
It's a new setup. Actually, we're all looking nice, I think.
Nice and cozy, hopefully. Yeah. And hopefully you've enjoyed it. This is it from Ace Developer Presents Trade Drive. Turn your investments into lifestyle.